Hello and welcome to the Last Word on Spurs. We are, of course, your multi-award winning Tottenham Hotspur podcast. Thank you for joining us. We are transfer deadline day in our afternoon session with great returning guest to Last Word on Spurs. We're going to bring you up to date on exactly what is happening during this transfer window. I know that is not a tumbleweed going past your screen, although it is tempting as to where we are right now in this window. Before we bring in our wonderful guests that are joining us on the afternoon shift, some would say these are graveyard shifts at the moment. For us out there, guys, if you can, like, hype, subscribe to the show, that would be greatly appreciated. It's time to bring you the afternoon transfer window roundup of where we are. And don't fall off your seat. We'll start from back to front, if that's where we're going to go. It feels like that's where Spurs are, back to front at the moment. Goalkeeper-wise, we understand Anton Kinski is going to be staying at Tottenham Hotspur as things stand during this transfer deadline day. As we know, at the back end of last week, there was late reported interest from West Ham United. As things stand on this transfer deadline day, that interest has not materialised. It means Tottenham will have two goalkeepers at least, unless something happens to one of them, going into the second half of the season to compete for that number one spot alongside Guillermo Vicario. In terms of other news around going from defence to attack, some concerns around Kevin Danso and his situation at the moment. We understand that Kevin Danso could potentially be out for a long-term period, although that is not yet confirmed, but evaluations suggest that he has unfortunately picked up a concerning injury which could lead to him being out for quite a long-term period. So we'll be coming on to that and more and what that means for Tottenham on this deadline day. Do they try and accelerate that deal for Robertson? But as things stands, that is very, very quiet. There's no news on that. In terms of moving further up the pitch and going towards our youth academy products, we understand that Mason Melia is going to remain at the football club on this deadline day. There were suggestions that maybe Tottenham would be open to a loan. However, the player is nursing a back injury at the moment. And as things stand, he will stay at Tottenham Hotspur and acclimatise to the surroundings. God help him what that might mean for him, surrounded to these kind of culture and nature of surroundings. George Abbott, one that it looks like he's going to get his move during this transfer window on this deadline day. He's set to join Mansfield Town on loan for the remainder of the season. And now on to the hopeful stuff that we want to see hopefully Spurs do. We understand Spurs are still trying to bring in a forward on this January transfer deadline day. It's understood Spurs have a keen interest in bringing Agalouche to the football club. However, as things stand, that move will only be happening if Monaco can find a replacement. The good news is Monaco, they may well have identified a replacement in the Sunderland player Simon Adingra, who apparently is on their radar on this transfer window deadline day. And if Agalouche is to move, someone's got to come in for him. So it might be Simon Adingra, so keep your eyes peeled on that. As we move over to the Saudi League and the options over there, we understand that Moussa Diaby is looking for a move to the Premier League. His agent has been over here for the last 3, 4, 5 days, looking for a move, trying to see what the future looks like for him. He had a failure of a move to Inter Milan only on deadline day eve, which means he's back on the market and available. And also alongside him in the Saudi market is John Duran, of course, former Aston Villa player, knows where the back of the net is. There's been some concerns around his mentality and whether he'd be the right fit for the Premier League once again, and to come into a club like Tottenham that, let's be honest about it, we have our own problems right now. But as things stand, Tottenham are still trying to sign a forward on this deadline day. And of course, we'll keep you updated throughout this January transfer window. Hit that notification bell so you're aware every time we go live. Back alongside me, we're going to get Connor's final thoughts on the window. And we're joined by, musician. This is what you've been waiting for. As it's very early for a Jar to come on the show. I'm terrified if we'll ever get back on air after this. Jar Wobble's back in the house. Before we bring Jar in, let's quickly go to Connor. And the Heartman is coming because we need a counselling session of an early period around 1:30. So the Heartman's in casting, getting his makeup done. Con, let's ask you very quickly in terms of the window. And like I say, we spoke at the end of it there around the protests and the board and the element around that. But with less than 7 hours now to go, we're entering 6 hours and 45 minutes. Any hope, Con, we're going to see anything on this deadline day that's going to give you confidence?
Well, we need, as I said earlier, we need to see an attacker come in. But it feels very much like we're in that territory of we're trying, but now the other clubs don't have enough time to find replacements, as you just sort of mentioned with Akliouche. I mean, look, for me with Akliouche, Monaco sit 10th in the French league. I know they were in the Champions League, but they were never going to finish in the top 8. They were in the sort of there or thereabouts in terms of the playoff positions. This is, as I was saying earlier, this has got to be a situation, given the crisis that we've got and the complete lack of attacking options we've got, where you just go, we're going to overpay slightly for this player to make it, an offer that Monaco don't feel that they can refuse on the basis of not having a replacement. And if you do that at the start of the window, it gives them time to try and find someone anyway, right? And so, as I said earlier, if you think he's worth 45, 50 million, you pay them 55, 60 in this situation, because actually, you spread that 10 million over the life of his contract. It's a rounding error for Tottenham. And we could definitely offer him a lot more wages in terms of what he's on. So this is where you've got to use the financial muscle that the football club has got in a different way than we ever have, unfortunately, and bully these clubs abroad who don't have the sort of financial muscle we have. But unfortunately, we're in the situation we're in. I said optimistically before that I think we will get someone in the attacking positions. I can't tell you who that is right now, because surely we wouldn't leave this to close without getting anyone else in. But
surely not.
It's Tottenham, so who knows?
Con, one final thing to ask you, and you've been great having this show. We love having you on the show as well. Con, maybe for listeners out there from a financial standpoint, how difficult is this now to get deals done in the final hours, putting packages together for players? I mean, realistically, we talk about, multi-billion-pound corporations. I know Jar's going to have a word on them in a second, and that's going to be a lot of fun because we love having Jar on this show. And we've got the Heart Man here. The counselling session has really truly started with the Heart Man and Jar together. My God, what have I let myself in for? It's going to be brilliant. But Con, financially, how difficult is it now to put packages together this late on in the window, 6.5 hours to go?
I don't think that's the stumbling block as much as clubs getting into this world of not feeling like they can replace players, right? And that's why a lot of these last deals you see as loans or play. They're opportunistic generally because they're players that clubs either want to shift on, or the agents sort of tightening them around every club in Europe or whatever, right? So I don't think the financials should be the issue. I think it's more around the logistics of who's available at this point, which is why you need to move earlier in the window, as we always say, right? It's about having that ambition earlier on.
And Con, as I say, to ask you finally, we're now, like I say, less than 6.5 hours to go. How confident are you the next time I see you, we've got a couple of players being paraded in shirts?
Not that confident, mate.
I was about to
I'm going glass half full and saying we get one attacker in.
Okay.
But that is very much me trying to be positive so that I don't get accused of being negative, to be honest.
Con, before you go, you've got a wonderful podcast out there that's doing real good waves in the Spurs community. Tell everyone where they can find the Whistleblowers. You've had some wonderful guests on already. Great chat with the Trust the other night. Maybe give listeners a view in terms of where they can find you and what's to come coming up for yourself.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, so myself and Billy T, who obviously you'll all know because you can never escape his face at the moment, it seems, on YouTube or TalkSport or whatever else. But yeah, we are co-hosting the Whistleblowers on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and we're looking at doing sort of 2 shows a week. So Rick, you've been on already, haven't you? And there's sort of vast array of Tottenham topics. There's never a shortage of things to talk about, is there? So
no.
Yes, thank you very much.
You've been a diamond, mate. Thank you so much, Colin. Thank you so much for all your help during this window. You've been a diamond.
Hartman, nice to see you.
It's fleeting. Listen, Con, thank you so much. The wonderful Connor from Leaving Office 1882. Got to check him out. Oh, God, I tell you, we are joined by musical royalty, acting royalty. Where is this show going to go? It's 18 minutes past 1 p.m. UK time, and we're unleashing Jar Wobble firstly to the audience, and then down to pick up the pieces of what they will be left of the show once I'm in court somewhere being sued. Jar, firstly, mate, it's lovely to have you back on here. I know what you're going to say to me, Rick. I ain't surprised. We're here discussing absolutely.
No, I think it's great that you've got music and acting going for the creative arts, because there's sort of happening with Tottenham at the moment, right, today, on the last day. So you need some entertainment. We'll have to be the entertainment. We'll have to be the turn, me and Hartman. because there's it's dead as a dodo apparently. I went out for a jog earlier and I'm on a Tottenham WhatsApp group and they just said they've been on Sky and it looks like nothing's happening. And yet again, you kind of think the proper groups, the proper clubs, the serious clubs, you get your business done early. You have a plan. You're proactive. Whereas obviously we're just being reactive in regard to injuries and who we can get in. So we're like the desperate bloke in the pub in the 70s at 10 past 11, desperately trying to pull, and it's just a bit too late now. I'm afraid. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, I don't know. You know, I thought it was a great comeback the other day, and as I was saying before we come on air, I'm the only Spurs fan I know that's still just about has got any faith in Thomas Frank. I think he's intelligent. I think he's probably got intelligent people around him.
Just a shame what's above him, Jar.
Well, I was about to say his problems are probably managing up as much as anything. You know, people like I saw Simon Jordan on TalkSport saying something along the lines. He felt now, and I don't like a lot of stuff about Simon Jordan, but he often speaks sense. And just felt now Levy's gone and Paratici's gone. You know, maybe he's lost his kind of allies, so to speak. You know, but I think he's intelligent. All these talk that his football isn't great. It's very basic. But all these guys, they all get their UEFA A badges. They all know the formula, you know, and you work with what you've got. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's about building a spirit. And what's been lacking at Tottenham's a fighting spirit over decades, on and off. And we saw some fight. We've seen some fighting spirit recently. Not just in the second half against City, but away. I was at the Palace game away when we won, and there was some fight there, you know. So they're playing. They're obviously playing for him. You can't say he's lost the dressing room. And so it's my long-winded way of saying that, you know, maybe we won't get anybody in, but even with all the injuries, I mean, Danso, bloody hell, was doing so well, so dependable, and we lose him now. But you have to find the answers within the group, and that comes from having an incredibly strong spirit. I think that, and I'm being surprisingly, I reserve the right in a month's time to say I've got this completely wrong when we're on the verge of relegation, you know. But I thought that Gallagher's been a good signing, funded by the Johnson money, I suppose, you know.
Yep.
But I thought Gallagher and Xavi was different class second half, not only for the skill but for the fight. Could well be our new Modric. Reminds me a little bit of Ozzy Ardiles, the way he carries the ball as well. Got the outside of the foot thing going on like Modric. So, you know, sometimes in life you can't be dependent on a messiah or some external force. As human, we always externalise everything. You have to find it from within the group, and I think he'll be trying desperately to build that. And it won't be easy because you're going to have some players maybe a bit prima donna-ish, like Romero, maybe, who saved us a point at Burnley, let's not forget, and I like him. But I felt you know, so he was being really good on yesterday against City. I felt psychologically the team were probably better off without him. And also, they could move the ball quicker because he does that thing, something of holding on to the ball. He was doing that in the first half.
Yep.
And you've got a line of 3 City midfielders in front of him, and he's kind of saying to people, come short. Well, there's no space. You can't be doing those eye of a needle passes, you know, which you can do, which is great in some games. But not in the Prem. You're probably not going to get away with it. It's too condensed. It's too intense. You go out wide. You know, that's why you go wide. So I'm not saying, you know, they transfer into Real Madrid or anything now, but you know, you know, the group found a solution yesterday. You know, and Romero, I'm not Romero. I hope we keep him up. He's got some fight. He's got something that Dave Mackay about him. So he's got a bit of attitude, you know. But can you imagine how difficult it is for Thomas Frank? You've got a bit of a void maybe above you. You're trying to get a group thing going on. You've got 1 or 2 players who maybe think they're a little bit better than they are, and they've got a little bit of an attitude, you know. I think this is why they've got people like Gallagher in for his effect on the dressing room as much as on the pitch. You know, good pros. You know, Paulinho, I think, is probably in that line. who's as good a centre-half. I really like the geezer. Can't believe you got Spurs fans going back a few weeks. Oh, we shouldn't take the loan up on him. He's crap. You think, oh, stroll on. It's exactly the kind of play you need at this point, you know. And today, you know, I just think with Tottenham, if you were kind of really sussed out, you'd be looking at the Championship, and you'd be making offers for warhorse kind of players, mid-20s, late 20s, you know, the right players. I'm not talking about getting Oliver Skip back, you know, but you go and get there's some players to be added, and maybe even Division 1, and giving us some loan players and making them some offers they can't refuse, to have some fight, players that can handle the intensity. Although the English, obviously the Premier League is, I wouldn't say the best league in the world to look at right now, but it's the most intense and the most physically demanding. And you can see that's why, you know, with English teams doing so well in the Champions League, because teams still play football. It's a little bit more open. But for me this year, the quality of the it's very English again, you know, long throws, set pieces, and it's more like an extension of the Championship, basically, you know. You haven't got free flight. It's a long way to tick attacker, you know. And football goes through, you know,
of course,
through these phases. Arteta has realised it at Arsenal and embraced it ahead of the curve. Pep would be too sniffy to do it, of course, you know, at City, and therefore will pay the price probably. But Arteta's embraced that, you know, and so, you know, especially as we've got a little bit of a dogfight on our hands still, that's where I would have been looking, rather than hearing about players at Monaco and this, that, and the other. You know, we have got Tell, we have got Odegaard. Obviously, Tell's not, I doubt, will go anywhere now unless we get someone in last minute, you know. I doubt that Dragushin will go anywhere now, you know, because there was talk, his agent, who seems to have a lot to say for himself, I noticed, was saying he is a gladiator, therefore he should be in Rome, you know, with Rome. And you think, oh, so long, it's like a kind of film script or something, you know, but we need him. And he was poor yesterday in the first half, involved, you know, I mean, with that terrible ball and the terrible defending with the first one. We showed, it's like, what are you doing? You shine him on his right, you know. Like, you know.
I just wonder on that point, Jar. I think
at least put your leg out, son.
I think with Radu, I think again, it's interesting.
But I thought second half.
Yeah,
I think he's good. I like there's something about Dragushin. I like the look of him, as I was about to say. You know, we dance so out. You can't let him go anywhere.
No. Now let's bring you in. Love to have you back on the show. I've got two very, very well accomplished Spurs fans over many, many years that have seen a lot and been through a lot. I know many have kind of seen this script before in terms of the transfer window. And at this point where we are right now, we are approaching 6 hours and 33 minutes. Now, what's your gauge in terms of, are you expecting anything on this deadline day? There's been murmurs of a striker coming in, but as until now, that hasn't materialised. Are you surprised we're in this position, or is this roughly what you was expecting coming into this deadline day?
It's what I was expecting, to be honest. I felt that I don't think there's been a clear plan from our transfer budget and our transfer targets. I don't think they've all sat down and been reading or singing off the same song sheet. And I feel that may have been due to the form. That may have also been due to their indecision on whether or not they were going to sack Frank or not. And I feel that we're just sat on our hands. And I think if you do that in a transfer window, especially when it's a World Cup transfer window as well, it is harder to get players to move in this window, especially permanently. They may be up for a loan, but they've got to see the guarantee of first team football and go, yes, I can do it. And I know people say that, there hasn't been great signings that have been happening in this window. It's not kind of revolutionized teams, but teams have been able to get the player that they need. And I think that's always been a struggle with Tottenham. The player that we need doesn't get bought. And we see window after window, we can all see the problem area and it doesn't get addressed. And I feel that's, for me, is where I'm looking at the change of board or personnel in our board to go, let's start working in a different way. And I feel that this was an opportunity for that to be shown to us as fans, to go, look, this is the new way of working. This is what Tottenham's about. And I feel that they've sat on their hands again and they've left us again as a fan base going, if only we had been more active, if only we had looked at the options earlier, if only we had planned ahead. We are always reacting to what's happened, not being forward thinking and planning ahead. Injuries happen to every football club in the world. It's not new, but it's having an idea of players and who you're looking at and being able to address, is that signing going to work? And do we bring them in now? And I feel that, again, Tottenham being Tottenham, we wait. The only positive I would say in this window is we haven't been bombarded with Spurs have been linked with this one, Spurs have been linked with that one. There hasn't been an onslaught of that. Whether that's been true or not, if we have been busy, I don't know. Because Robinson, that bid came out of nowhere. And it was like, oh, wow. And I felt like the business was kind of happening in a way that if they were activating, they were going for it and trying to get it done.
Is that a worry, no doubt, that we didn't get that deal done, though? I mean, are you concerned about the fact that we're clearly short in the defensive area? They've gone for Robertson. Yes, that one seems more pre-planned. They've tried to bring it across from the summer. But are you worried now the fact that even that kind of deal, they haven't got that done? Or was that always going to be a difficult deal to do, given Liverpool's need for reinforcements?
It's when you leave it late in the window, Rick. If they had approached Liverpool at the start of the window and made this bid, then they would have been more aligned to make it happen, because it gives them a time to buy someone themselves. Obviously, you can't predict that Ben Davies is going to get injured, but you knew you wanted him out. So you have the conversation with Liverpool and go, look, we're in the window. What kind of money are we talking if we wanted him now or then? And see if it's worth making the deal. And I think, because we leave it again, lastminute.com, I know Liverpool tried to sign someone. I think they're getting someone through now, but he doesn't come till June. No. So they're going to say to us, end of the season, if you want him now, he's yours. Yeah, but ultimately, it's not when we needed him. And again, it's just that unfortunate nature of our structure that we just react too late and we don't make the forward plan. They would tell us this was something they were going to do in the summer. So if it happens in the summer, yes, it happened when it was supposed to. But my thing is, did it happen when it needed to happen? We need now. We need cover. We've got Udogie back, who looks like he's back to full fitness. You can see what a player he is when he's at that speed and when he's working to his best. But he's one tackle, one sprint away from potentially being out again. And you need to know there's another option there. We've looked at what we've done to Spence. He's got a knock now. Look what we did to Pedro Porro. We ran the poor guy into the ground. He's had knocks. Now you go, we don't need to do that if we balance the squad properly. Again, it's just we do it to ourselves. That's the scary thing about it. And we don't seem to want to learn from our own mistakes.
I do agree on that. I think, again, you look at what the options are out there on this deadline day. And before I go back to Jar, I mean, Dow, is that another problem? I mean, I said there's a lot on the earlier morning shows that the worry is around the culture. And Jar's been right about his concerns about the culture. But how concerning would it be about bringing in the wrong kind of player on deadline day and that having more of an adverse effect on the squad? Look, I mean, the likes of, for example, John Duran, who I think has shown himself to be a really good striker, decent goal return in Saudi, decent goal return to Aston Villa. There's been a lot of suggestions of off-field problems and on-field problems as well in regards to his relationship with Unai Emery. Just how important is that, Dow, about bringing in the right kind of profile of players on this deadline day and also not panicking and adding to what Jar has mentioned is a concerning culture around the football club? Because right now what we want to do is we want to help the club, not hinder it. So how important is that, Dow, in terms of the due diligence that is being done? And again, I'll make the point, we're less than 6.5 hours away now. So that time of due diligence gets a smaller by smaller window. And you are effectively taking a gamble here, Dow, on certain players if you haven't done that due diligence.
You know what? It's super important in football and in anything where it's a team sport, where you've got different personnels that come into a space and you go, how will you affect everybody else? And sometimes, even with the best due diligence, you can do the best check. You put certain characteristics together and there's a problem and you can't foresee it. It just happens. Happens as a performer. You put a cast together. You think everyone looks great on paper individually. They all sound like they come from the same parts of the world, etc. Put them together and they clash over something and it spoils it. So I get that due diligence. I get it's important to do. When you look at Tottenham's history, we don't always get it right, even when we spend all that time doing it. Like, no disrespect to what we have in our squad. I look at a player like Kolomuani, who we were hunting for a very long period of time. And if we look at body language and attitude, which is all we can assess, he looks most of the part like a player who doesn't want to be there. And again, we brought him in because we had Tel, Odebear. We always wanted Moani. We brought those guys in, then went back for Moani. And you go, what does he do to them? It's all those other effects that you don't think about. And I feel that Tottenham do that. We kind of wait, and we do all these background checks. You look at a Dembele, for example, a player who should have been phenomenal, bought for a huge amount of money, and then mentally just was never that player, was never going to grow into it. So it is a risk, and you do have to do the checks. I totally agree. And what happens at this stage, when you're trying to get a deal through, you're going to skip some stages. And if you skip that, like you look at a Lookman, for example, I know he's been on the market for a long period of time, and a lot of Spurs fans were like, why don't we go there? He's a player who, if you do your research, there's a lot of issues around him.
Lot of red flags.
Yeah,
Lot of red flags.
A lot of managers find difficult, agents, their difficulty in getting deals done. And you go, do you bring that kind of character in? Does he clash instantly with a Romero, or does he upset your younger ones coming through because he wants to be the man? Does him and Solanke not work? So I get it. I do get that due diligence is so important. But sometimes, come on, guys, we can do it quicker. In football now, you phone another guy who played in the national team with him, and they'll tell you, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be data analyzing for 6 months.
Do you agree on that, Jar? I mean, how you spoke about the culture earlier and your concerns around the fact that maybe it's not with Frank's people, it's what's above him that he's having to work with. Would your worry be, John, in any way that if we do panic in the next 5.5 hours, 6 hours, and we bring in the wrong kind of profile, would you worry, John, that sets us back even further? Or are you at a point now where you look at our league position, which again, to some degree is very concerning, 14th. I don't think we're going to get relegated now. I think, we can take into account the goal difference. We're 10 clear of West Ham. We've got 12 injuries at the moment. And with Kevin Danso, that could look like long-term. We're waiting on news, but it's been evaluated. It looks quite serious. Are you at a point, Jar, for you where you would be open to adding players and not being as concerned about due diligence at this stage?
No, you've got to weigh everything up. You've got to be intelligent. As Artman said, if somebody's really, you hear somebody's got, is really, can be very difficult and temperamental, erratic or whatever, bad influence, no matter how brilliant, you probably don't want them. But sometimes there's a trade-off. You look at Gaza, for instance, is probably a great example. Georgie Best, wayward geniuses. Would you have Georgie Best in the team, or would you have Gaza back? He wasn't the easiest guy to deal with. Well, you would, obviously.
But you make exceptions.
You have to weigh up. And obviously, a lot of people, they haven't got that level of genius. You won't have them around. I know them running bands. I've been a band leader for so long, and I had so many people come through that I really become. I've seen how contagious.
You're fine. We've got you. Carry on.
You.
This is like Spurs in the window. You're making a point there, Jar, about being in a band. You can carry on from that point. Can you hear us still?
Oh yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, I was losing you there. Yeah, for years, you get used to having people come through who are, you can see how you get some people can be so negative. That negativity becomes contagious. It's like a fire, You go in the dressing room and you can just know, you can just feel a slight mood, a slight variation in the energy or something, and you have to kind of get to the experience with that, and you go for so you have to a certain amount of boxes have to be ticked. People get along, they're positive, they're not negative, they're good team players. And they will consistently produce the goods. It's that consistency you're looking for.
I just went on that point there, Dal. We spoke about culture. We spoke about the need to add to the squad. Do you look at it, Dal, and feel if we don't do business today in this window, how much is that really, pardon the pun, hamstringing Thomas Frank from trying to get this squad to compete on the two final fronts they are this season, the Premier League and the Champions League? We've been lucky enough to have you for a lot of the Champions League games that we've covered, and in the last week or so it feels that maybe, just maybe, while some feel Thomas Frank isn't the right man, he can somehow muddle his way through to the end of the season. How much of a detriment, Dow, is it by the fact at the moment 12 senior first team players out, Kevin Danso potentially a long-term absentee? We've got to wait to see the initial prognosis of that, but it appears that he's done some kind of serious injury, which we'll know more on. Are we once again similar to Ange Postecoglou here? Again, I'm going to try and be fair, balanced on. I don't think we supported Ange Postecoglou enough during his time here. How much are we making this for Frank an impossible job to succeed, whether you like or dislike Thomas Frank?
I think we are making it really difficult for him. And I think it's evident there when you look at the lineup that we've had to put out for the last 2 games. It has literally been bare bones. And you look at the bench, and it is a lot of youngsters. There's a lot of inexperience. And one thing I will give Thomas Frank, which I say is credit to a man, is the way in which he has seen the best way to adapt the formation, to adapt to the players he has available. I know a lot of people have spoken about it at length about how he was meant to be this tactical genius, and he doesn't show that. He's already showing little elements of, with the bare bones that he has, in putting players in different positions and using them in best ways to make Tottenham still play. He's getting a song out of them, and I know we've become very much a second half team, and that's an interesting thing to look at as well. Is that Tottenham before, we've been through so many periods of Tottenham where we would come out the blocks and we'll be absolutely fast asleep. I used to hate those early morning kickoffs on a Saturday because we never looked like we was awake to play football. And then suddenly we'll wake up later. We've had games where we're always getting pipped at the last minute because we run out of steam. And Frank's trying to build a new culture for these boys, but he hasn't got all the key players. So he may be delivering messages to players that are within this squad right now, even the 11 that played, like God bless Basuma. He's a player that most Spurs fans would say in this window, we were very much hoping he was out the door. Now Frank's got to try and get a tune out of a player that doesn't always look like he wants to be there. And yesterday was a moment where his performance was detrimental to what Tottenham were doing. And when we got Pap Sarr on, thankfully now he's back from AFCON, you saw the energy that was in that midfield. I think Conor Gallagher's a lovely player and has shown already his leadership skills, his willing to drive, the energy he brings into a game. So Frank is going to have to do as best as he can with the elements that he has. And I hope that every time he gets a new player back fit, it feels like a new signing for him. And he can look at that and go, I've never had the option to have Kulusevski. I've never had the option to have a Maddison. I've never had the option when I've got all of my back line available to me. When he has it, we don't know. But hopefully those moments will feel like rewards for him, because there are some gold in this squad when it works. And I feel that there is that notion that if you overload it now, because Spurs do that, we either go feast or famine. We buy loads of players that don't make any sense, and then the squad is just full of players that are all mediocre, all 25, 30, 40 mils, or you hang for the one and the one doesn't work. So we're not good at transfers. I'm going to be real with it. We're not good. One thing I will give us to say not good, but a positive, the summer transfer window of the ones that are bought in, they've done pretty well. The signings that have come in so far have done pretty well. Like, if you look at that bunch, Barcola Moane, we look at our young boy who, I won't count him. I feel he's more a development player. Yeah, he's absolutely a development player. I wouldn't count him here. But you look at the rest of that lineup, everyone has put in a shift. And I think the only one who has not been given a fair run has been Tell. He's the one who's not been given the chance to show his real worth. The rest of them have done something this season to go, good signing. You've done well.
Yep. Before we bring Jar back in, we had some breaking news come through to us here on Last Word on Spurs.
Who signed?
Well, listen, it's not who we signed, it's who was signed. It's who was signed for who, and whether it maybe changes anything in the window. And we've had breaking news come through from Fabrizio Romano. The news coming through from Fabrizio Romano is that Simon Adringra to AS Monaco. Here we go. Verbal agreement done with Sunderland. It's understood it's a deal worth €1 million with 17 million buy option clause, visa being sorted, and medical next. Some might ask, why is this important? Why are we bringing this to the show? Well, the reason why we are is that we know Monaco were understood to be against the idea of letting Agalouche leave the football club, a key prime target for Tottenham over his last 2 to 3 windows, unless they got a replacement. Is Simon Adringra the replacement for Magis Agalouche? And are Tottenham now sizing up the opportunity to go for Agalouche in these closing hours? Again, there's a lot of ifs there. There's a lot of buts there. But the potential is that maybe Simon Adringra coming in is the potential replacement for Magis Agalouche, a player that has been on Tottenham's radar. I just wonder, on that point, Dow, before I go to Jar next, Dow, how much would that give a lift to the whole place to bring in an attacking-minded player at a time where some of our attacking options, let's be honest about it, we're decimated. We've got no Mohamed Kudus. He's out for a good 2 to 3 months. Kulusevski, Maddison ruled out long-term. Richarlison out for who knows how long. I mean, how much would that lift everybody down? An attacking player coming in, if we can, see if we can revive a deal for Agalouche in his closing hours.
It definitely would give you a lift, because if you're a player who's starting, if you're a Solanke, if you're a Odebear, if you're anyone who is in that line, Kolomowane, whoever's playing right now, knowing that he's potentially coming in makes you have to up your game, because he's coming from one of your spots. That's how football works. You can't all start. So that's going to make you want to work harder to prove yourself. He does bring an element to the game that will excite Spurs fans. He is a player that he's very attack-minded. He takes people on. We saw him when they played against us, and he's a very talented individual. It's just hopefully the Spurs, if we do make it happen, can get the best out of him and not sacrifice him and losing Kudus right now. When Kudus comes back, you don't go, oh, I've got both of them, I don't know what to do. We should have 2 for each side, 2 for each position, pushing each other to go for it. So if we make it happen, it's a big if. I would be happy with that, because he's a player that I've looked at from last summer, and he's a player that could definitely come and do a job here, played in the right way for Tottenham. So old Tottenham fans, new Tottenham fans, if you don't know his game, he very much is an attack-minded winger. He's a forward-thinking winger. He's a person who likes to cut in. He will take shots. He's not afraid to shoot. I remember this stat of Tottenham not shooting outside the box. He will definitely do that, and inside the box. And he's got very, very good feet. He's got very, very, very good feet. So look, if it happens, if they've now activated their signing, again, this is what this last part of the window is all about. It's the domino effect. Nothing happens until something happens. And when something happens, anything can happen, because suddenly teams will activate the domino and everyone can get players. So one transfer like this could mean that 3 could happen on the knock on that. So hopefully it does something for us.
Yeah, I just want to, on that point, Joel, we talk about this guy, this Akliouche. I think the key thing would be is that this is a player that they have looked at over multiple transfer windows. So when I spoke to you earlier about doing your due diligence, knowing a player, understanding their profile, I mean, this is a player that it feels a club. Would that give you confidence, Joel, that it's not a player that we're bringing in that's a complete unknown to fans, that hasn't been linked with previously? And I think the key thing being he is an attacking player, Joel. How much would that give you confidence if Spurs can get this deal over the line on this deadline day?
Well, the thing that interests me most about that fella, I remember when he played against us, he's a winger, but he comes inside, doesn't he?
Yep.
You know, this kind of, we called it a Y10 in the game. Sorry, I'm showing off. But, you know, he's kind of in between the Y10 and the winger. So it'd be ideal when Frank's playing this 3-4-3 formation. It'd be ideal, you know. Imagine him one side and Xavi the other. Possibly in some games. So yeah, it'd be good. Hopefully, if they've been tracking him for that long, they would have done their due diligence. Obviously, me internet. I've always got crappy internet connections, Wi-Fi. Sorry, but I was saying earlier, you know, the due diligence is everything. You know, getting good characters in. It's very simple in life. You want to avoid negative people. You know, people that are going to make trouble, and you know. And you look for the important. We forget as Spurs fans, because it's been such a useless culture there for years. It's been so flaky and so weak. You know, we collapse. We got such a brittle psychology. Hence the Spursy tag at times. You know, and you need to be self-reliant. You know, as a group, you're self-reliant on the group mentality. Hopefully he's starting to get that now. I think I see signs of that. You know, I might be kidding myself, because you know, you know, and that's the important thing. And if we can get in the right players, we should be careful not to be looking for messiah figures. Either with a new manager, you know, let's get Xavi, you know, the ex-Barcelona guy, Xavi Alonso in, or whoever. Let's get a new messiah to come and make everything all right. Or a messiah player. You know, it's about actually, you know, that double team back in the 60s, people like McKay, there was a group mentality. You know, there was a democracy with the power of the group, the way they, you know, I'm sure with Arthur Rowe the same with the passing thing, even and from that comes your big personalities, and then I think we're going the right way. So we shouldn't be, you know, I suppose what I'm saying, you know, they should have been better prepared, but better to bring in. You do need at least another 1 or 2 bodies through the door, because of the injuries are like nothing I've ever known. They're almost it's almost a joke.
It is insane.
We're you know, now. It's
Yeah.
just even Ben Davis, you know. So we need players in, but my thing is to have a faith in that group, and you know, the likes of Gallagher and Xavi, please God, they'll stay fit.
Yep.
But Hartman said, you know, that left side, you know, come on, you know, you know. And the mad thing is with Tottenham, you kind of fall in between stools. We go and get a left-sided guy in, but he's a teenager from Brazil. That's obviously not going to play this season.
This is the key, isn't it?
You know?
This is the key. Well, I think with this kid that we've touched upon, Jar, to stick with him, we'll go down on him, is that this is a guy that has played Champions League football. We've played at a fairly decent level. Even the French league is not a terrible league. And now, again, there's been suggestions because we bought the likes of NG and Enquiries from there. We've had some degree of failures, but again, we've seen a lot of French players do very well out the league. You know, look at Sunderland; they've had a couple of really good players come out the French league for them over the course of the last season and a half or so. I think it does come down to Jar, the right kind of player. And I'll go back to the point. This is a kid that apparently we've extensively scouted, and you mentioned it there. I mean, that Monaco game against us, Jar, he had a very good game against us, didn't he? This kid, he played ever so well against us.
Out of everyone who's been cited in that forward position. Just, you know, and I've not really studied it that hard, but this is the guy that, you know, I think a lot of Spurs fans would say that, you know, he fits the bill for us, you know. But I would like to see somebody like Hayden Hackney, as I was saying earlier, championships, one or two of these sort of championship guys, you know. I think he's a player.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not going to get him out of Middlesbrough now. I think they're vying actually to win that league now. You know, I don't even know who their new manager is, but they're flying at the moment, obviously. But you know, you look at we need a number 6. We need another defensive midfielder, preferably somebody who can put their foot on the ball and control the tempo of a game a little bit. You know, we need that. And Danso, God, you know, if you're going to be, you know, you know, losing Danso to the end of the season, God forbid, or something. You know, I heard it was a toe injury. You know, which
but apparently now he may have well-strained ligaments as well alongside that, which is why there's a concern of just how long he might be out for. So this again, I think, is the worry with Tottenham. You know, it is insane. I mean, we'll come back to Agalouche in a second, but these injuries that Spurs are picking up, I mean, they're not, if anything, they're not just short-term, are they? Hamstrings. You know, the one now with Danso is a more longer-term one.
It's mad.
But Jar, we've overhauled the whole medical stuff.
You have to think.
We've overhauled the whole medical stuff.
You have to. Sometimes you just have a sort of spike, don't you? You can have a cluster for whatever reason.
But ready for 3 seasons. For 3 seasons.
Yeah, it just makes no. It's crazy. It must be the worst or close to the worst in the league. I think some of it must be like last year. People like Van der Ven were making insane recovery runs, 50-yard Olympian sprints. You know, but like 50 yards ain't Olympic distance, is it? But 100-yard sprints, their version of, you know, these fast little sprints, recovery sprints. And I think when you're putting fires out and you're rushing around, you know, all over the shop like a headless chicken when you're getting overrun, you're far more likely to pick injuries up, you know. You know, I must say. So, you know, yet again, the culture, as you start to play in a more controlled way, you're less likely to have those injuries. And when you've got, you know, obviously the ideal is to have 2 top-class players for every position. Good to go. You know, that's the ideal.
I agree.
You know, you know, and yet again, for all the talk, you know, talk is cheap. I, you know, feel for Frank, because obviously if you've got a recruiting staff who are, for me, in my view, really on it, you'd already have at least 1 or 2 other players through the door. You would just get the deals done. You know, you would just get the deals done. I suspect it will be a very busy next few hours across the board. I think, you know, not the busiest we've ever seen, but a lot of deals. I've got a feeling it's all going to be a bit lastminute.com this year.
Okay. Well, listen, let's see what Spurs are going to do. Just on that point, before we go back to Jar, Dowd, to come over to you. I think the key thing we go back to is this, obviously, player that Spurs will be looking at in Agalouche is, number one, they know him, as you've just said there. They've done their due diligence on him before, so that's a good signing of it. Dowd, what convinces the player right now Spurs is the right place for him? Does he look at the fact that at the moment, look, I said this to you the other week or so, obviously, we've both got kids, and the fact that, you know, you look at, you know, kids now growing up into who they have in the back of their shirt right now. Xavi's probably the predominant one in the squad. They probably look at and think, yeah, Xavi looks like a footballer, looks like a baller you're getting on the back of your shirt. Likewise to Maddison, but again, Maddison's out more long term, same as Kulusevski. If Spurs are going to Agalouche right now, what are they saying to this guy? Are they trying to sell him the fact that, look, these fans are craving a superstar player. You could be that for us. We've seen you play against us. You've torn us to pieces. We've got genuine belief that despite when those forwards come back, we still think you can have a massive, massive impact on the first team squad. What are they saying right now if they are going back in for this kid to give him the confidence that he's a big part of Tottenham's future, given like we've said already, like Jar said about the uncertainty with the manager and the feeling around the board? What is driving him down to this football club from your perspective?
That's a really interesting question, because Spurs is a harder sell, I would say, right now, because we're not where we want to be and we're not where we think we should be. And you're selling to a young player. I think you're selling him potential. You're saying that we're potential and you're potential, and if we grow together, there is no limit to what we could achieve. We are the Europa League champions. We've won that trophy. We win here. Come and win with us and come and be the superstar, as you quite rightly said, and let kids around the world, because our brand is around the world, let kids around the world put your name on the back of their shirt and play. But you know what, Rick? The bigger thing is going to be how much you pay me a week. That's what is going to be the agent's job, to go, how much are you putting in my pocket? How much do you value me by what you're willing to pay me? And it's going to be that sell as well. And I think Spurs have got to make it an appealing deal for him. And remember, Monaco aren't playing badly right now. You know what I mean? They're playing good football. And why would he risk leaving that to come here? And look, as you quite rightly said, we've got a lot of players injured. So when they come back, are you saying that I'm number 2 to these guys? Am I sitting on the bench? What is the picture for me? Because I'm starting over here. Do I come in and start for you? And then if they have done their due diligence, has he got the mentality of a person who goes, if I'm not starting, I want to start. I'm working hard to start. I'm pushing every session to show the gaffer that I'm the man. Because hopefully next season, we're in and around everything and we're competing for everything. The other hard sell, which we ain't talking about much right now, is, are you selling him the gaffer? Are you saying that Thomas Frank is your gaffer? And as a player, you're going, is he till the end of the season? Because does he like me? Am I signing with him? And then come into the season, you're going to rip up the manual and go, he's not the guy, it's someone else. And will I fit into his plan? So we've got to be very careful on what we say now and the kind of promises that are made to players. Because if you set it up wrong, we could have a very upset bunch in the summer. And suddenly you've got players that are disgruntled and we go into a new season in an even worse state.
Yeah, that's a very key point you bring on there, Dal. Before we go back to Jar, we've had some news coming through to us here on Last Word on Spurs with regards to, this might upset a few people because of the nature of the target Spurs are discussing. And again, this is what the beauty of the window is. Like Jar says, we might have a domino effect that takes place during this transfer window. It's understood Spurs are interested in the 18-year-old heart striker, James Wilson, alongside Arsenal at the moment. So Tottenham rivaling Arsenal for the 18-year-old heart striker, James Wilson. It would be an initial loan with an option to buy, and this one would be for the under-21 squad, not for the first team. What I find crazy is, Jar, how these deals come up on deadline day and why these are not discussed beforehand when you've had 31 days of the transfer window to have these discussions. And right now you've got a fan base that are really frustrated by the lack of real, genuine first team players coming in. And here we are linked to an 18-year-old battling Arsenal. It's not really the most ideal rumour you want to hear doing the rounds, is this, Jar?
Well, you just don't, all the time. I mean, I obviously don't know this player, but it's all a bit mad. But a lot of it, of course, there's a lot of information flies about. Of course, agents, get very involved at this time of year. Some of the press like to get involved as well. So I'm not commenting on this one. I don't know this kid at all, so I don't know. But agents of other players, agents make themselves very, very busy. As Hartman just said, it's down to the money first and foremost. And there's all sorts of pressures, I would imagine, on the players, especially when they come from a third world background, not being insulting, where, you get the right money. And I know what it's like when you're signing a contract with these people. I've never signed any contract with the kind of money they get. But back in the day when you had major deals, Give me the pen, because that's the advance I'm going to get, and you can sort your family's future out, your extended family and all that, and even players who are not coming from, undeveloped, so-called undeveloped countries, obviously, you're going to have a knock-on effect for the whole family, for your future. So that's what comes into it, and agents obviously are in, and I know agents quite well from the music business, they're in there for their percentage and their job is to make business happen, so, and as Hartman also wisely said, we're not we're not Liverpool, we're not Man City, we're not Chelsea, we're not Villa. It's in London, which is a preferable, there's a destination people would tend to want, but we're behind all those clubs. We're above Bournemouth, in terms of destination, you like to think, Brighton,
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
West Ham, but not by much, we're closer to West Ham not only in terms of league position, but in terms of being a preferential sort of destination for players, so we have to be realistic about that. With the kind of players that we get in. It can change. Everything changes. So all this, and as I was saying earlier, nearly every Spurs fan I know is still not having it with Thomas Frank is the attitude. But a few wins and a bit of success makes all the difference, short term and long term. In terms of becoming a destination. But right now, I'd love us to get this Moroccan kid in. I'd love that. I think and it kind of got, you can imagine with Xavi, with Tel, there's you could kind of think, there's something going on here. They're very mobile.
Yeah.
They can all swap positions. They can rotate really quickly up there. Our forward line, it looks like French is the first language for our forwards at the moment.
Yeah, it's at the moment.
I don't know if Solanke can speak French, but they're all French speaking.
They're playing different tactics. They're playing different tactics every week. We can't even have two halves at the moment. So whatever they're speaking, Jar, clearly it's not working in the first half, is it?
Well, this was a very good mate of mine, which was still very angry about the start yesterday. How can you start like that? It's like, it's football sometimes. It's just the way it goes. But I was really not happy with Odegaard. I thought it was a bad signing. I thought Tel was a bad signing. They've both won me over. Tel's attitude yesterday, they picked up on it on Match of the Day 2, the run he made. He looked lively, and you start to kind of think, come on, this is what we've got. That's what you've got to work with, And I think that'd be Frank's attitude. But this is it. Okay, we're doing our best to bring players in. Might not be able to bring them in. We've got to do the best we can. We've got to find the solution from within the group. You have to be self-reliant in life. You have to be tough. You can't just wait to be sort of bailed out. And I think there's this tremendous sense of entitlement with clubs like Tottenham. Arsenal fans are just as bad as we are, if not worse.
Yep.
Chelsea fans, So, but what's there to say? It doesn't seem to be a lot going on. Maybe this Moroccan kid, nothing confirmed that we were actually really going to go for him. But I would like to see a number 6 and a left. So we need 3. For me, a left-sided player, a number 6, and maybe another attacking midfield wide player that would kind of suit, would be necessary. I'm not going to get into the goalkeeper debate at this point. I like Vic. Sorry.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much for that. Look, we're approaching our 2 o'clock update, and entering the building, it's Frank Thomas, not Thomas Frank, just to be clear. Frank Thomas from Spurs Related joining us. Frank, lovely to, and he called him Thomas there. Frank, lovely to see you, mate. Lovely to have you back on this deadline day with us. Before we get Frank's thoughts and the guys' thoughts, let's give you the 2 p.m. roundup of where Tottenham are during this January transfer window. And thanks to the over 15,500 that are currently suffering along with us on this deadline day. Thank you so much. We are joined very quickly, I to say, by the Heartman, T Talking Tottenham's very own. Please make sure you're going over there and subscribing to Dow. He's a little less frequent in terms of daily. He's more fortnightly at the moment, which means you get a lot more that you have to kind of condense and have to suffer on a bi-weekly on a fortnightly basis. Rather than us, we hope to go back to twice a week after this transfer window. We're joined by the superb musician, Joel Woman. We're joined by Frank Thomas from Spurs Related. Please make sure you go and check those guys out. Run a fabulous brand over there. Make sure you check them out, of course, on their YouTube, their Facebook, their Instagram, their TikTok, and all the relevant socials. Let's come and bring you where we are in this transfer window. We're going from back to front. As always, guys, if you can like, hype, subscribe to the show, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for all your support on this deadline day. Let's update you where we are. We're going backwards to then come forwards. We'll start with a goalkeeping situation. Jar didn't want to touch upon it, but I am going to. Anton Kinski. It looked like at the earlier part of the window that Kinski was going to be potentially leaving Tottenham Hotspur for West Ham United. As things stands at the moment, he's going to remain a Tottenham Hotspur player, and it looks like he is going to stay at the football club on deadline day, barring any late potential moves. Anton Kinski is going to stay a Tottenham player. One player that is a Tottenham player, but we're waiting to hear news on how bad his injury is, which could spark into movement later on this window, is Kevin Danso. We understand that the prognosis on the injury picked up against Man City doesn't look good, and he could be out long term. There's further evaluations being done, but it's understood to be a ligament injury, which is a concern. Thomas Frankson on the back of the City game, he was hopeful it wasn't too bad, but there is genuine concern about how bad that injury is for Kevin Danso. So keep an eye on what Spurs are going to do in the market in these final hours, defensive-wise. It might be linked to Robertson. Look, Liverpool at the moment, we know, need a replacement for Robertson. As things stand right now, Robertson is a Liverpool player. There's been no other move from Tottenham on this deadline day. And as things stand at the moment, he's going to remain a Liverpool player. Dipping into the youth aspect of Tottenham, we understand that George Abbott, as things stands, is set to complete a rest of the loan move for the end of the season to Mansfield Town. That's close to being done. That is expected to be announced before the deadline. We understand that Mason Melia, although there was suggestions that he may go out on loan on this deadline day, they've now been cut short. He's going to remain a Tottenham player. He is currently nursing a back injury as things stands at the moment. And therefore, the expectancy is that he's going to be part of Spurs' squad in these upcoming months. He's got the opportunity to acclimatise to his surroundings at Tottenham, get to the plans in a bit more detail. Of course, he's only just come in this window. And the big news that has dropped in this last half an hour or so is that Spurs' pursuit of Agalouche may have taken a forward momentum to it, because we're hearing that Simon Adringra has had the here we go from Fabrizio Romano. Is that the replacement Monaco have been looking for in order to allow Agalouche to become a Tottenham Hotspur player? Those are suggestions. We'll have to see how that materialises. Going over to the Saudi League, we know that Moussa Diaby, who was linked to Tottenham in the earlier part of the week, is still potentially keen on a move on this deadline day. Failed to materialise a move to Inter Milan on deadline day eve. And as things stands at the moment, he is looking for a club, and Tottenham are understood to be one of the clubs potentially interested. Alongside that, we understand there's been interest on this deadline day in John Duran, former Aston Villa player, knows the Premier League well. There's been some concerns over maybe body language, mentality, but he is on Tottenham's radar. But as things stand at the moment, it looks like Agalouche is potentially one to keep an eye on between now and the deadline. And there have also been links to James Wilson, a young player currently at Hearts plying his trade. Both Tottenham and Arsenal are interested in him. I know whilst we bring Frank in, the Heart man's got to dip out in the next couple of minutes or so. We're going to try and get hold of Dal to see what he's thinking of the end of this transfer window. Dal, thank you so much for making this work on the deadline day. We know it's a bit of a crazy moving market. As Jar says there, it can be a domino effect. Now, what can you see, or what do you want to see happen between now and this deadline coming to a close, 7 p.m. UK time?
What I'd love to see is Tottenham actually make a signing that makes sense, not panicked, not just who's available, not what an agent has thrown at us, but something that we've gone, this makes sense for us, and we're going to activate this deal and use the money that we have wisely. And I feel that we've got a lot of money sitting there. Agents are going to know that today as well. We are going to be getting offered players that want to leave, want to World Cup games, they want to get a bit of form. So it's being smart, and we're not always good at that. That's why I'm concerned at this point of the window with players being touted around now and people looking for last-minute moves. We just got to be careful that we don't end up buying someone that we just don't need. That'll be the most frustrating thing. I know we've just highlighted the young boy from Hearts. Tottenham always do this. We sign a lot of young players around these windows. He's a prospect. He's not for now. And I feel that we've also got to look at our young players. We have a frighteningly young squad. And I say that because sometimes I think we forget that the likes of Archie Gray are like 19, Bertville 19, Simmons is only literally early 20s. And he's someone who is literally carrying the momentum of the attacking line, being the creative magic. And he's still a baby in his infantry of football. And I feel that this squad is growing in itself. And I think some players will need more time. And I feel that the right players brought in, if we either going to go for more experienced or youth, we've got to make sure the balance is right within that squad. I think just one comedy, Rick, for ourselves. One thing we haven't really thought about is the medicals. Our medical team are working very hard right now. Can we actually make a medical happen today? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Is there anyone available to do a medical today? Because everyone is treating somebody. It's crazy. The joys of Tottenham. The joys.
Dal, you've been a star. There's over 15,500 over here. Please make sure you go and subscribe to Tea Talking Tottenham, one of the newest pods on the Spurs blog. Like I say, fortnightly. We've got Dal joining us for a lot of our Champions League games and late night Premier League games as well. Dal, thank you so much. You've been a star. Sticking with us, we've got Frank Thomas in the building. We've got Jar Wobble in the building as well. Let's go to you, Frank. Frank, lovely to have you on the show once again. Thank you so much for your time. We are hearing a report come through to us here from Matt Law, who's given an update in terms of Spurs in this window. And guys, you won't be surprised. It doesn't sound like a pretty report. But again, look, things can change. So as things stand at the moment, a deadline day signing for Tottenham is currently rated as unlikely. Spurs have dismissed any suggestion of making a dramatic late move for either of the Saudi players that we discussed earlier, either Moussa Diaby or John Duran. So Spurs ruling themselves out of making late moves for them. But just remember, we've had a deal confirmed for Simon Adringra to go to Monaco. Does that open the door for Agalouche to join the football club? And look, no offense to, obviously, of course, Matt Law has been on the show in the past. Things can change in the window. Things can always make movement. Things can change. Frank, lovely to bring you into the show. Where are you, Frank, in terms of this deadline day? Are you expecting anything at all before we get Jar's thoughts as well?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me back.
Pleasure.
It's a pleasure to be back. I'm hoping Akliouche is the one I want. I think that he's the sort of player that I think he's a sort of a level raiser, and I think having him, the idea of having him with Odobert now, who looks like he's slowly starting to hit that form that I think we kind of been waiting for. Simmons as well, with Solanke, Tell I'm a big fan of, and then you've got those five as options. I think that's really quite an exciting front line. I mean, he's another young one, but I think he's young, but has played enough football at the top level now to probably be not experienced, but probably maybe a slightly wiser head than one or two in that team. But yeah, I mean, I'd love that to happen. I think the Simon Adingra one probably bodes well. But then again, it's Tottenham, and so I guess you never really know until it's over with Tottenham, because it's, you know, they like to make us all just miserable, it feels like, all of the time. So yeah, I'm hoping they get something done. But as you know, Matt Law is certainly respectable, and that's a concern if, you know, that's coming out now.
Yeah, Jar, I mean, you said earlier we might see domino effect. Does that bother you, Jar? Report suggesting that it's kind of unlikely Spurs get a deal done. I mean, do you buy into that, John, for you, or can it change so quickly? I mean, listen, you've been around management all your life in the music industry. Things can always change, but in terms of a deadline day and the nature of where it is Spurs looking at the moment, unlikely to get deals done, where's your mindset? Do you think we are finished, or do you think there could still be a rabbit being pulled out of the hat despite being told otherwise?
Who knows? You know, it'd be down to agents. That I'm sure there'll still be irons in fires. It's just nothing at the moment. Sometimes in life, I just think you get into personally or as a group where no one's coming to save you. You're on your own. You know, I've had that feeling in life a couple of times. You know, you're on your own, and you're going to either be a grown up, you're going to tough it out, you're going to deal with it, or you're not. Yep. And that's the thing at Tottenham. We're very brittle psychologically, you know, and the fans are big class. I think especially Tottenham and Arsenal are very sort of, it's a bit entitled. I'm as bad as anybody, you know, demand this star, that star, you know, you know, you want to win things and be entertained, and in a way you got every right when you're paying £25 million for a season ticket, you know, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You're entitled maybe to think that these players are not going to. Clubs are not going to be given the time, or managers won't be given the time necessarily. But having said that, yes, sometimes you just have to be tough and you have to get on with it. And you get the play, and how you do, you get everyone gathered round and you pull everyone in together. Any sort of naysayers or people that are not on message, you deal with, you front them right out. And I think Thomas Frank is smart. I think he gets the group psychology. I think he's a smart, modern, tactically flexible manager, and that's what's exciting me. And and as I said to a very good mate of mine last night, who's vehemently anti-Frank, as my younger son is, vehemently, just not having it with Frank, as you were a bit that way, Ricky, last time I discussed it with you, before the West, let alone after, before the West Ham result, So that I actually, see this, when we can change with a 3-4-3 into a 4-4-2 like yesterday. I like all that. I think that's part of the modern game, and it shows yet again a flexibility and a resilience. You hung on in there yesterday, really doggedly, and it's about the attitude, and that's what will progress us this year. And you can forget, if Tell comes good, and he's kind of, to me, I'd be surprised if he moves now. I know there was talk he wanted to go to Paris. That one was a lesser club, Impact, not Paris Saint-Germain, obviously, but the other, Paris. He wanted to go there, and again, maybe agents talking stuff up, like Radu Dragusin's agent was talking up him moving to Roma by the sound of it, and maybe Tell, start to come good. We've got Mawani. I'm hearing people say a lot of football fans are now experts in body language. They tell me Mawani isn't interested, really. You can tell from his body language. I see the geezer trying 101%, but I'm not seeing that he's.
I think he definitely. I saw that. I saw that effort jar there against Man City. I'll be honest. Bar the clubs that he's facing in the Champions League, the former clubs, I've been concerned. I mean, where are you, Frank, on that point around the squad and where this leaves Frank? If we're not going to make any additions, how concerned are you, Frank, by this second half of the season to come, trying to battle on the two fronts of the Premier League and the Champions League? I mean, are they really giving him any support? Do you think, Frank?
No, I don't think so. And I'm quite anti-Frank, amazingly, given my name, but I am quite against him now. In terms of, I just don't think this project is working, and that's. I think he's a good bloke, and I think he's a good coach. Actually, I just don't think this is working. But having said that, he has gone through this injury crisis, and I don't think in any way they have really supported him, which is, kind of what we've grown to know with this board. I thought maybe with Levy going, we might see a slightly different side, and I was willing to give Venkatesham and the Lewis kids and whatever that time. It started off pretty poorly. I thought at the start of the window it was all right. Johnson went, they sold someone at the right time, which we're pretty poor at doing usually, and Gallagher came in. And obviously Sousa as well. And so I thought that seemed quite sensible. But since then, it's been pretty disappointing. I think given you've got the World Cup in 4 or 5 months' time, there'll be plenty of players that are there on loan that want to play minutes. And I think that's the avenue that you probably have to go down this window more than ever. And the fact they've not got a couple of players, 1 or 2 even in a loan, I understand that maybe you can't go out and buy a load of great players in January. I get the market maybe is a little more difficult. And so I will slightly sympathise with them on that. But there are loan players, there are opportunities, and that's kind of what January's about. And I don't think, bar Gallagher, they've really taken any opportunities. And I think, sadly, that's the reason that we're in the position we're in. And I think it's going to cause us to have a difficult next sort of 4 or 5 months.
What's your gauge then, Frank, in terms of what they've done and what they've given him so far? I mean, what do you now look at the expectations for the season being? Still in the Champions League, currently as things stand at the time of doing the show, we're 14th in the Premier League. Based on this and what's left to play out, what do you see Spurs achieving this season, if anything?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I don't think we go down. I think that's probably quite a far-fetched idea at the moment. And so I'm quite relaxed in that regard. I think the sort of frustrating part is because the league, whether it's of high quality or low quality, depends the kind of way you look at it, we're actually only 7 points off Europe. And so that's still quite an achievable feat. Now, given the next 3 games are quite difficult, that might change massively by the end of February. But that's still a possibility. Do I think we're maybe good enough? It's a different argument, but it's a possibility. And that is maybe the most frustrating part for me, that I think that if they backed him a little bit more, or made the decision that they were going to lose him after the Burnley game, or whatever decision they've made, I feel like they've made the wrong decision, if that kind of makes sense. That I feel like that of all the avenues they could have gone down, they've left themselves in a pretty poor position now going into, as you put up there, a tough run. And and it's not good for anyone. If you finish in the bottom half again, when you go, I imagine with a new manager in the summer, going to try and sign players and whatever, and whilst we have a pool because we're still in London and whatever, ultimately we're probably not going to be in Europe. And so you go and sign players then, and they go, you finish 17th and 14th or 15th in the last 2 years. It becomes quite an sort of unappealing prospect to come to Tottenham at this point. And so it's a bit of a concern, and I think they need to work their way around this now quite quickly.
How damaging, Jar, like Tom says there, like Frank says there, sorry, it's the name that's from me, Frank, I'm so sorry. I'm going to do this a lot harder than the next hour or so. It's brilliant. Honestly, you couldn't make the fact we are a manager called Thomas Frank, and we've got Frank Thomas on the show. This club, honestly, like going in circles. I don't know what to say. Jar, your gut feeling on that for you? Like, I think that's a really important couple of points Frank mentions there around the fact that this season in general, if we're going to finish in the bottom half, and that's followed up by the season before where we finished 17th, do you have a concern, Jar, how unappealing this starts becoming to players? I mean, look, we've got Destination London, you've got the stadium, you've got the training ground. They might throw money at it, but you start getting really concerned about players looking at the outside and thinking, I'm not sure I consider Tottenham. I look at that club and where they're going. Or do you look at the fact that Arsenal had those 2 consecutive finishes, was it 8th and 8th under Arteta, and they still managed to top track players? I have to say this might upset a few people. I'm not putting us in the same bracket as Arsenal. I do think Arsenal are a much bigger club than Tottenham. That might upset some to say that. I just think that is the reality. I think Arsenal are, unfortunately, an elite club. I think Tottenham are in the top club bracket. I think we are a top club. Hopefully we can get there one day. But do you share those concerns, Jar, about attracting players on the back of 2 very, very disappointing league finishes? Although one did see us win a European trophy, did end a trophy drought, but this season feels exceptionally poor by our standard, given where we are in the league and just the factor of the feeling around the club right now, Jar.
Well, you have to, it's about having a well-run club, and I keep saying it today because there's nothing else to talk about. So you end up. Well, there is.
Yeah, you go around in circles.
There's nothing to talk. There's nothing to talk about in regards to new players coming in. Even though that's why we have it today.
Of course.
Yeah. It might change, but So what you end up talking about is hopefully you get to the essentials of things. And what's being discussed with Tottenham, falling short in this window, because as I said earlier, I'm not even going to get into the goalkeeper debate, but we definitely need, for me, an attacking wide player. The guy from Monaco would be ideal, I think. We need a defensive midfielder, somebody who can hopefully spray the passes about, like a quarterback kind of guy that can control the tempo as well, that don't grow on trees. Walton, you've got the picture up, would be absolutely ideal, obviously not going to happen. And we need another left-sided player because, Udogie is the only, Davis is injured now, Van der Ven left-sided centre-back, is likely at some point maybe to tweak a hamstring again or whatever. So we're falling short. But that's been the story with Tottenham all along. With Redknapp, when we were pushing on to be a proper title challenging team, we were always 2 or 3 players short. Remember the window, we always talk about it. We got Saha and Ryan Nelson, was it, in from Blackburn? Good players, but veteran, when we were hoping for proper world-class players. We're always short. We get to the Champions League final and then we don't sign anyone. Whereas Liverpool got to the Champions League final the year before, got beaten by Real Madrid with an overhead kick from Bale, and they think, right, we've lost this year. We're going to strengthen and come back and win it, and they bloody did. Because there's a resilience. They're a proper big club. They think like a big club. You're saying Arsenal's bigger than Tottenham. Kind of over the last few decades, it's hard to really argue with that. Simply, as much as anything, they won league titles. So this is if you're going back 20, 30 years, and there was they did things in a classy way. It was seen in football. You know, they had that old Etonian guy there running it, Dennis Hillwood or something, I can't remember. And of course, they had great enthusiasts like David Dean. We've never been able to have sensible enthusiasts like the Tottenham
we get
equivalent.
rid of them.
Yeah,
You know, Paul
that's
Barber,
right,
a prime example. Paul Barber, a prime example.
Exactly. So this is just, and what's the one thing in common? This has happened for years. What could it be? Let me scratch my head. Maybe it's because it's been the same owner, isn't it? You know, they've been there. Having said that, this culture of malaise was there with Sugar, really. You know, that's the side of Tottenham. It's with Tottenham. There's a couple of times I've gone backstage, so to speak, at Tottenham, and as you do sometimes when you're a minor celebrity, and if you go to various clubs, you get invited to things. And I bet Tottenham, not the new stadium, but White Hart Lane, there's something that's just a bit too Bob about Tottenham. You know, it's just a bit too Bob at times, Tottenham. You know, whereas in the 60s, 70s, it was this checkbook club. It had an assurance about itself. It was a glamorous club, and we've still got some of that glamour, you know.
Yeah.
But there's been a kind of a brittleness just crept in over the years, and that's hard. Going back along to me, a real old boy I know, when we amazingly got beaten by Derby County in the FA Cup in a replay, 5-3. It went to extra time, and it was a really surprising. This is back in the 70s for Tottenham to lose an FA Cup replay at home and get outplayed, and there was a brittleness about it. That's when it first kind of started. And this thing about getting relegated, I've seen us relegated, and I remember everybody saying, "Tottenham won't go down. Fuck off." Before 9 o'clock, and then Tottenham won't go down. It's too big, you know. Well, they did. I remember Man United going down. So it can happen. I think it's unlikely this year, simply because I think probably 37, 38 points, you'd like to think. But, you know, if we've got an awkward month coming up, you'd like to think we could nick 3 points, or a couple of points, you know. So we go into March, April, just needing a couple of wins, please God, you know. But I wouldn't be too complacent about that. It does happen, and football would love it. You know, people love it when a big, you know, giant goes down. But you know, and if it went down, it would be a nightmare, I would have thought, in terms of if you wanted to sell the club. You know, but that's the essence of, you know, that's fundamental. That's the commonality you've got. You've had the same owners. I hear somebody was telling me that I think it's Viv. Is it Viv Lewis? Is that
Vivian Lewis? Vivian Lewis. Yeah.
They said very nice person. Really nice.
Sure,
you know, they thought she was a nice person.
Sure, they're nice people. It just is whether they actually are generally invested into Tottenham, right? This is the thing. They could be the nicest people in the world, but if they're not, for the right reason, then what's the point? No point, is there?
Yeah,
no point.
That's well. The thing is, all roads lead back to Joe, to the dad, isn't it? You know,
of course.
know, and I just get suspect which he's not a football fan. You know, some people are not football fans, right? I mean, you know, some, you know. And I don't think doesn't seem there's an iota of affection or enthusiasm for Tottenham. How many Tottenham games has he ever been to? So that to me somehow would be a kind of issue. You know, I think the daughter's different. I suspect that, and the son-in-law of the daughter, I think
Nick Boycher.
For people, hopefully there's some enthusiasm there. You know. It's difficult because you end up second guessing a lot. Comms haven't been very good at Tottenham over the years, as we know. With Levy, it was obtuse. You know, it was very opaque. You didn't know what was going on. You know, now it's a bit better, and you know, maybe there is a plan in action. Maybe they've got Vinay in because I kind of think, God, we have to have an ex-Arsenal guy, but it was a similar. Dysfunctional club that he came in and spent time, you know, getting it straight. Arteta, look at the negativity Arteta had to deal with. You had the issue with Aubameyang and Lacazette, didn't he? Particularly, you know, these sort of star players, you know, big figures in the dressing room, and you got a real negativity you've got to deal with, and you've probably got to manage above as well to an extent. So you get this guy in that's already seen that, and it's long term. You
Well,
know.
on this point, Jar, we're going to pause. We're going to go for a quick update, and unfortunately, it's not a positive update that we're bringing you here. Obviously, the one player that I think a lot of Spurs fans have been hanging their hat on potentially joining has been Agalouche. From what we're hearing now, this is according to Monaco officials. They are saying they do not expect Agalouche to join Tottenham today, despite speculation after the Adringar deal has got done. So obviously we brought you in the earlier part of this show that Monaco are going to be signing the Sunderland player Simon Adringar, which many thought may be potentially an opportunity to see Agalouche leave the club, because there's always that feeling that if Agalouche was to leave, someone would have to come in. Well, look, they look like they're bringing somebody in, but they look like they're going to be keeping Agalouche, because as things stand, Monaco officials do not expect to see this player join Spurs, despite the speculation after this Adringar deal. Before I go back to Jar on the point he was making there, Frank, to come round to you, God, it just feels like a nail in the final coffin, doesn't it? I mean, are we now really at a point where, from what we've heard in the earlier part of today, Diaby, they're saying, is off the table, John Duran is off the table, now we're hearing Agalouche is off the table. I mean, I'm surprised, Frank. Is anyone left on the table at the moment? Will there be anyone now, Frank, given the nature of our time? Sorry, Joe, what do you want to say? Go on, Joe, sorry.
It's going to be Raheem Sterling, isn't it?
Well, before we come on to that debate, we'll come on to that debate. But Frank, what does that tell you? If it tells you anything about what we're trying to do here or what we're not doing here?
I think it wouldn't surprise me. I think with Diaby and John Duran, it wouldn't surprise me if sort of out of nowhere at 4 o'clock or something, they were ones that we got on loan, or one of them on loan, solely because I think I'm right in saying Johan Langer brought them both to Villa.
Yeah, good point. He did bring them both to Villa. He did
and
indeed,
so
yeah.
they're ones that he obviously knows quite well, and so that's the sort of thing that is a bit of a panic, but I could see him doing it quite late. And I would quite like Duran, actually. Diaby, I'm a little bit less sold on, but Duran, I would quite like. But yeah, I mean, other than that, it's pretty dull. I mean, there's the kind of the thing that Johan Langer works in silence. So maybe I'm clinging on to and coping.
Silence. I mean, it's utter darkness at the moment, isn't it? Isn't it?
I mean,
isn't it, Frank?
There's nothing, and it's miserable.
Yeah.
I think ultimately they have to do something, because, as I kind of said earlier on, if they don't, then these protests, which sadly wasn't as big as hoped yesterday, but I can't help but feel they're only going to build over the next month, when we've got Arsenal at home, Newcastle at home, and I want to say Palace at home just after that as well. And so there's 3 home games sort of in relatively quick succession with the Champions League as well, that these protests will build if they really actually let the manager down. Whether you are a fan of the manager or not, they're not supporting him in a necessary way. And as I kind of said earlier on, I get the not being able to bring players in maybe in January that really improve you. I get that. I do understand that. And ultimately, if they don't think Frank's going to be here in 6 months' time, then I guess they don't want to go and buy a load of players that they might then have to. And that then comes down again to the ownership and not having a structured sort of system and plan for the next 5-10 years, which every other club does. You go and sign a load of players that fit that manager now and fit the next one, and we don't do that. We're very up and down with who we sign, and so. But ultimately, the fact they've not brought in anyone on loan is really, really surprised me. Genuinely shocks me, because I said earlier on that there's such an opportunity to go and get players on loan. I off the top of my head, I can't think of who, but they're paid millions a year to go and find these guys, and ultimately, it's concerning they have them.
Yeah, I agree. Jar, you got to love and leave us very quickly, Jar. If it remains like this, how desperately disappointing will you be at this end window? Was it what you were really expecting, Jar, just to close for you?
No, I don't know why. It just, I'm in a mindset where I just kind of, sometimes in life you accept, it's like that prison American slang, we ain't got nothing coming. And I just felt we ain't had nothing coming, and that it is what it is now, and I kind of think he's going to have to make it work with what he's got there, Frank. I feel sorry for him, He's not being given the tools he probably needs, and it's worrying, because it's talk about bare bones. I've never seen an injury list like that. My God, what is going on?
And then on the top of that, Jar, to not invest and give the manager any kind of tools for the second half of the season, Jar, on top of that list.
No, well, you're going to end up having to play youngsters, and they might not even be. I don't know. I'm not an expert on our youngsters because our youngsters. Well, I'm always told there's some new tremendous star, and they just turn out to be bread and butter academy players, a bit neat and tidy, but nothing special.
Yep.
You know, and end up in the championship or whatever. If they're, you know, so. You know, I'm not so sure. I'm not. So I didn't really expect, you know, anything today because you know, and there might, you know, we might be surprised, but I'm not holding my breath on anything happening. It could well do. We could have, you know, it could be a couple of things being worked on. I don't really see it happening, and that's why today all I wanted to talk about is what is. That's what you talk, and that's what Frank's got to deal with. Manage it. What is the situation? Who have you got? You get a good team spirit. You get the likes of Gallagher and Polina. For me, yet again, I'm a muck punter. I keep coming back to Tottenham and all. Never mind all the unhappiness they've caused over the years. And I just, you know, celebrations yesterday. You know, when he got that scorpion kick. You know. They look so happy, you know, as you'd expect, and to me, there is a team spirit there, you know. I thought that the endeavour yesterday, you know, as I said earlier, the flexibility to cut forward, and I thought even the likes of Dragusin and Polina in that second half. I mean, he made those couple of rickets, Dragusin, but then in that last 9 minutes, I expected City to carve out a couple of openings, but they didn't. They defended really resolutely, you know. And so that's what you've got. You've got what is, and I guess now a lot of it's down to it's real nip and tuck with the injuries. Are they back in April, or you know, can you get one or two back a bit earlier than we might have thought? You know, if you can get sort of March kind of time. I guess their thinking financially might be, you know, it might have gone. The request to sign players, even on loan and paid loan fees, might have gone up the chain of command. And so he says, well, I'm not paying that because we've already got this amount of players on the payroll. So no, we're not going to pay that. You know, just get on with it. You know,
of course.
That might make well what it is. But yeah, we ain't got nothing coming. You know, I don't think. Not much. And that's just what it is. And I for some reason, I'm sort of okay with that. You know, as I said to my mate last night, was getting frustrated with me, and I understand it. I'm an outlier. Everyone is against Frank. All my old mates, my younger son, weren't having it with Frank from the word go. You know, you take Brentford's manager, you get Brentford football. Was his attitude. You know, so I'm the outlier. And I'm the outlier. I think I see signs of something just beginning to take shape there, as Frank says. So I believe in it. It's probably academic because in a month, you know, knowing Tottenham, they do everything at the wrong time. They'll sack him probably just, where they'll end up sacking him at the worst sort of time, probably on the back of pressure. But at the moment, the indication is that they are sticking with him. They're not supporting him in the way they need to.
No. Similar to Ange as well. I mean, they're going to try their best, aren't they, Jar? I know we've got to let you go. They're going to try their best, Jar, to let him muddle through to the end of the season, aren't they? That's the key, is it? Barring a catastrophe, do you still see, Jar, and you'll be on here, of course, before the season ends, Jar, do you still see Frank finishing the season as things stands, or would you be massively surprised?
Yeah, I would think the likelihood is he'll finish it. If we get heavy defeats in the next few games and it just gets so toxic that they'll just feel they've got no choice but to let him go. But right now, that's a payout. I think they'll do everything they can to hang on with him to the end of the season. And then there's going to be loads of new managers on the market, and it will be a corporate situation now. I would have thought, Vinay and others will get together. They'll have a board meeting and they'll review him. That's what happens, Vicky. The straight world. They'll review his position. They would have set targets, I suppose. They'll factor in all the injuries and this, that, and the other. But this guy might surprise us. I'm an outlier. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. It's the first. I never wanted to stick with any of the managers that we sacked in the past. I just felt, I knew it was the ownership, was the culture, and the ownership was the real issue. But having said, those managers had kind of reached the end of their cycle within that dysfunction. With Frank, because you know what, I just think principles above personality, and I think he's trying to apply good principles, and that defeats getting in some charismatic talisman sort of leader. You change the culture by changing the principles by which it's kind of run. Is the hope, and what is. You can remind me of everything I've just said when he gets the tin tack off the back of a 6-0 defeat by Arsenal at home. Yeah, you can remind me I said that.
And I'll remind you saying that at the moment, we still wouldn't change him. Listen, Jar, you've been a star. Thank you so much for all your time. I know people love you on this show. Loads of comments saying we can't believe we've got Jar on before the watershed. And hasn't he been so well behaved? He's been a diamond. Jar, thank you so much, mate. We look forward to seeing you across our shows across the second half of the season. I just can't promise you what you're going to be coming to see.
I'm Tottenham till I die. I'm Tottenham till that's it. I'm a cult follower. It's not going to change now. It's pathetic, but yeah, I'm still. And what is and I think we well done everyone. I'm still optimistic. We'll have a good season. We've not mentioned, in all the doom and gloom, we haven't signed anybody. We're fucking 4th or 5th best club in Europe as it stands. Hello? But as my mate said, that don't mean anything. It's like, it does. It does. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad. And, what is, I kind of like the look of these players. Even Tell's winning me over. What do you want to see? You want to see players put a shift in, get their foot in. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Polina. Yesterday, that's what you fucking want, and Gallagher. That's what excites me more than the abstract thought of some bloke from a French league or from Saudi coming over, and everything that comes with that, with the agents and the book. Are they going to sweat blood for you? Probably not. The likes of Gallagher will, and Polina.
I agree. I do think. I take it. I think those kind of players there. We need to learn. Jar, you've been a star. Thanks so much to the wonderful Jar Wobble. Frank Thomas is sticking with us. Incoming in the next 5 minutes or so, Richard Crackers Cracknell is entering the debate. My God, it's about to get really spicy in here. Before we do bring in all the guests, and Frank, so much for Frank staying on with us here. Frank Thomas is in the building as well from Spurs Related. Please make sure you go and check out Frank, of course, Spurs Related over there. Please make sure you go and you make sure you subscribe to their YouTube channel and their brands across social media. That would be great. Let's give you a roundup of where we are at nearly 2:45 p.m. UK time, where we're closing in on just 5 hours or less than 5 hours of this transfer window remaining. We'll go actually from front to back on this occasion. We're going to start on the forward area. And before we do, guys, if you can, for us, hype, subscribe to the show. That would be greatly appreciated. We're going to start with Kolo Muani because we've had some news come through on Muani, and you won't be surprised to hear it, given the nature at the moment that Spurs, as things stand, are unlikely to bring anybody in. It's understood that Tottenham have now formally informed Juventus that Rano Kolo Muani will be staying at Spurs during this January transfer window and will not be going on this deadline day. So Rano Kolo Muani stays at Tottenham. Spurs informing Juventus that they are counting on the striker in the second half of this season. In terms of where else Spurs are in the market and what they are and aren't trying to do, we've now had confirmation from Monaco officials that Tottenham will not be signing Agalouche on this January transfer deadline day. So that news again to bring to you. Tottenham, as of things stand at the moment, they will not be signing Agalouche on this deadline day. And also on top of that, we understand that it's now being deemed as unlikely that Tottenham are pulling a deadline day rabbit out of a bag and are currently rated as unlikely to do any further business. They've also dismissed suggestions that they could launch a deadline day move for either John Duran, of course, former Aston Villa player, and also Moussa Diaby, who both are looking for a move on this deadline day. And I'll be honest, it's looking pretty bleak now for Tottenham in terms of potential incomings. They are, however, apparently interested, and people will laugh when we suggest this, but apparently they are. They're interested in the 18-year-old Heart striker, James Wilson, alongside Arsenal. This one, it would be an initial loan with an option to buy, and it would be for the under-21 squad, not the first team. So, yeah, I mean, listen, it's one of those where at the moment you feel with Tottenham, it's going to be very, very potentially a slow-moving end to this window. In terms of other news that we've heard throughout the day, concerns for sure that Kevin Danso, of course, Tottenham, still at the moment a concern over him and his likelihood of how bad his injury is. There's reports that it's worse than first feared and he may have done ligament damage and therefore he may be out longer than expected. So potentially Tottenham, they may have to dip their toes in the market. Despite what we're hearing, they may need a defender come the 11th hour. But as things stand at the moment, there's been no revival over Robertson, potentially a late move for him, nothing over that. No suggestions of any other moves for, there's links to compatriot or colleague at Liverpool, Curtis Jones. We're not hearing that either right now. And if I've got to be honest about it, Frank, bringing you in, it's pretty bleak right now in terms of anything to accept given the move. I mean, yeah, hours ticking by, minutes ticking by, Frank, but at the moment it feels unlikely Spurs are going to be busy during this window.
Yeah, it feels like Groundhog Day, doesn't it? Every deadline day, it's like it kind of gets to this sort of time, 2 or 3 o'clock, and you kind of just know it's petering out. The one you mentioned there at the end, Curtis Jones, is the one that I would absolutely love. I think Curtis Jones would be a magnificent sign if they got him over the line. Like, I'm a really big fan of him. I don't think they will now. I think it's too late. I think it's maybe a summer one. But I think he would have been a really top sign, progressive passing wise. I think that he would come in, probably be our best progressive passer. I think he's been there and done it in terms of winning things, and so I think that experience comes in as well. But I think either him or Angelo Stiller, actually at Stuttgart, I think have to be one of those two, which are probably a little more realistic than maybe a Wharton for the summer. Ultimately, they need to make sure they've got planning in for the summer now, ahead of whether it be a new manager or whatever. They need to. It's concerning to me because not even just for January, I don't think they have a plan going forward, and that's the concern to me. Not necessarily just today and getting a loan in or whatever. I'm annoyed in the short term, but I'm concerned for the long term in that I don't know. I don't think they have any idea what they're going to be doing come the summer. And ultimately, any sort of big club, any big club that operates in this sort of way, or should I say, any big club don't operate in this way. And ultimately, I think we have that sort of identity crisis, and that I don't think we actually know what we are. And I think we too often operate like a small club and want to be a big club. And so my concern is not about going down this year or struggling this year massively. I think we're okay this year. My concern is in 3 or 4 years' time being in a position that West Ham are or whatever now. And that's the route I think we're going down, and that's quite concerning.
Absolutely. Bringing one man in that doesn't really share an opinion on the board and doesn't really say much. He's quite a quiet, reserved character. Quite a shy one, really. Doesn't really say much around Spurs. Enter into the conversation, Richard Crackers Cracknell. Cracks, thank you for making this work. We know it's been a busy day in the Crackers family. Oh, but is it a normal day in anyone's family being Spurs fans? Cracks, let's bring you in, what you're making and what's going on right now. And we're going to share it out on social media. Please make sure you go and follow Frank and Spurs Related. We're going to put it out right now in the chat. Crackers, fill us in on what you're making of Spurs, what they're not doing rather than what they are doing.
Never mind that, Rick. Frank Thomas is a great name. I like that.
I don't like it as much anymore.
I thought you were going to say it's an inside agent.
I'm changing my name to Guardiola Pep. That's where I'm heading. Brilliant stuff. And just a bit of advice for the thousands watching. Good afternoon.
Oh, 15 though. Over 15,000. Ridiculous. Unbelievable.
15,000
Unbelievable.
of you. Don't buy a Jeep Renegade. The worst car I have ever owned. Awful. Unless you want to buy it, it's great. Second hand. Do you a deal on it? Oh, man.
Is that with or without the wheel? Is that with or without the wheels?
Well, I've been out and about and not really kept too much abreast of it. So I'm sure you can run me through the extensive list of transfers that we're now linked with and who we're talking to and who's on a private jet and who's following that across the socials. And I take it there's absolutely nothing happening whatsoever, is there?
You join us just on the back of the news. I'm just putting out the message to make sure you're going to go and follow Frank Thomas over at Spurs Related, that we've just apparently now decided that we are not going to move for Agalouche on this deadline day, which felt the only viable target, given the fact that we've now dismissed the move for Moussa Diaby. We've dismissed the move for John Duran. Very, very quiet on the Robertson links. Very, very quiet on Curtis Jones links. It felt the only one viable was Agalouche. But the good news is, Cracks, the good news is that Tottenham are battling Arsenal for the 18-year-old signing of a heart striker that is not being viewed for the first team. It's being viewed for the under-21. So apart from that, yeah, we're absolutely fine.
Cue tumbleweed rolling across the screen for the next 4 hours. Then, Rick, as we discussed last night on the show, I think if you get to this point in the window, and unless something really decent falls in your lap, then don't do anything. But that doesn't mean that you let go or forget that we have done nothing when we absolutely needed to at the start of this window. So it's been piss poor planning, Rick. Once again, you know, if you're going for a Semenyo at the start of the window, you can absolutely guarantee that there'll be a Man City or an Arsenal or a Liverpool or a Man United or one of the European giants also coming in. So look, fair play if they did make a serious bid, but then you kind of have to think to yourself, well, maybe we need a plan B and C here to fill these roles that need filling.
We ain't got a plan A, Cracks. I don't know, B, C or D.
Exactly. And it's a real worry, Rick. So I think it's now we just get to 7 p.m, drawbridge comes up, hope and pray that we don't get any more significant injuries in the squad. Get one or two back.
Have you heard about this Danso one? So it appears Danso, he may have ligament damage now, and therefore what looked like it was going to be, you know, maybe potentially just hopeful we'll be back the next game. Now it's completely unknown about Danso, and also is unknown about Jed Spence. Apparently Jed Spence's injury, whilst I hope to have him back in a month's time, also that could be very much doubtful now, and he could also be out long term. I mean, it just goes back to what you're saying there, Cracks. It's unbelievable, really, isn't it? You know, we're here for the second season in a row in January, and whatever you think about Ange Pochettino, whether you liked him, you disliked him, same with Frank, whether you liked him or disliked him, they've just shown no support at all to whoever the manager is. It is incredulous, isn't it? It's unbelievable. I'll say, or is it incredulous, or is this what is now expected of Tottenham? Is this what we've become?
Seems like it, doesn't it, Rick? I don't know. I think behind the scenes, there's wranglings going on of who's running what, who's in charge of this, who's in charge of that. I think. Oh,
and by the way, sorry, Cracks. Parati's done 3 deals for Fiorentina so far, just before he's walking out of the building.
Other than that, a fantastic day. Oh, Rick, it's just it's a mess, and I think behind the scenes, the eyes aren't on the football club.
Only we could be worse off by the end of the transfer window. We're weaker now than when we went into it.
Exactly.
It's
exactly
unbelievable.
That. I think they're just moving the furniture about and trying to get a buyer, Rick. I think this is where their focus and their attention is upstairs. I think that they'd be happy to be selling the club now, and I think they're just making moves and coming out with statements of we've got £100 million for this and £150 million for that. I think they're just trying to show that the club has a certain amount of solvency for any potential buyer, that that they've got good credit, if you like. Just trying to sell the business, because I thought it was one of the I've seen some weird things in football, but from the running of a club to actually come out and start social media crowing from the rooftops that you've got £100 million, £150 million in the back pocket.
Who does that mid-window, Craig? Who does that mid-window?
But Rick, as I said to you on here before, just the principles of that. Look, if you need to go and buy yourself a car, funnily enough, like I seem to do, I'm not going to turn up down at the second-hand car dealers, knock on Arthur Daly's caravan door, and say to him, "I quite like that full Capri on the front now that you've got up for $6,000, mate. Oh, by the way, did you know that I've actually got 10 grand in my pocket to buy a car?" How much do you think you're going to get off of that $6,000 full Capri? You just, if the dealer knows you've got 10 grand in your pocket, forget it. But you go and knock on his door and just say, "I really like this car. That's a nice tie you've got on, by the way. And listen, I've been down the back of the sofa and I've got 5,200 in my pocket." You might get a deal out of him. It's so all that posturing with we've got 150 million pounds to spend, I think was just that. I think it is just posturing. I think it's just dressing the window for the club to be sold. But I honestly believe that we're in a little bit of a suspension at the moment, because any potential buyer is looking at us and going, well, there's still a chance here that if things go really bad for the next sort of 15 games, this lot could disappear. If West Ham find a bit of form and we drop off the edge of the cliff, it's unlikely now. I as Jason McGovern has said, that somebody's got to turn round at least a 10-point form deficit to put us in the hole. But there's a chance. And if that does happen, all of a sudden, your 4-5 billion pound football club is no longer worth anywhere near 4 or 5 billion pounds. So, so any buyer is now just waiting to see what happens. So from now until the end of the season, Rick, strap in, because them upstairs are looking to sell. Nobody's currently looking to buy. Players drop in like flies. And the only hope, the only crumb of comfort is that after what we saw in the second half yesterday from an 11 that wasn't really our starting 11, they can, if they go out there and give teams a game. Now, so I'm hopeful that we pick up those points needed in this second half of the season to keep us somewhere around where we are, maybe a couple of positions higher. But man, it's like we're cliff edge. It's circling the plug all the time. We're circling the plug hole. We've seen it with Everton. We've seen it with West Ham. You're beginning to see it with Tottenham a little bit now. This circling the plug hole. And it's not long before others come up and overtake you, get their act together. You only have to look at this season, Rick, and look at where Sunderland are and was. Leeds, are sort of there or thereabouts. It's only really Burnley that's dropped off and gone. So clubs coming up probably going to learn quicker than other clubs previously on how to stay up for those first couple of seasons, which means anybody else that's established that hasn't got their act together could well go through that trapdoor. But it's been a mess. It is an absolute mess at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Thomas. I know Frank. I know Mitch. I've been doing it for the last 2 hours with Frank. I'm so sorry. I know Mitch threatening entering the building very, very soon. If Cracks doesn't mind on the hand, the hosting to him around 10, 15 minutes, very, very shortly. If Cracks is okay with that for him, he can do that little bit of hosting for us. I'm talking to a guy that's he's done the freaking Alexandra Palace, and I'm asking him if he can do this for 10, 15 minutes, but he gets my gist. Mitch is going to come in a second, but let's go to just Frank on that topic. Crackers mentioned about the board. Do you share those grave concerns that Cracker shares about this ownership? Because again, it was bizarre. I mean, the whole thing around, we've been speaking about a lot during this day, that the communication from Vinay midpoint of the window to suggest we're up in the wage structure, we want to improve the squad, and we've done absolutely nothing since that statement. It just looks absolutely ridiculous. It just looks so poor. We complain about a lack of communication. We didn't get the communication, Frank, and the timing of it is utterly bizarre. I mean, what do you make of it? And if it does pan out like this, Frank, not getting signings in. What does that look like around that communication piece that was given to us less than, a fortnight ago now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really bad look. I mean, I think that Spurs have always kind of just done enough. And by that, I mean, they've just done enough to kind of be there or thereabouts. Certainly in the last, let's call it 12 years or whatever, they've kind of done enough to be there or thereabouts and getting to Europe and whatever. They obviously had those couple of years they didn't sign anyone, but for the most part, they spent 150 million in that summer in 2019 or whatever, and it kind of keeps you ticking over. You're probably going to finish in the top 6 or 7. Ultimately now, though, every club spends a significant amount of money. I mean, Brighton spent 200 million, I think it was last summer or the summer before. Brentford have got a strike force now with Sade, Thiago, whatever. That's cost them 65, 70 million quid. And so every club in the Premier League has an expensive side and spends a lot of money now. And so just doing enough to kind of leave you in that area ultimately is making us fall behind. If you want to finish in the top 7 now-ish, you probably have to go and spend 200 plus a summer. I mean, Liverpool are 6th, and I know they've had a rough trot this year in terms of whether the manager's going to stay or go, whatever. They're 6th. They spent a ridiculous number. You know, all these clubs do. Villa, I'm not saying I agree with their wage structure at all. I think it's like 98% of their revenue or something silly. I don't agree with operating that way, because I think ultimately if Villa are in the Championship in 5 years' time, it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world. But what I do think is that they've got their plan, they stick to it. And I think all these clubs operate in that way. Man United went out and signed Mbeumo and Cunha. They went and signed 2 top Premier League players from clubs that are slightly below them. They go and sign 2 top players that come in and improve them straight away. They know what they want, they get them. And ultimately, all of these clubs are operating in that way now, where they have plans and they have long-term plans. And no matter then who comes in as the next manager or whatever changes that mitigating circumstances don't then massively affect you. And ultimately, we're in a position where we are allowed to be dictated by circumstances, whether that be massive injury crisis, whether that be managers who don't necessarily suit a certain project, whatever that be. And ultimately, that is a really poor way of operating.
Yeah, I agree. Enter into the building of this conversation. I think I've heard a lot of Mitch's conversations recently on his YouTube and where he stands. I think for once in Tottenham, there's a bit of an alignment on this show. I think we're all in a firm alignment with how we're all feeling. We've got Mitch Fretton in the house. Mitch, how are you firstly? Lovely to see you.
Hello. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Yeah. So
and then you woke up.
Well, yeah, I'm joining. Do you know what? I was hoping and praying, Ricky, that I'd join at a time today where we'd have something to talk about, and instead it's just going to end up turning into a Tottenham bashing session or something like that.
With crackers here, never.
Yeah, no, not at all. But yeah, I'm good to an extent, Ricky. But as the old saying goes, I am disappointed but not surprised as to where we are currently sitting in the January transfer market. Just despicable what's going on, I think, at the moment.
Absolutely. I do agree. Look, before I steer the reins over to Crackers to host the Titanic, what it feels like it is at the moment of Tottenham and this show, we're going to give everybody a quick roundup of where we are. And I know people are going to burst out laughing when I say that, a quick roundup. This is kind of how Tottenham's day has really played out so far. We'll go backwards and we'll go forwards. And then Crackers are going to take the reins for me for a few minutes. Anton Kinski. So let's start with a goalkeeper and move further up the pitch. The keepers union, as Crackers would like to call it. So start of the day, of course, it was becoming apparent to us that Tottenham are going to keep Kinski at the football club. There was those rumours late last week of a move around to West Ham United on loan. That has failed to materialise. He's going to be still Tottenham's goalkeeper, and he's going to continue to challenge Guillermo Vicario for the number 1 spot. Let's see how he gets on with that challenge. But as things stand, Kinski is going to stay a Tottenham Hotspur player on this deadline day. We move to Kevin Danso. You're probably asking, why am I bringing Kevin Danso's name up during the January transfer window? The reason why I'm bringing Kevin Danso's name up is the concern is that Danso has got a very concerning injury that he joins the current list of 12 players currently missing through injury for Tottenham. And the worrying thing about Danso is that it looks like he may have strained ligaments, which would mean that this injury, which maybe looked quite minor at the time, Thomas Frank said, hopefully he's going to recover very, very soon. It may be anything but that. His status remains unknown, as does Jed Spence's as well. There was a hope Jed Spence will be back within a month. That maybe isn't going to be the case now for Jed. He might be out longer. So keep an eye on that Kevin Danso injury, how bad it is. Obviously, he's going evaluations at the moment. We'll bring you more as soon as we get it. As we progress further up the pitch, Mason Melia, who has joined Tottenham, of course, from his Irish parental club, is understood to also now be staying at Tottenham on this deadline day. There was initial reports suggesting he may go out on loan. Tottenham have put their foot down. He's going to stay at the club. He's going to acclimatise to the situation, and he is nursing a current back injury at the moment. So he won't be going anywhere on this deadline day. Also, not going anywhere on this deadline day is Kolo Muani. Spurs have informed Juventus that he is not going to be leaving the football club, and he is staying put. In terms of what fans were hoping incoming-wise was going to happen, we've heard suggestions that neither John Duran or Moussa Diaby are seen as realistic targets for Tottenham at this point in this transfer window, and they are unexpected to go for either of them. The one-player Spurs were potentially hanging their hats on being available was going to be Agalouche. However, we've heard in the last 10-15 minutes from Monaco officials that they do not expect Spurs to make a bid for Agalouche between now and the end of this window, and what is what now, less than 4 hours to go. So as things stands, it looks unlikely at the moment Spurs are going to bring a first-team player in. You asked me why that I mentioned the notion of first-team player. Well, apparently they are battling Arsenal for the signing of the Hearts young striker, I believe James Wilson, where if they were to get this guy over the line and hijack the move from Arsenal, he would be playing in the under-21s. It would just be so typical Tottenham, wouldn't it? We're hijacking the wrong kind of profile of player that would impact the first team. He's going straight into the under-21s. Please make sure, guys out there, Mitch Fretton's joined the show. Please make sure you subscribe to him over at YouTube and on TikTok. Please do the same for Frank Thomas over, of course, at Spurs Related. And please make sure you keep with Crackers for lots of jokes, lots of fun. And follow the X account at Mr. Cracknell. Same on Instagram. There's always... We're at a point now where I think Crackers' guess he gets on the Legends Night is probably better equipped to play in our first team, given what we're being linked with Tottenham right now. That is how bad things have got. Just one more piece of news I'm going to bring to you before Crackers steers the reins is that one thing to keep an eye on in these final remaining hours of this transfer window, and look, whether Tottenham would go for this player, you feel it's unlikely at this stage, but given the apparent need it feels from a lot of the Spurs fans for a striker, there is suggestions now that Mateta's move, which looked like it was going to be done to, I think, AC Milan, that has now collapsed. So do Tottenham, and Mitch is shaking his head there, do Tottenham go in for Mateta on this final day of the January transfer window, or is that absolute crazy talk? Talk about crazy, talk about Crackers. I'm going to hand it over to him. Cracks, we're going to let you steer the Titanic for a good 10-15 minutes whilst I decide whether I want to come back to this shambolic mess. Over you two, Crackers. Take the audience away and these wonderful guests away.
Thank you very much. And by the time Ricky gets back, I reckon all three of us will be injured. There'll be nobody on air. There'll just be 3 pairs of crutches and some torn ligaments. Rick's off to go and take himself a break. So, you've got to put up with me for the next 15 minutes. No yellow tie or anything for me on deadline day. Mitch, let me start by asking you, this window generally amongst the whole of football has been very quiet, and for Tottenham even quieter. So it now looks like it's summer planning time, really, and exactly that. Given, let's wave a magic wand here, a last word on Spurs magic wand, and we do get our act together, and we do start looking to try and scout some players. Where would you prioritise for this summer going forward, both for ins and outs across our squad? Not that I could see there being many outs, to be honest.
Yeah, God, it's so difficult to look ahead to the summer when there's so many glaring problems now, and you don't know who's going to get injured between now and the summer. We don't even know if the manager's still going to be in charge. So much, or so many variables and so many things that could change in that time. To be honest with you, Crackers, I think we need to be looking all over the pitch. To be totally honest with you, I think there's an argument to suggest that we need to strengthen in every single area of the pitch. I think there's a very, very strong case to say that Vicario needs replacing this summer if you wanted to start right at the back. So perhaps looking at bringing in a new goalkeeper, whether that's someone like James Trafford, whether that's someone like Roos from Sunderland. There's a good few young, maybe long-term options out there. Defense is going to be a very, very interesting one because based on everything that's going around and everything I'm hearing, it's, we might find ourselves in a situation if we do finish in the bottom half and we've got no European football or anything like that. People like Mickey van der Ven might start to try and force their way out of the club. There's a lot of talk around Vuskovic and whether he will come back to Spurs next season or whether he's going to do another year out on loan. So if that's the case and we lose a big name there, you've got to look, because there's a lot of interchangeables there. Radi Dragusin, his future's up in the air. There's other players in that back line that are going to probably be moved on. Ben Davis probably done for Spurs now. So yeah, you've got things going on there, and I could go through the rest of the team and the rest of the positions. I still would have to think that we need to target the forward areas. The big problem for me is that top class left winger position / striker. I'd be shocked if we don't finally try and move Richarlison on in the summer, which is probably a big departure in our standards and in terms of the name and stuff. So you'd want to replace him. And all of this talk it's been a year now, essentially, of wanting to bring in a left winger, from Savinho to Semenyo to whoever else it's going to be. I do think that still has to be one of the top priorities, along with the progressive passer in midfield, just because that we're still really lacking that. Gallagher hasn't solved those issues that we're having in terms of getting the ball through the midfield. So, yeah, long story short, everywhere, Crackers, but I'd like to see us still bring in a forward as soon as we possibly can.
Frank, for you, if we do get to the summer and we decide that Thomas Frank isn't the answer for us as manager, and again waving the magic wand and going with some hypotheticals, Pochettino comes back after the World Cup. Have we got to be careful of bringing in a new manager and then also trying to bring in 6-7 players? Because this is a difficulty at any football club. You can't really go and do anything more than 3 or 4 of your sort of regular first team in any one go. So it's going to be absolutely huge come the end of the year, and with a World Cup going on and being able to speak to players that are at the World Cup is really, really difficult. So it's some tricky old summer coming up, isn't it?
It is, especially if it is Pochettino they're going for. Then you've got to say you're probably not going to have your manager until the start to middle of July. And so if it is him they're going for, and then as you say, that you probably aren't signing players that are at the World Cup. And if Spurs are probably going for higher end players, then you've got to imagine they're probably going to end up going quite far, unless they're playing for nations. The majority of the players I imagine that Spurs will be going for will probably do quite well in the World Cup, meaning we're talking the middle of July. And so naturally there will be a bit of a panic, and because of that you can't then go and, as you say, go and get 6 or 7 players and be ready for the season. So I think ultimately this is kind of what I said earlier on, though, that this is where the problem I think I have with, they need to have a plan where they go, whoever's in charge, it's not going to need a massive drastic overhaul. And ultimately, because of they went from Conte to Ange and then back to Thomas Frank, it's such a sort of roller coaster of these different styles that you had to rechange the whole squad. And so ultimately, whoever they go for next, I think you've then got to maintain that. If it is Pochettino, then you've got to maintain that. Whoever it is, you've got to go, right, if Pochettino's been here for 5 years, then you build a squad that you keep it going, that in 8 years' time, if Pochettino stays that time or whatever, whoever's there in 8 years' time, 10 years' time, it goes on, that you can keep building on that and you can keep working on that. And ultimately, the big clubs operate in that manner. And I think we are in a bit of an identity crisis. And I think that needs to be really sorted out, and then they can plan properly. And so whoever is in charge in the summer, I'd like it to be Pochettino, but there's anyone of that sort of ilk, there's a couple out there. I really like the guy at Stuttgart as well, Sebastian Hoeneß, that I think is young enough. I like the idea of that they're young enough that you can go on a journey with them. And I think that sort of hope and belief in these guys is kind of what excites me, whilst playing a brand of football that I actually want to watch but can be successful. And so I think ultimately I think that's the route they need to go down. Someone that is central, not, you know, stupidly attacking or so defensive that it's just mind-numbing to watch, but someone that's a balance that you don't have to overhaul the squad every single time you make a change, because ultimately that's probably the reason Frank's still here, because we're sitting there going, you can't keep overhauling, you can't keep changing the entire squad every other summer or every summer, because the manager doesn't suit.
On the subject of Pochettino, I'll come to you, Mitch, and it seems everybody's had their tuppence worth with it. Could it be the same second time around with him? Because a lot of people are concerned that if he does come back in the summer, that he's now almost looking a little bit outdated from what he was doing. Everything changes in football so quickly. God forbid we brought a Harry Redknapp back. Can you imagine that?
God, that'd be crazy. We'd have a bench full of goalkeepers, I think. Yeah, look, I think the Poch one's so interesting. I'm personally one of those who wouldn't mind it too much, to be honest. But I think there's a few things, a few very important things that we'd have to consider in that scenario, because he does want to come back to the Premier League. He's said it in so many interviews. He's made it very, very clear. And I do think he is kind of letting Tottenham know in that sense that he would be more than happy to come back in the summer or whenever we wanted him after this World Cup. But yeah, a few things. Obviously, the dynamic of the Premier League has slightly changed. I think there are a lot more competitive teams in and around the top half of the table these days. You know, you've got the emergence of your Villas and your Newcastles and your teams like that who are consistently sort of battling for those European places. Now, when it wasn't necessarily the case when he was last at Spurs, also, we are in a much worse place than we were when he left us. And we all thought we were in a bad enough place when he left us after that beating by Bayern in the Champions League and sitting outside the European places. And now we're miles worse off. Our squad now compared to the squad that he had at Spurs is significantly worse. So I think there would have to be the sort of acceptance that if he were to come back, there's a lot of work to be done. There are a lot of building blocks to kind of be repaired, and he would need significant backing. I think any manager would need significant backing with this Tottenham squad, because we have constant injury issues. We have players that are not good enough at this club for this club. And yeah, I would like to see it personally. There's a lot of managers that are going to be on the market in the summer, and I'm not moved by particularly many of them that are attainable for Tottenham, which is another key thing. Like, you know, if you're asking me if I want one of Iraola, Marco Silva, Pochettino, you know, I'm picking Poch all day long. It's a different story for your Luis Enrique's, for your Enzo Marescas, for your Xavis and your Xavi Alonso's, but ultimately I'm not sure whether they're managers that Tottenham can currently get. So we may have to some extent, if Frank does go, be forced to accept that reality as well. And I think out of those options, personally, Pochettino is the best of that bunch. And, you know, you get the nostalgia feeling back. You get, at least he's someone that, you know, most people would get behind immediately and try and recapture that feeling that we once had, 7 years ago, that we've forgotten about now.
Yeah, very, very much so. But yeah, there would be a huge amount of nostalgia, and I just wonder if we could be just a little bit too misty-eyed about it all. And as I said before, there was a touch of revisionism as well with Pochettino, because as me and Ant Costa will always tell you, we went to Colchester that night in the cup and saw what happened there. And there was, you know, it wasn't all windy walks in the park and roses, was it, with him? So, Frank, let me ask you, at Tottenham at the moment, I'm seeing some very, very promising young players. I like Xavi Simons. I like what he's becoming. Archie Gray, I do really like. Bergvall, I think there's a good player. So maybe in another 2 or 3 years' time, there is the nucleus of maybe 3 or 4 of the current youngsters, very good, that go on to be sort of stalwart first team players. Coming through the ranks, do you see anybody else coming up and thinking, okay, that he could be interesting, this one could work? Because we've had very, very few youngsters come through the ranks and actually really come through the ranks. So is there anybody coming up? Does that give us some building blocks going forward so that we don't have to go out and buy the 6, 7, 8 players in one summer?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's something that we've struggled with a lot, as you say, that like Liverpool lost Trent, for example, who came through their academy, and they've got Conor Bradley sitting there waiting. And that sort of thing, we don't have that progression. And so it requires us then going out and buying players. And so ultimately, I think you've got the ones that are there and part of it now, as you say, Simmons, Gray, Bergvall, Odobert and Tell, certainly. You've got the slightly older generation, but still young, and maybe you're Dodgy and Pape Sarr and whatever. So those guys are still young enough, but there or thereabouts. And then you've got the younger generation, which is obviously Junai Byfield made his debut last night in the Premier League. Williams Barnett has been sort of really talked about. Mikey Moore's obviously out on loan, and we saw him at points last year and was obviously very exciting. And he's doing pretty well for Rangers as well. Keenan Thompson's one I really like. I think every time I've seen bits of him from the academy or whatever, I've been quite impressed with him. Tyrese Hall's one that I'd love to come back and maybe get some level of minutes, certainly during the summer. I think ultimately because we have a lot of talent that is young in our midfield in Bergvall, Sarr and Gray, it might be tougher for someone like him. But he's done well at Notts County, and so there's players there. There's a good setup now. I think it's probably the most positive I think the academy's looked in a little while, which is good. I mean, other than obviously Kane and then probably Winks and Skip, unless I'm missing anyone like glaringly obvious. I think in the last sort of 10, 15 years, that's kind of all we've really brought through and that's really sort of made a bit of an impact. And so it's important. It's important because also I think fans relate to players that come through the academy a little bit more at times as well. And I think that is important. I think having someone that you know has been at Tottenham since the age of 7 or whatever, you have a bit of a bond with them that's different to what you have with, I love Wilson, Odobert and Tell, but you have a different bond to someone that is a Spurs fan, has grown up and cares in that way, if you get what I mean. So I think it's important. It's important on a lot of different bases that they make sure that academy is in a really solid place for the next sort of couple of years. And again, that's kind of the same sort of thing that I say about having a style, and that you need it so that if you bring in Pochettino in the summer, for example, and you go, we're going to play this way, then have Wayne Burnett or whatever in the academy working that it's a similar sort of style, so that if a player needs to be called up because we're missing a left back or whatever, they can come in, and whilst they might not be at the real top level yet, they kind of know their role and they know their job. And I think the best teams in Europe, in and around Europe, have that structure where they can just sort of, a bit like Barcelona and Ajax and those sort of ways, that they can come through and it's an easy pathway for them. And I think ultimately that's the sort of plan and a way of operating that big clubs tend to go for. And I think that's something that we probably need to look towards.
Very much so. Mitch, from one extreme to the other, is there anybody in these last, we are down to about 3.5 hours now. Is there a Sterling or a Robertson or somebody of that
sorry.
of that ilk that we could potentially bring in and really help us out for that last, even for a season and a half, and especially for this rest of the season? Because Robertson, okay, but a link with Sterling, it just smacks of desperation. But I don't know. Is there anybody else out there where you think to yourself, okay, he might well do us a job, just as Dad's Army, just to come in and just to get us over the line? Because I can't see anybody, but I'm picking on your expertise here, Frank and Mitch. There must be somebody that we can bring in out of mothballs.
What, between now and 7 o'clock? Crackers, blimey. I would love to sit here and say yes, mate, but I would rather not sign anyone than Sterling. That's just an insane waste of resources. The guy's not played a competitive game in over nearly 2 years, so that for me that's a non-starter. I mean, I just feel like for me, the one I wanted us to go after was Lookman. I think he was available for a very, very good price. We had a look at him in the summer. I think Frank actually said no to him in the end, but now he's gone to Atletico Madrid. But I just feel like he would have solved a lot of problems for us. He can play in a number of different positions. He could score goals. He's direct. He's skillful. All of that sort of stuff. Him or Akliouche would have been two for me that I would have gone for. I also really like Marmoush at City, who's getting next to no minutes. I think he played 2 or 3 minutes against us yesterday, and he's a really, really good player who City signed for big money. So, I would have tested the waters for him or just someone, but we're just doing nothing. And unfortunately now it's too late for anything now. I think it's 3.5 hours is it's not time to get anything done, as much as I wish that we could have that hope right up until 7 o'clock. We would have heard something by now. So Johan Langer doesn't work in silence, unfortunately. He just doesn't work.
Sure,
welcome back, Ricky.
I honestly thought I was going to walk into hopefully last word on City or last word on Napoli or last word on Inter, and I walked back into this last one on Spurs. Honestly, what are we walking into, cracks here?
I've managed to not burn the place down, Rick, while you went for a cup of coffee and a nap.
Yeah, but I can see you've not even decorated the place. It's the same as what I walked back out and walked back in with him. It's the same old, isn't it? I mean, well done, mate. You've really kept us going here. Very quickly, Frank, I know you've got to jump. Not literally, by the way. I know it's tempting right now. Cracker, we all wish we could jump off, by the way, quite literally, but we're stuck with this football club. Frank, thank you for your time. Where can we find all the work you're doing in the Spurs community? Let everyone know.
Over on Spurs Related. So we've been pretty much daily over the course of this month, and that's hopefully going to continue now over for the rest of the season. In what is a miserable time to be a Tottenham fan, but hopefully it's slightly more positive over there. So yeah.
Amen. Frank, you've been a star. Thank you so much. You've been a diamond. We can't
thanks for having me back, mate.
Pleasure.
Cheers.
Pleasure.
All.
And like I say, interesting if by the end of Frank Thomas he comes back on here, whether Thomas Frank will be the manager. Otherwise, we'll never be able to use that gag again, I'm afraid, Frank. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. You're a diamond. We're going to go for our belated window roundup of where we are before Crackers and Mitch can tell us what's going to happen next. What a football club. Crackers has only been back half an hour. It looks like he's had a lifetime of this. He's had a lifetime of this. And poor Mitch, we let him go through the appointment book and offer it to him and say, Mitch, when's a good time to come on? And he picked the kind of 3 o'clock.
I hate to break it to you, but I have it ready for 7 p.m. again tonight. It's back. The transfer mask of doom. So it's going to end up like Jim White's tie. I'm just going to wear it every transfer deadline day.
I'll tell you what, right now, that's the only new face you're going to see this window. Look, in terms of roundup of where we are, guys, I don't want to obviously make anyone even more going through pain than where we are, but nothing has really changed in this last half an hour or so. As we've discussed earlier, Kinski's going to remain at Spurs. He's not going to go anywhere. Kevin Dan, so we're awaiting further examination as to how bad that injury is, but it's understood he's done some form of ligament damage, which would mean that he's going to be out potentially, of a long-term case at the moment, which again adds to someone like Jed Spence, who again has concern around just how bad Jed Spence's calf is. There was suggestions that it's only going to be around a month, but the concern is that it might actually be longer than a month. So we await to see what's going to happen with Tottenham and how they are going to manage that injury situation, which at the moment stretches to 12 senior first-team players being out. I just wonder, on that point, Mitch, is that why, again, it feels that there was a desperation around this deadline day? Because like you said earlier, not even before the injuries, now you were like me, very similar to the fact we need to bring players in. But when you come to a point where, well, all we've done really this window, we've just added players to replace those that are injured. And we've come to a point where we've still got more injuries than what we've got players coming in. And if anything now, like Frank was asked earlier in the window, I mean, we're actually weaker now than what we was going into the second half of the season. And yet we've got Champions League to come. and we're 14th in the Premier League. So why, as a fan, would you feel motivated to want to spend money going to watch this football club if you aren't a season ticket holder and you've already paid your money to go to watch them?
Yeah, well, I actually turned down a free ticket for the game yesterday, such as my lack of motivation for things. But like you said, and that's exactly what I was going to say, Rick, we are worse now. We are in a worse situation now than we were at the start of the window when it opened. And that for me is the biggest thing that I cannot get my head around. And we've been hearing way back before the turn of the year in November, October time that we are going to be active in January. You know, there was supposedly £150 million war chest, I think I saw a report for, and we have a net spend of £1 million in January with the Brennan Johnson sale and then with the Conor Gallagher arrival as well. It's embarrassing, Ricky. It's shocking, because how can you expect fans to get behind Thomas Frank if he's not got the players available? He's only got certain players to pick from, and he can only do so much to that extent, which is where I sympathise with him a little bit. You know, he's only got 12 senior fit players, or however many it is these days, because we're picking up a new injury every single day. So why, if you're Vino, if you're Johan Langer, if you're the board, if you're Peter Charrington, why, if you're so insistent on keeping the manager, why would you not do everything in your power to help him when the transfer window is open? And I get the argument from people will be, well, Spurs and Thomas Frank probably don't want a short-term fix to things. But you've had months of planning. You know, Frank said in his press conference, I think at the end of November, we've already started transfer planning meetings for January. But the press conference to me on Friday last week was confirmation that we weren't going to bring anyone in. He was like, because he was reluctant, but he admitted, he said, if we don't bring anyone in, then I'm sure we've got a big summer ahead. And that to me is just like, you slap me in the face with one hand and then you kick me in the forehead with your size 12 boot. It's disgraceful. And I just, I hate myself for getting my hopes up in this situation, because we've seen this time and time again under the ENIC era, if that's what we want to label it, that we don't act when it matters. We never put our money actually where our mouths are, and we never fully support and get behind managers and reinforce a squad in the areas that we need to give us the best chance of actually achieving something and doing the main thing that they told us at the start of the season we want to do, which is compete on all fronts. It's just, it's shocking, honestly. I don't really have many more words for it.
I know, and I do know, Phil, it feels like you're just doing a kind of regurgitation of summer upon summer, and it's the same conversation that comes back around. I mean, Craig, what's going to really change? I know Billy won't mind me saying this because I had a conversation with Connor earlier, that it's really hard at the moment to kind of get feet on the ground in terms of the process. We've got to be real honest about that. There was a planned walkout yesterday. I think given the nature of the way that game went, the fact Spurs came back into the game and the nature of the ticket prices, as I've discussed with Mitch many a times, makes it hard for fans to really want to vote with their feet to leave the stadium mid-game when you're trying to support your team. But what's going to really, really impact this board, do you think? Because nothing is really changing. Here we are again in the exact same situation we were 12 months ago. And I keep on saying this, whether you like Frank, whether you dislike Frank, whether you like Ange, whether you dislike Ange, the fact of the matter is, for two consistent January transfers in a window in a row, the club's in an utter mess and they've done nothing to help either respective manager. I mean, how can this carry on?
Well, look, I don't think ENIC are alone in owners in that there's not much. Like with yesterday's protest, ENIC, like most owners, would look at that and they're of a mindset of, okay, off you trot, see you later. By the way, thank you for the 80, 90, £100 ticket that you bought. And you're probably 15 minutes less wear and tear on our seats of you leaving. So it probably does them a favour, and they probably think, buy yourself a pint on the way out, because if people leave the stands and then go, oh well, we'll go downstairs and so we can watch it on the screens or something and buy a pint, then they're happy for it. Look, I can't knock anybody that's tried to get this board to listen and to do something via the protests. And there's some really good people within Change for Tottenham that care and that want to see the club run better than it currently is. But I do think that the walkout yesterday was a misstep, simply because of what did happen yesterday. Did happen. So you was never going to get people on 75 minutes to walk out when we'd come back into the game at the times that we did. So maybe there was a thing of banking on that the game would be already over, that we'd still be 2-0 down or something along those lines. And then it's probably easier to get people to go on 75 minutes, plus those that would be leaving at about that time anyway. You could sort of count as protesters, if you like, even though they're just leaving to go and get an earlier train and avoid the crowds. I think the only way that you get these people to care and pay attention, Rick, is with these type of people, is to take away their filthy lucre and take away the money. It's as simple as that. And I think that the protest needs to change in its dynamic and start looking towards clubs that are indexed to Tottenham for their PR branding. And it's probably easier to engage fans to maybe take to social media and speak to companies associated with the club via branding and just say, I am not going to purchase any more of your products until such times as Tottenham Hotspur and ENIC, I should say, change the way that they run this club. On match day, ask people not to go and buy food and drink or merchandising. And I think that if you do start to hit these people where it hurts in the pocket, then you might start to see some action and some change in attitude, because I really don't think that they care. Even if unless you've got significant numbers pre-game outside of that West Atrium, unless you had, absolutely thousands, and I don't think you're going to get. It's not that culture in England, and it's certainly not that culture to protest that way at Tottenham. So I think the easier win is to do something almost a little bit more cyber, if you like, and start speaking to these companies and start filling their timelines when they're putting stuff out, promotional stuff, and just asking them, just fill all the replies up with it. I think then you will probably see a change in the way things are run at the club. So, but ultimately, Rick, if the Lewis family are looking to get out, they'll ride the storm of that as well. So it's difficult. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. But one person protesting, even one, sometimes that your protest or a strike or whatever it is isn't going to work, but that doesn't diminish the principle of actually doing it.
Yeah. What's your gut, Mitch, on the whole board situation? Because I know we've had you on here before, and I think the feeling around a lot of the Spurs fan base was that, look, they've tolerated Daniel Levy for over 25 years. People were going to be ready to embrace some kind of a change. I think the gauge was that a lot of people were going to say, well, look, give them a couple of windows. Let's see where we are after the couple of windows, and then we can really, truly judge it. Are you still of that point, Mitch, in terms of many understanding that being the case? I mean, is it still a case where they should be judged firmly on this window rather than the summer? Because the reason why I ask that is that right now, I suppose, again, it goes back to what I said to you earlier, that we're currently in the midst of an injury crisis where, like we've said, the squad is now weaker coming out of a window rather than, obviously, of course, going into it. So where do you think, fans will lie on this in terms of if this window shuts, and this is all that Tottenham have done so far in terms of bringing Conor Gallagher through the door, Sousa on loan, who we understand now is going to stay at the football club. And I will just say that we've had some news come through to us in these last few minutes that Tottenham were apparently, forgive me, they were they have asked about Angelo's situation these last few days. He's at Al Nassr, but they've now been told Tottenham that deal will not happen because Al Nassr will not entertain any offers at all until the summer. So it looks like another one there has bit the bullet in the last couple of hours or so. What's your gauge on that, Mitch, in terms of the ball's roll come down the summer?
I think personally, it's a sign of things to come, Ricky. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to get fans on side and actually prove that they mean what they say. It's losing Daniel Levy is such a big change at the club. And like I've said already, all of these promises, all of these things that you're saying you're going to do, all of this investment you're going to put into the club, all of the transfers that we're going to plan, breaking the wage structure, all of that, it's just business as usual. I think it's going to be business as usual until ENIC do sell up. And it's so demoralizing when window after window, whether it's the summer or the winter, we know, I think all of us know deep down what's going to happen. And I think all of us knew deep down that when we were doing no business, really, apart from the Gallagher deal towards the start of the window, that it just wasn't going to happen at all. And I've judged them already. In my opinion, I like you could argue that you have a case with what you've said, that yeah, maybe we should give them at least a full summer window without Daniel Levy lurking in the background, or without Fabio Paratici or whoever it may be. And then you go from there, because what if they do go out and spend 80, 90 million on a top class player in the summer? Then okay, maybe you turn around and hold your hands up and say, okay, fine, maybe we're a bit wrong about that. But to me, there's no indication that is going to happen. And the issue for me is, where we're not strengthening in January in a window that we desperately need to, I don't see how we're going to recover to a position that's going to be really that appealing to the top class players in Europe in the summer, to be able to attract those sorts of signings. We can talk about having these funds available and being willing to spend big money on players and break this wage structure. But ultimately, mate, if we finish in the bottom half of the Premier League table, we've got no European football next season, players aren't going to be interested of that caliber anyway. So then it's just, do you then go out and sign more mediocre players? I'm seeing people getting desperate on social media. Mateta's deal to Milan breaking down. Spurs should go and snap him up in the last minute. He's been awful for the last 2 or 3 months. He's got knee problems that are preventing his move from happening in the first place. Is he any better than Dominic Solanke? Not based on the evidence that I've seen in the last couple of weeks. So, for me, it's just, they know what they're doing, and it drags the standards down. So eventually, when a signing does come through the door, people aren't really that bothered if it's a massive top class, top of the range signing. It's just like, thank God we're finally bringing someone in, and then the cycle just resets, and you go from there. So I've judged them, mate, and I don't think they're fit for purpose. I don't think any of them at the board level who are running the day-to-day things in terms of the club are anywhere near what we need to be a big club and achieve the things that they have promised us, which just never going to happen as it stands with the way that the club's run.
Probably, Rick, it's more important that we look to go out and sign some top class doctors and medics. I think with the amount of injuries we've had, because as I said last night, I apologised on air, and I'll apologise again to Ange Postecoglou, because I fed into that narrative of, we saw this at Celtic. He overtrains people. He's now gone. So he obviously wasn't the problem. We've got something going on at that club with either our medical systems or our training facilities or our training to have this many injuries.
We've got the best facilities in the world, but we've got 12 to 15 players out every season at the moment.
It's crazy. I know. Look, 1 or 2 of them are like with Kevin Danso's injury. Apparently, that was an awkward landing, and that happens. That does happen. But there's ultimately got to be something inherently wrong within this medical department, and you think to yourself, if we can just get somebody in or a team in that know what they're doing, and maybe stop 3 or 4 of those. I mean, if we still had a Kulis FC, and still had a Kudos, and still had Madison in this side, and coming back, and with a Solanke that's now come back, do we look a completely different side? Also with the manager and in the first half and the way we set up yesterday. So a couple of changes, even off the pitch, of somebody more progressive with their management, with a sporting director who's a little bit more progressive, that will work hand in glove with a manager, and some shifting in the mentality and the abilities in the medical team. I don't know. I'm a bit sort of riffing here because it might not be any of those things, but maybe that's just enough to keep the players that you have got playing a bit better, with some better tactics, and keeping players actually playing a bit longer and not injured. Because with those players out, if you could get, I don't know, 60-70% of those back, I don't think we'd be looking at the Tottenham we're currently looking at today, with and the need to sign players as well with such urgency, if you get what I mean. Of course we need some players to come in, but that's a big list. That is a really big list for any manager to cope with. So I don't know, there needs to be stuff looked at this club off the pitch as well as on it.
It does. Mitch, just to come around to you, I wonder what the players are thinking, the ones that actually are presently playing at the moment, the likes of the Xavi Simons, dare I say, Pedro Porro's out injured, but the players that are currently playing right now, what do you think they're making of this transition of the football club and what they are going through? I mean, a player like Destiny Udogie, for example, would have been bought with the thinking of the fact, I should be playing regular first team European football. Again, there's been question marks over Destiny Udoggie's fitness, but I wonder, do you, I can see you also had that concern about the players and their mindsets at the moment. I mean, I know you're very similar to me with Frank. Just don't think he's the right man, but do you think we're at a point now, Mitch, where, given where we are season-wise and the lack of options on the market, do you think we're just going to try and do our best to muddle our way through to the end of the season? Because I said this to Cracks the other week, that it feels like if you were going to sack him, could have sacked him after Forest, could have sacked him after West Ham. It feels now they're going to do their absolute best to ride it out to the end of the season and make a judgment from there. And I will just say again, it's not everyone in the fan base wants Thomas Frank sacked. Jar was on here earlier. Jar would give it a bit more time. So where are you on that, Mitch, for you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that he's going to be here until the summer, and then they'll reassess and go from there. Which, do you know what? Fine, I've made my peace with that. I will not stop saying my piece on what I think about him and what I think should happen, which is that he should not be in the job. And I think he blew his chance a lot earlier in the season. But I think the variables are too great for the guys at the top to ignore now. You know, the injury crisis is so severe, and you know, we have just picked up a good run of form in the Champions League. It's a decent enough result against Manchester City, and particularly if we get some more points out of the next 3 games in United, Newcastle and Arsenal, then you know, there's that. But going back to your point about what the players must be thinking, I mean, Christian Romero made it pretty clear in his social media post not too long ago that, you know, this club is just full of people who spin and tell lies, who don't keep promises, all of that sort of stuff. And, you know, you hear things from the journalists who say Christian Romero's been battling illness all week, but he was desperate to play for as much as he could against Manchester City. And he clearly had nothing left, which is why he was taken off at half time. And you see that sort of commitment. The same with Wilson Odobert as well, making himself available on the bench. You saw Xavi Simons a few weeks ago with that massive lump or bruise on top of his foot, but playing through the pain and the commitment to wearing the shirt and trying to turn things around on behalf of the fans, try and get them back on side. And then, you know, you have the guys that have the power to go and help them in terms of strengthening that squad, bring in 1 or 2 players who are really going to come in and make an impact and make us a better team. And they just don't do it. And for me, if I was a player in that squad, I'd be sitting there thinking, well, what's the point? What am I seriously trying for? putting it all of this effort in to come back in games, saving Thomas Frank's job the countless number of times they have in the last few weeks by coming from behind in games, and there's no reward for them currently. And like I say, like for example, like players like Christian Romero, players like Xavi, like these guys should be playing Champions League football every single year. And we are only regressing and going backwards as a club. When was the last time we actually finished in the top 4? Was it a couple of years ago now? And then you think about when we were consistently getting in the top 4, and we're so far from the club that used to be able to do that and used to, like, without a doubt, be one of the best 4 clubs in the league in terms of quality on the pitch. So, yeah, I'd just be so disheartened. My motivation would be bottom of the barrel, and I wouldn't blame the players for that. I really, really wouldn't, because when you compile that with the football that we've been seeing and Frank's tactics and everything else, it's all so, just a very large exhale. Yeah. That's how it feels, isn't it?
I think it's really hard when, listen, all of us, we spend so much time following the club, and even, I know for you, mate, again, around family, and, you do sacrifice so much time watching them, and you just want to feel like, I think that's the one thing under the Pochettino period, you felt that, especially in season 2, 3 and 4, there was an upward trajectory around Tottenham. It felt like there was a real sense of purpose. We were building towards something. And I think the problem right now is that, and correct, you follow this club for many, many years, it feels like no one can really see what we're trying to do, what we're trying to be, who we're trying to aspire to. I do think, and we said this on the show, against the show, Man City show, under the mess there's a lot of, or a few very good young players, or very good players here, but it's just surrounded in just utter chaos, isn't it, from above, which again just transcends the mood as low as it is right now.
But within that, Rick, if you take yesterday's second half performance and you offer that, even if you have got this going on in the background,
over 2 halves,
that helps to lighten the mood, and it helps to give you a little bit of hope that if something looks progressive on the pitch and having a go, then if you get beat 2-0 and you've had a go, you don't come out of the ground feeling like so on the deck, rather than that just what's been served up like in the first half. So look, just offer something progressive, something to cling on to. And then you go, okay, well, look, this is watchable. We are actually having a go at some teams. We do need to be a bit better off the pitch, and we need to be looking a little bit more joined up thinking. But at least for the right here, right now, money that you're paying for a ticket, you feel like you've seen 11 guys and a few subs actually go and give something a go. That's what you want for your money, isn't it? And then, as I said, you just hope that stuff comes together behind the scenes as well. And I also think that potential players from other clubs would see that and then go, okay, club's a bit of a mess off the pitch, but I know I'm going to pick up my paycheck every week here. But this looks like a team I would like to play football in, because footballers are only just the same as big kids, really. No kid goes out and plays football on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning wanting to not actually go and play some football. And I don't think that ever leaves a player, no matter how far they progress in their career. People want to go and play football. You only have to look at Xavi Simons. I mean, last couple of games, now he seems to have been given a little bit of license, and in Frankfurt, and then yesterday in the second half, he's a kid that just wants to go out and play football. And us as horrible word, Rick, are you ready? Customers, us as fans, that's what we want to see, because ultimately we are a customer. We're paying for a ticket. We're looking for a product.
Customer, you wouldn't treat a dog like this.
I know. I'll be talking about this transfer window as player trading next, won't I? Like our new dear leader did. But you get where I'm coming from. You know, if you see that, then it knocks the edges off of the disappointment to a degree, doesn't it? But when you're being served up nothing and getting nothing, it's a double whammy of what you're seeing and how you're feeling. And yeah, it's so that would help. Just some progressive have a go football would really help the mood and how people feel about things.
It would indeed. It would. I mean, Mitch, I know it's been very difficult for you because, I mean, it's quite funny. I mean, we both followed each other on social media a long time ago. So I feel like I've known you for years. And I think when I first met you, you was quite a positive Tottenham fan. I mean, if anyone has followed you in the last year and a half or so, they must think like, well, similar to me.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened to these people? Like, it is mad though, isn't it? Like, you know, because we are, I think outside, and even you, Cracks, outside of Spurs world, I think we all are quite positive people about life. We always try and see the good things about life, the positive things it can be. But like, it sounds mad that when you cross that line into kind of Spurs world and you do any kind of form of podcasting or any real social media content, it's just a completely different story, isn't it, Mitch? It's hard because it's like a different life.
Yeah. Well, Lord knows how you still have so much energy, Ricky. You've been doing this a lot longer than I have.
Cracks has been doing this longer than I have.
Yeah, both of you, in fact, actually. I don't know how you're still going about it. It's crazy.
But Rick, I mean, now more than ever, the world's not a nice place anymore, is it?
No,
Football it's always been
escapism. Maybe escapism.
a bit of escapism, 100%. You know, 100%. And the gas and the electric bill drops on the doormat, and you know you've got some world leaders that are less than fruit flavored at the moment, and you know it's a scary old place. You think, oh, Saturday's coming and I can just go and meet up with some friends, have a couple of beers or a cup of tea if, you know, alcohol isn't your thing, and just have a chat and a catch up and watch a bit of football. And it is a lot of money. That does feed into things. Huge amount of money out of people's budgets. So, you know, to then go and just rather go and watch the news at 10 than us like sideways and backwards, because it's more cheerful to watch watch Sky News for an hour. You think to yourself, oh, come on, give us something here. You're throwing starving dogs rubber bones at the moment. Just give us something.
I agree. Cracks, you have said to us you might pop on later on from the car. This really is turning into like a Harry Redknapp kind of vibe, isn't it? I mean, there's crackers at kind of potentially 5 to 6 winding down the window. I don't want to get everyone too carried away. I don't think Cracks is bringing back a Van der Vaart kind of move, Simon. Are you, Cracks? You're going to bring back a Van der Vaart from the car park?
Yeah, terrific. Me and Bondi was having some pasta, and then I got a phone call from the chairman. Would you like Rafa Van der Vaart? Oh, them's were the day, weren't they?
Where's Barry Fry now? I take Barry Fry over bloody Johan Langer, that's for sure. Give me Barry Fry any day.
We have all seen the YouTube video clip of when he does the negotiations with he was at Birmingham, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And the player comes in. Oh man, I can't remember the player's name now for the life of me.
I know the scene you're talking about.
Yeah, and they're talking about a staying up bonus, weren't they? And he's like, right, 800 a week for the first year. No, that's not happening. He's but that's characters, isn't it, Rick? That's just what, like, well, I know it's a different world now, but yeah, of course. Where is Harry and the car window? But yeah, I'll be back later. There'll be me, Harry, and Peter Oden Wingy in a car park, coming live from the car that doesn't work anymore.
It's funny though, isn't it? The later it gets, the more desperate you become in the window. It's crazy. Cracks, you're a diamond. I'm also going to say goodbye to Mitch and let him go back to a world where he hasn't got to talk about Tottenham, just tweet about him for a little bit. Although Mitch want to be doing a video on this, I presume, the shambles at the moment. Mitch, where can we find you, and do you want to tell them what's to come? I think we can imagine what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm all over social media. Yeah, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. Daily stuff going out on YouTube at the moment, which is interesting. But yeah, I am going to record I was about to call it a transfer window review, which there's not really much to review.
That'll be a short video.
I was going to say it might be a less than 10-minute video on YouTube. But yeah, it's good to come on and vent some frustrations, Ricky.
You too.
So yeah, appreciate it.
At some point, I keep saying at some point it is going to get better. Just not sure when it does, but it has to at some point. I want to say a massive thank you, Mitch. Thank you so much. Cracks, thank you so much. In the
Rick, I have
cast,
some breaking news, actually. Look, it's just come through on the phone. Rivaldo has said, thank you for the interest. He's written us a letter and said, great club, but not this window. Thank you, he said. That's Rivaldo gone.
At least we're going to get acknowledgements. Have you got Morientes' number there whilst you're there? Have you got Morientes on there as well?
Damn, yes. Hang on, another one. Ted Ditchburn, the goalkeeper, says, thanks, but no thanks. I'm a little past it now, but bless you for asking.
Oh, my God, I tell you. Listen, let's see what it does bring. I want to say a massive thank you, Mitch. Thank you. Let's take you back into the world and let you unleash and have a happier place there. Cracks, thank you so much. We're going to see you later. In casting at the moment, makeup being prepared for them. Gary Ward is on their way. Kate is here. I can see her in the back room. She's getting pampered up. And potentially Jimbo might be following. We're going to see before we bring in these wonderful guys. Let's tell you where we are during this January transfer window. And thanks to the over 15,500 that are with us on this show. Let's take you from the top. We're going to work backwards to come forwards. Anton Kalinski, of course, linked with a move away to West Ham United during this window. For those that are joining us for the 4 p.m. transfer window roundup, Kinski's going to stay as Spurs' backup goalkeeper to Guillermo Vicario, going to battle for his place. He is going to be, let's say, Spurs' keeper till the end of the season as things stand, expecting to not go anywhere during this January transfer window. Kevin Danso, we've been asked why is his name being brought up during a transfer window. The reason why is it's understood that he has potentially had some ligament damage, which could see him being out for a longer period than Thomas Frank expected, in which at the moment as things stand, he is, unknown as to how bad that is. But there are further assessments going on Kevin Danso, and we'll know more about it, hopefully, in the next day or two, unless we get any more news on it during this show. Alongside that, in terms of what Spurs have attempted to do on this deadline day, there were suggestions were in for both Saudi players, Moussa Diaby, and also John Duran. Both of them, it's understood, off the table now. Spurs no longer considering either of them during this transfer window as the hours tick down. Just 3 hours left now in this January transfer window. One of the prime targets you felt Spurs were trying to move for on this deadline day was given the fact that Simon Adringra is joining AS Monaco. There was a hope that maybe, just maybe, that would allow Mahrez Agalouche to come to Tottenham. We've heard from the Monaco end that, as of their understanding, Tottenham will not be making a bid between now and the deadline. Agalouche set to stay with Monaco, and pretty much meaning Spurs are in complete limbo. We have also had news come through to us in these last few minutes that Tottenham have asked about Angelo's situation in these last few days. However, the deal will now not happen because Al Nassr will only entertain offers in the summer. That's where we're at. We're going to bring in Kate and Gary to the show. Kate, Gary, lovely to see you here. Welcome to Transfer Deadline Day. Welcome to another day of the Tottenham world. Guys, lovely to see you. Kate, we'll open with you. Lovely to have you back. I know, like I say, we've been trying to make it work. Oh, Kate, where are Tottenham in this?
Do you know what?
Go on.
I've got to be honest and say I've not been watching too much of it the last couple of hours because I thought, take yourself away. When you come back, it'll all be happening. But I was absolutely convinced this morning that Diaby or John Duran would be coming in. And now you've come out and said that they look like they're both off the table. And it's kind of blown my mind a little bit because now I don't know where on earth we are, because we surely need to be getting some sort of forward player through the door. And I have no idea who that's going to be. But I can tell you now, if it's Raheem Sterling, I might just close my channel down. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah, I think
Because
even with
surely-
Raheem though, I think the thing with Raheem is, Kate, to let you come back in. I think with Raheem, the situation obviously is because he can be signed outside this transfer window. I don't think Spurs would really push that today because obviously they've got the opportunity to bring him in the latter part of the window. But I mean, Kate, just summarize your mood as a fan at the moment, because again, you're a fan. I don't want to age anyone here at all. We're all fans of this club for a very, very long time. And Jim is here as well, bless him. Obviously, Jim as well on the show. I think Jim for the first time making his debut. What a time! January transfer window. Can't make up. Kate, give me your feeling as a Spurs fan where you are right now in terms of what's happening around the club for you.
Look, I've been really dejected since Ange left, really, although not that I think Ange was the answer either, but I've been really sort of disappointed with Thomas Frank. I think early signs looked like, we were making moves, but then I'm kind of giving him a reprieve because we are so short of players. I mean, I've never known anything like it. I've been supporting the club for over 40 years and I don't remember ever it being like this. So it's gross negligence on the board, on behalf of the board, anyway, to have not brought in a replacement for the likes of Sonny. But, the first day of the transfer window, we let Brennan Johnson go, who was our top goal scorer. And then we're sitting here now with a matter of, less than 3 hours to go, and we haven't brought anyone in. And we literally are down to the bare bones. So as a fan, I'm really concerned more than anything. And I feel like they're setting Thomas Frank up to fail because, do you know what, Ricky? I think I say that every single season, but he can only work with what's in front of him. And what he did in the second half, the way the team got changed around and the performance they put in yesterday was nothing short of miraculous with the bodies that he's got. So I just feel really sorry for him because, like I say, I think the board have really let him down after coming out with Vinay's speech. It's a real disappointment that we haven't moved in this window.
Yeah, I mean, before we get Jim's thoughts on that as well, Gaz, to come in, I'd love to have you back on the show. Gaz, I know, we've been interacting throughout this transfer window. I know you've had some hope at times that they would try and improve the squad, but the reality where we are now is that the squad's actually weaker coming out of the window than going into it, Gary. So how much does that worry you in the second half of this season when we're currently, as things stands, we're 14th in the Premier League. We, of course, are through to the next stage of the Champions League, but it doesn't appear they want to do anything to try and support the manager when they have had 4 months of planning. And in those 4 months, you've had Fabio Paratici walking out or halfway out through the door, and yet 3 years have been done for Fiorentina. I mean, Gary, what is going on from your perspective on this deadline day? Are you surprised by pretty much nothing at the moment?
Yes and no. I honestly thought we were going to get Magnus Akliouche. I just thought that was going to happen. It seems to be a consistent name that I hear and being brought up, and I honestly just thought, you know what, I reckon this might be pulled off today after watching yesterday and rumours. But again, there's a lot of people that are very high up within press that are saying it's not happening, which just is a shame because we've moved to a formation that clearly, in some senses, is working with the 2 number 10s behind a Solanke. And Magnus fits that perfectly. He can also move out wide and to the right. He can cover Kudus in the short term. He can cover left as well. So he is a player that I think could help us. The only deals that we've done, I mean, we've just announced that Herbie James, who's our academy player, has just left on a permanent deal to Cardiff City. He's just gone. That was within the last literally 30 seconds that's been announced.
Yep.
Aaron Maguire's gone out on loan. We're just doing deals, loans and permans. And, George Abbott obviously has gone to Mansfield Town on loan for the rest of the season as well. It's mostly our academy players that are moving, or we're looking to sign people as well. Obviously, the new lad we've bought from West Ham, I'm struggling to pronounce his name, so I'm not going to attempt that one. But I went to watch him play on Friday. It was not the best of circumstances for him to make his debut with quite a weakened side there. And speaking to Wayne Burnett, said, there's a lot of injuries within the under-21 squad as well. So it's worrying. We were left short in the summer, as Kate said, and look, we're going to be left short again here. And definitely yesterday at half time, there was a Norwegian gentleman sat next to me, and he came back and I said, "No Romero." And he said, "What we do now?" in broken English. And I said, "F knows. We've got nobody." And we're at the point now where it's the same as last season, isn't it? This injury crisis is just, I've never known anything like it. And I've been watching football for 35 years and I've never known injuries like this before.
Yeah, it does feel, and Jim, lovely to have you here. It does feel like we're just trying to muddle our way through to the end of the season now. It feels like we're kind of at this halfway house where many feel Thomas Frank isn't the right man, therefore, because he isn't the right man, maybe they don't want to give him the funds the same way as this time last season where Andrew Postecoglou was in, obviously, seat and where they felt maybe he wasn't the right man either. I mean, Jim, do you see it being negligent, the fact that on this deadline day, we've not given anything to support the manager, and the fact, again, I'll mention it, for a second consecutive season, they've not backed him, they've neither sacked him. We're just in limbo, Jim. Is that fair analysis in terms of how you see it?
Well, I was just ordering a Chinese when you messaged, celebrating all our signings, so that's gone out the window, isn't it? I'm such a positive fan. I think you know that, Ricky.
I know you are. I know. I think we all, but the thing is, Jim, I think we all are quite positive-minded people, but I think when you enter the realm of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, you can't help but this drag you down. You know what I mean? How much positivity can you remain with what's going on at this football club?
I mean, I've been supporting this club 55 years. I had a season ticket for 25 years. And I don't think that I've ever felt so disconnected to this club as I do now. I don't know what to say about it, if you want to know the truth, Ricky, because I don't know how to explain what they're doing. It seems like from the top upwards, right, from the top going down, no one seems to know what they're doing. And look, I had a big rant the other day on our channel, which I never ever do, right, about Frank. But like, the more I look at it, the more I kind of feel sorry for him, because he's had all these injuries and they haven't helped him at all. It's the last day of the window, and we've brought in 2 players. I mean, that is so bad. It's unbelievable. And if they don't get any in, look how many. There's 2 hours left. 2 hours 50 minutes. Yeah. What we're going to do going forward in the rest of the window? We're going to get more injuries, and it doesn't look like anyone's coming back anytime soon.
Well, just on that point, Jim, it's 12 senior first-team players out, Jim. That's before the case of how bad the severity is over Kevin Danso's injury, which we understand is ligament damage. I mean, it just doesn't rain, it pours, doesn't it? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, it's going to be a tough second half of the season. Look, I said on our Mining Cage channel, I said that I can't see where the next point's coming from. We got a point yesterday. The second half. I mean, I was so buzzed last night about the second half, how they played. But are they going to be able to continue that with the games we got coming up? It's going to be so difficult because we're so short all over the pitch.
I totally agree on that. I mean, let's go around the UK on that point. You know, like we said at the moment, they've neither backed him or sacked Thomas Frank, but it does feel like you said there, Kate, in your opening intro to the show, he is being set up to fail. We're also hearing just news coming through to us here, which maybe won't be a surprise at this point, that Spurs are not expected to try and get a deal done for Robertson today. That deal was always going to be dependent on, I believe, there being replacements in the background for both Liverpool and Roma in terms of how that would have materialised and worked. But yeah, it looks like Robertson's not going to be a Tottenham player. When you look at this next set of fixtures to come for Tottenham, and of course we've got the Champions League as well, given the fact we've already spoken here about the fact that we're now less strong than what we were before the window opened, I mean, what's your hope, Kate, for the second half of the season in reality? Is it just about muddling through now to the summer and just getting to that point and then assessing the options? Because what Jim says, that I totally agree with him. I don't think I've ever felt as disconnected as what I am right now. And I keep on saying there's probably only one person out there that can reconnect me to this football club, and it is Pochettino. But I still have got massive, massive concerns over whether that's just my emotional head on rather than my logical head. But I just feel like I need something that's going to reconnect me to this football club. And when you go to that stadium, I was there for the West Ham game, there is just nothing that I look at there that represents Tottenham to me. When I walk down, even now, the street to the higher road, walking past the Formula One, walking past the NFL and the concerts, and there's nothing that's going to be Tottenham anymore. So what's going to reconnect us to this football club, Kate? Because I tell you what, I don't think it's ownership are at the moment. Where are you on that, Kate? For you, we'll get you to unmute.
I didn't even know I'd muted myself. I was very
Don't
efficient
blame
there.
you. I wish I could have for the last 9 hours.
Look, I completely agree.
For a bit longer as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jimbo. I completely agree. I said to Jim yesterday when we was watching the first half, I said to him, I miss White Hart Lane, because it sounded like you could hear a pin drop in that stadium for the first 15 minutes. It was horrendous. We've got Vinay, who's come in, who's got a history of working at Arsenal, which I think is an absolute disgrace. He's got no clue. He literally is just another pen pusher like Johan Lang. So I've got no faith in either of those two to do anything in the club's interest. Levy was always the one thrown under the bus, but at the end of the day, he was the mouthpiece for ENIC. And, we've never been staunch Levy out on our channel. We've always sort of said, I don't think it all comes down to Levy. I think it's the whole structure of the board. I'm with you, Ricky, in the fact that I love Pochettino. I've never felt like I felt when Poch was here. It was just amazing. But then I look at the team that Pochettino had with the likes of Toby and Jan, Walker, Rose, obviously Kane, Sonny, Dele Alli, Bale. There's so Modric.
Yeah.
You could go on and on. And I look at him and I think, is it really fair to bring him into this mess? Because could it tarnish what we all think of him? And I don't want that for him, because I like him too much. So for my own selfish reasons, yes, I'd love to see him here, but at the same time, for him, I kind of have got reservations of whether it's the right move for him. But as far as being connected to this club, I think the only way to do it is if the owners actually come out and give a message and stand by it and actually do it. All this, I did laugh when I read Vinay's message. We've even started a singing section. I mean, what is that all about? It's a football match. Shouldn't need a singing section.
Is it also the timing of the message? I mean, this is the one thing I think as fans you question, because the timing of the communication came on the eve of a planned protest. It was at a point where we're mid-transfer window. I mean, just the optics of this seems crazy. Again, I don't want to be a hypocrite, because we've all asked for more communication for the club, but you're getting it mid-window on the eve of the protest, and you're hearing we're up in the wage structure, mid-transfer window, right? When agents are listening to this, players listening to this, we want to improve the first team squad. So suddenly everyone around you, agents, intermediaries, liaisons, everyone's prices just gone up by 20, 30, 40%. I mean, do you not think that, Kate, it's just bizarre timing? We ask for communication, but with something, it always seems to be at the wrong time. They can never seem to get the right timing behind communications. It's an absolutely baffling football club. It's insane.
It is completely crazy. And do you know what? The funny thing was, when Vinay was appointed, a lot of Arsenal fans said to us, the one thing you'll get is really good communication from this guy. Yeah. He's very good at the PR. And it was terrible timing. But look, I just think until the Lewis family sell up, I don't know how we get out of this. They keep making wrong appointments, whether it be directors of football, whether it be managers, the recruitment. Don't even get me started on the recruitment. It's an absolute disgrace. We want to be a big club, and yet we behave like football to them is just a by the by. It's all about everything else. There's no real focus on the football. And I think fans feel that. Like you say, when you walk past the stadium now, there's a massive F1 sign. It's a football stadium. What? It's craziness. And it's so sad to see, because this is a great club. And as Jim said to me the other day, it is a sleeping giant. But I think until the owners actually decide to sell up, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Gal, to bring you in, we talk about communication and timing of communication, and even the whole thing around the Fabio Paratici, exit. He's 1 foot out the door, yet Fiorentina have done 3 signings during this transfer window. Who is he really working for? Is he working for Tottenham? Is he working for Fiorentina? I think everyone kind of knows already who he's working for, but Gal, the optics of it look awful, don't they? Just the optics of the whole thing.
Well, at least we've helped Fiorentina in their relegation battle this January transfer window. They were rock bottom at the beginning. Rock bottom. I think they didn't even have a win. Yeah, but they're 18th now. They're not far off getting out of it. So at least we've helped somebody in this January transfer window. Shame it isn't ourselves, unfortunately. And we just go with 12, 14 players out injured, and and just think that we can get by. I agree with everything that everybody else has said. I just I am, and you as well, Rick. I'm so disheartened, not disinterested, because I seem to be on podcasts and tweet about it all day, every day. But I feel so dejected by what's going on, and I just feel like, look at yesterday's game. The first half, it was silent in that stadium. I was there. It was silent.
Apathetic. It's
And
apathy now, isn't it? It's not even anger. It's apathy now. It's apathy.
It was an awful performance. Destiny Dogie in that second half took a shot, really good shot, great save. That entire stadium erupted. That's all we need. We need that tiny, tiny bit of hope, just that little bit of hope that we can grab onto. And you don't need to keep saying to us, "Oh, we need your support. We need this. We need this noise." We don't need to encourage you. You need to give just that little bit, and we will pull that ball into that net. We'll drag you on when you need to. And it needs to be that from the top as well. I just can't understand how the negligence of it. You can go into January knowing we're already in multiple positions struggling. We've then lost. I mean, we lost 4 players in between the last 2 games.
It's mental.
We lost 4. And we're still going, no, well, we may not get anyone. And we're letting, some of the youngsters go out. At this point, we're going to need these kids. We're going to need them. These under 20, we will need them. Janai Byfield's coming on, fantastic, 17 years old. I'm real, so massive credit to him. Luca Williams-Barnett, Teenan Thompson, both injured. 2 wingers that are very, very promising injured. I honestly thought something might come up today. And I said to a couple of my mates, you know what? I think it might be that Conor Gallagher situation where it just comes out of nowhere and nobody knows. None of the people insiders know. But, I mean, we're at 20 past 4.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
No. I mean, Jim, just bringing you in, you said that you're quite a positive person. Can you see any positives, Jim, in terms of the next 12, 18 months for Tottenham? There's a few young players coming through, the likes of an Odebear, maybe a Tell, but do you see anything really changing, Jim, under this ownership for you? I mean, many said just to give it 2 windows, but if there was a lot of people have already done, and we're on the first window of them in January where the manager's needed support, hasn't got the support, we'll get you to unmute, Jim. What's your gauge on where you are with the ownership at the moment?
I said 2 months ago, look, 2 or 3 months ago, I said what we need to do, we need to give this ownership a few windows to see where we're going. Right? I said the January window will be the start of where we can see the club is going, and look what's happened. So, I mean, you would have thought they'd have gone all out this window, and really brought some top players in, and it's so depressing. But look, I'm going to go on a little rant here, Ricky. When you employ an ex-gooner, right, the signs ain't good. When you employ someone that was a Villa, now my best friend's a Villa fan, right? They couldn't wait to get him out the door. They said he was one of the worst things that ever happened to that club. I mean, what can you say to that? I have no idea. Right, in all the years I've been supporting this club since I was 6, 7, 8, something like that. Right, I have no idea where this club's heading. No idea whatsoever. I don't know what the owners are going to do. Right, if they're going to spend their money or not. They keep threatening to spend it. These Lang and Vinay, they're ever in this club, I've got no idea whatsoever. Look, I was one of these people that I kind of backed Levy, right? And I said that people didn't really, I didn't appreciate what he did for this club. The worst thing at this club we've had over the last 10, 15 years is the recruitment. The recruitment's been diabolical. Some of the players that they've brought in, of the prices they've paid, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Now, you can't put that on Levy. I know he signs the checks, but he obviously gets told by the scouts and by other people. He's not a football person in the sense of who's the great player coming along You know, the recruitment in this club, Ricky, has been absolutely diabolical. I mean, whoever signed Dembele, I mean, they should never ever work in football again. And that's what this club's been year after year after year. You know, and I know it's been under ENIC, but you can't say they haven't spent money, because they have spent money. We're the fourth top spenders in the Premier League.
It's what they're spending on. It's what they're spending on, isn't it? It goes back to what they're spending on.
But you can't blame that on Levio. You can't blame that on Levio. I'm sorry, you can't, because he's not the one going out scouting them. Right? He's being told, look, this player's a good player. We need him. He signs the check. You know, it's just been, this club has been really, really bad. And I've been really positive, and I've stuck up for the club time and time again, where deep in my heart, I know that, you know, I was talking crap some of the time.
Listen, Jim, it's only up until a few years ago that I've been really quite vocal about the need for new ownership. You know, a long time ago, I've been doing the podcasting for 7-8 years. You know, I honestly felt at the time of, you know, many, many years ago, that I thought there were times where I thought the board did have the best interest of Spurs at heart. And then I think following the appointments of Mourinho and Conte, and then the Nuno appointment, in between that, there's been lack of direction, a lack of clarity, a lack of communication, so many failed transfers, just poorly timed pieces of communication that when you add and accumulate all that up, you think, how do these people want us to be successful? You look at it and think, are these people genuinely wanting the best for Tottenham? I just don't think they are. You know, again, that's why, people are going to say, well, like you said, Jim, many were like you, and I was the same. You make your judgment after cut the windows. But how are we in this situation? How are we in this situation where the manager, who, let's be honest about it, is muddling his way through right now in the job, muddling his way through because they've not had an interim planned? How are we in this position where you're not even going to try and support him or back him or do anything, but just leave him out to dry when you've got a Champions League campaign still there in the offing, and fans have got to pay their tickets to go and watch that? You're 14th in the Premier League. I think we're at a point now where probably, unless there's a massive catastrophic collapse, Spurs aren't going to get relegated. I just find it, that word neglect, it is utter negligence. I look at Newcastle when they were under Ashley. It's very similar to that situation for me. You think it's worse? You think it's worse, Jim? Yeah, you think it's worse
because we've got a lot more money than what Ashley had.
Yeah, and we're sitting on that money, and that's what I mean. Even the other day, like, you're right, Jim. I mean, coming out and saying about we tried for Semenyo. So what are we now? Are we just a club that comes out and pumps up a statement saying we're trying for players anymore? Don't worry, it's not about signing them. It's about trying.
I said to Kate the other day, Ricky. I said to Kate, put yourself in a footballer's shoes. Say you're a top footballer, right? And Liverpool coming for you, Chelsea coming for you, City coming for you, and Tottenham coming for you.
It's not even a conversation. It's not a conversation.
We're not even, they go, no, I'm not even going to look at that one.
Yeah,
right. And that's what this club's been made into. We was never like that. You know, look at the players that we've got in over the years, right? But it's just gone backwards so quick. It's unbelievable. But it's still retrievable, right? If you've got the right people there that want to make it retrievable, it is, and it won't take that long. It wouldn't take that long to rebuild this club, you know, but you've got to have the people there that want to do it.
Do you think on that point, coming over to you, Kate, I think people maybe also making a suggestion, you know, Eddie Howe seems to be under a degree of pressure at Newcastle. I mean, they've won a trophy in the last 24 months as well. But do you buy the fact, Kate, it's just a very hard window to do business, and also the fact that you don't want to bring in the wrong kind of players? Because I think we've been here before, haven't we? You know, on deadline days where you look back now in reflection, the last 12, 18 months, we originally went in from Awani, for example. We then end up with Tell, and then we go back from Awani. I mean, is that a sign where you look at the fact of you don't want to bring in the wrong players, and therefore maybe I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. Is it better to not bring in anyone that is going to disrupt the dressing room even further? Because I don't know what you're feeling on it, Kate. This is my just gut feeling. I think there are players in that dressing room that I don't think love Tottenham. They don't need to love Tottenham. It's not about loving Tottenham. Let me rephrase that. It's not actually about loving Tottenham. It's about playing for Tottenham. It's about having pride in wearing the shirt. I think there's players in that dressing room that don't particularly care about wearing the shirt with pride. I think they're happy to pick up their wage and then just at the end of the game forget about it and roll on to Tuesday in training and go through those motions again. I don't want these players here. So if you were to say to me, well, all you get in this window at the end of it is more players like that, then okay, I'd rather wait, which then completely, I'm a hypocrite to what I've just said for the last 7, 8, 9 hours, but I just can't believe after 4 months of planning that we've allowed this to become the way it is. It just doesn't feel to me that there's a care and consideration about what is right for the football club, Kate.
Yeah, look, first of all, I agree with you what you say about the players in the dressing room. I think there's plenty of the players that we've got that, you know, wouldn't run through a brick wall. They probably wouldn't run through a paper wall for Tottenham, if you want to know the truth, which is something that we need to get rid of. However, I also think that maybe those players look at the owners and the board and think, well, they don't really look like they love Tottenham either, because to me, Tottenham Hotspur now, the football is a sideline to everything else involved, whether it be boxing, concerts, F1, you know, all these things. So there is that element. But I think the thing with Tottenham is they need a plan. It's like they went from Poch, who was very, you know, played the lovely, beautiful attacking football. Then they went to the likes of Conte and Jose Mourinho with the complete opposite. And I think Tottenham need to say, right, this is the club we want to be. We want to be a team that plays the beautiful game. We want to be attacking. We want to do this. And then if a manager doesn't work, for instance, Thomas Frank, rather than just go out and get someone to try and win now, you find someone that fits your plan. There's never any plan at Tottenham. You know, we knew that Kane would end up going. There was never a plan for who was going to replace him. We knew Son was coming to the end of his career. We still haven't replaced him. There's no contingency plans with Spurs. And I think that is the major problem with this football club. There is no identity anymore. There's no plan. It's just, I just don't think the owners really care about the football that's played on the pitch. And I think that probably sort of, it flows down into a lot of the players who, like you say, just happy to take their paycheck at the end of the week and don't really give a monkeys either way. I mean, I know he doesn't play for us, but if you watched Haaland yesterday in the second half, for instance, he just walked. It took him 18 seconds to get from their goal to the halfway line. He just walked when we were attacking. And I see our players doing that. And I don't want that in my club. I want players that are going to fight constantly. But if your board is not showing the same love and determination and passion for the club, then the players aren't going to either. And I think, I know it sounds really boring, but I think the board have got such a massive portion of this blame of to how this club is.
I agree with you, Kate. I just wonder, guys, for you, I mean, I talk about the players there and their responsibility. I mean, for some of the players that do want to be here, what are they making of this? You know, they're not stupid. They know the noise. They know social media. They know about podcasts. They know about people's feelings out there about what Spurs fans are thinking. What are the players thinking, for example, like Xavi Simons, Gary? He's whether you want to believe contracts or you feel they're worth the paper they're written on, he's committed to this stuff for 5.5 years. You know,
I don't know that. I don't think they are. I honestly couldn't say. I don't think there's any Tottenham fans in there, and that's normal. I don't think a lot of players are fans of the clubs they play for. You know, like Ben White at Arsenal has gone on record said doesn't even like football. It's just a job to him, and I get that, and I understand that. As long as you go out and put 100% in, and I can see that, I'll back you. Yeah. And you can see that in a number of the players. There are some that we've spoken about time and time again that I think are lazy, have got a bit of an attitude problem, and perhaps think they're bigger than they are. Okay, they're the people I don't particularly want at any club, or well, certainly in my club. In terms of what they're probably making of it, you know what? I don't think most of them are probably that bothered in the grand scheme of it. And the reason being, you ain't bringing anyone that's going to take my place. So I'm going to keep playing. And if I want to get out of it, I'm just going to speak to my agent and he's going to get me out and I can go somewhere else. Ultimately, that is what it is. The biggest issue we've got is the players that we have brought through, and there's been a very small amount of them from our academy or from as teenagers and then built them into sort of stars that have gone on to other things. We haven't matched their ambition. Harry Kane is the greatest number 9 or whatever you want to say that I've ever seen in my lifetime. He's unbelievable. As a football club, we didn't back his ambition. So what does that show about our ownership? We have the greatest English player, probably of most of our generation. Obviously, there'll be some that have seen, Greaves and etc. And we won't go into all that. But most of our generation, that is the greatest England goal scorer we've seen. And as a football club, we didn't match it, and we thought, all right, we'll just sell him on, and we'll get some money for him. That shows to me what the ownership is about. And that, and as soon as I never thought he would go. It's a bit like Messi, right? I never, ever. And I used to go to Barcelona every other month to go and watch them play. I never, ever in my wildest dreams thought that little wizard would leave that football club. They couldn't keep him because of the ownership there, or the president there couldn't get their finances in order. Tottenham have got those finances, and we went, we won't back it. We won't back that ambition. Let's keep that money. That to me just sums up the ownership really in one plan. We could say that about Bale, Modric.
Mm.
It's so frustrating, and I get that they don't want to sell the club. I understand, and I made a sort of a tweet, I guess, that some people misconstrued or misunderstood. That I understand that Thomas Frank and the ownership don't just want to go and buy players for the sake of it. Completely get that, and I actually quite respect that. I understand that you don't want to just grab, I don't know, I've got a model here of I've got this model, right? We don't want to just go and replace this with this over here. I like collecting things. I'm not just going to replace them, right? Just for the sake of it. And I get that, and I understand that. But we've got to have a squad that competes on all fronts, and more wins more often. Because me, you, Kate, Jimbo, the 20,000 people watching in this, none of us said that in the summer. Not one of us sat here and said we need to be competing on every front this season. That ownership did. They need to back it up. If they're not going to back it up, completely understand that. Then leave. You've got enough interested parties. Go and take 5 billion and leave. I've got nothing against. I honestly respect everything they've done for this football club. I really do. We were in not the greatest of stadiums, but bloody hell, I do miss it. Look at the things we've got. If you're not prepared to go any further with it, I'll be the first to say thanks for everything. Please go and enjoy that 5 billion, and let us the next person go on and bring some sporting success, because ultimately commercial success to me means absolutely nothing. I don't care about the. I like the F1. I enjoy watching the F1. I couldn't care less that we've got a track under the south stand. I really enjoy the NFL. I couldn't give two.
Guys, you know what? If we were performing on the pitch, I couldn't care what they have there. No, I really couldn't care less. I think that's the big thing, isn't it? You know, if we had a team that was performing, competing, regardless of it's top 4 title, or you could see a direction, a plan, or whatever, no one really would care what.
There's no plan. The plan was we're going to bring this stadium in, and we're gonna struggle for a couple of years, and every one of us, 20 odd thousand people watching this right now, we're all like, okay, we've got it. We've got Poch there. We all understand that we're going to struggle for a few years, but that is a game-changing stadium for us.
That's what we were told.
It's gone backwards, is what it's done. We've regressed since it's come. And I'm not blaming the stadium.
It's changed the game, but it's changed it for the worse. Guys, I want to quickly just say this. Listen, thanks to the over. Again, like Gary said, nearly 20,000 that are watching this show. We've got Gary Ward here at Gary R. Ward on X, and of course Project Spurs. Please make sure you go and check Gary out. He was doing a lot of daily shows. Are they still continuing, Gaz, the daily shows? Or are you slowing down?
I'm trying. So I took a week where I was not doing so many, and I was doing a lot of podcasts. But I've set myself a target. In February, I'm going to do every show that everybody asked me to go on, and I'm going to do some posts every day. I've just done 8 hours of driving because we're about to launch our music agency in a couple of weeks. I've just finished a photo shoot today. Come straight here, going to do this, going on to another one, and now I'm going to record some more stuff. But Tottenham, we love it. This is why we do it, and I want to help people and support everybody. So if anyone needs somebody, just give me a DM and I'll do what I can for you.
I'm trying.
Bless your heart, too calm. What a lovely guy. We're also joined by Kate and Jimbo from Kate and Jimbo, the channel. I know we've tried to make things work with Kate and Jim throughout the course of the season and stuff. Forgive me, guys. It's a pleasure to have you both on the screen with us here together. And they do run it. Is it Kate? Is it Jim? Is it daily? Is it daily or is it every? Remind me how often you're how often you're running. How often is it, guys? Remind me.
Go on, Kate.
We do usually Monday to Friday lunchtime shows, but we also were given the honour by We Are Tottenham TV to host their pump-up shows before every match, an hour and a half. So during the weekend, we're normally on We Are Tottenham TV, and during the week, we're on Kate and Jimbo. So, yeah, it's quite light and fluffy, our channel. We try not to make it too serious.
You know what? It's such a. I mean, I always say this about having done this for 7-8 years. It's such a genuine community, Spurs fans. You know, everyone really knows everyone, right? It's such a small community that you know the people that are there to help you. You know the people that aren't there, with all due respect. And it's one of those communities where there's been a lot of patience and tolerance over so many years. And I've got to a point now. There's very, very few people I speak to that have got the time and patience to keep on putting so much time into this football club, because people got other worries. Football, look, with all due respect, there's a priority list of your life. And whilst football, for me, I've got 2 young boys, it would be at the very, very top of my list. Unfortunately, like a lot of things in life, it comes down that priority list depending on where your life goes and what you've got going on. And it's what I feel sorry for is, of course, naturally, the people where this is seen as an escapism, this is terrible. If you're going for a very difficult Monday to Friday or whatever you are in life, going through tough times, and you turn to football as your escapism, and this is what you're subjected to, it ain't a nice place.
Yeah, but this is why we do. This is why our show's quite
uplifting.
It's quite an easy channel to come into and have a chat, and we get every single person in there involved.
Yeah,
and we do shows like New Year's Day, Christmas Day. See the people that haven't got other people, and that's what our channel's really about. It's not really serious.
I mean, we're lucky that a very good friend of our channel, Mickey Hazard, who's become a very good friend of ours. He made us associate partners for his Legend on the Bench charity, which is a mental health charity, because it's something we really believe a lot in, because I suffer myself. So we do a lot of things like that as well. But I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? Football for me is a massive escapism, but sometimes you just got to come on and just laugh, because if you didn't laugh, you literally would cry with Tottenham. So we just try and look on the lighter side of it, I would say.
No,
I always think it's a good place that sometimes some channels might pop up, like mine. I'm not doing it for really any other reason than sort of creative outlet for myself and to talk about something I'm passionate about. I've made a couple of good friends from it already, which is fantastic. I've been doing it a few months, which is great. But it's allowing people in the chat, like here, there's so many of you are commenting that you might go, you know what, I really want to actually go and try and do them before, but I'm not sure if I can. There's always someone that'll go, yeah, come on. You might not like it. Ultimately, I'm sitting here looking at a TV screen with some lights up here trying to make me look nicer, and I've got you can't see it, but I've got a microphone down here. That's ultimately what it is, and it is a bit weird at first. You kind of get used to it, and ultimately you're talking about something that you're incredibly passionate about. And there's a couple of times I've had some people that they've said to me that don't really have anything else. They haven't got another family.
It's sad. Let's
sit and talk about let's chat about football. Let's talk about Tottenham.
But this is it.
It might not make you feel much better now, but we can talk about the history of the club. These people might be older than me. I'm 40 years old. Someone else might be a lot older and going, I could tell you about, the 70s and the 80s. Great. Let's talk about it. Let's have fun and learn about the history, because I bet there's people on here that like history stuff as well. So it doesn't all need to be serious. It does when we've.
Do you know what, guys?
I think after games is the one for seriousness. After the games,
but I think all of us as people, right? We don't know each other incredibly well, all of us, but we've known each other enough to know around the community. I think we're all decent, honest people, right? We try and call things as we are. I don't think we're OT2. I think we try and find a balance into what we're saying. But I think this is the hardest thing, that when you've got 4 of us, genuine lifelong fans of the football club, that love the football club, that idolise what we want Tottenham to be and where the state it's in, that is really, really hard. I know, like I say, we're going to lose Kate and Jim very, very shortly. I know, guys, you're going to stick with me for a little bit. But Kate and Jim, just to ask you guys, what would it be that reconnects you with his football club? What would it be? Would it be a player? Would it be a manager? What would it be that we come to the summer? What would that big defining thing be that would make you once again feel right? Do you know what? We could be heading in the right direction here. Because right now, I know a lot of people feel they're in limbo. So I'll ask you both. Kate, do you remember wants to go first on that? What would reconnect you to this football club?
Kate, you go first.
Look, Spurs is a real special place for Jimbo and I because it's where we met 27 years ago. So it's kind of, I've got a lot to be thankful for of Spurs, but for it to be, to me to feel like that, I need to see that the club are as invested as we are in making us better. I don't expect to see us challenging for titles in the next 2 years, or I just want to see us improve. I want to see us try and compete. You know, we've got that lot up the road who are absolutely flying at the minute and buying players, you know, hand over fist, and have got the most incredible squad. And with the state of the Premier League at the minute and teams in transition and teams on the decline, Arsenal are in a position where they could go on and dominate football for a long time. And I just feel like we're getting massively left behind. It wasn't that long ago before we were saying mind the gap to Arsenal fans, and we were up there challenging and you know, getting to Champions League finals. So it's just to see the board show that they're invested in this club, to bring in players that we don't have to Google, like Danny Rose once said, to bring in players that have got the experience, like Conor Gallagher. You know, I think that's a really good signing for Spurs. There was other positions I would have rather filled, I'm not going to lie, but I like him. But yeah, it doesn't matter to me whether it's Thomas Frank or Poch, even though I adore Poch, as I said earlier. It's just to see that this club is invested in making the football success on the pitch, whether it be changing the wage structure, bringing in better players, and really going to bridge the gap between us and the likes of Arsenal, you know, and City, because we're getting further and further away from them year in, year out. And it's got to change soon, otherwise it'll be too late. That's how I see it. So, Jim,
how do you see it for you? Do you see it similar to Kate, or any different to that?
Look, I'm the type of fan, right? We haven't got to be winning everything to make me happy, right? When we played under Poch, some of them games, which is so incredible to watch, some of the wins we had, you know, when we beat Liverpool 4-1, that just sticks in my mind all the time because we don't beat Liverpool. You know, I just want to see my team play well and win games and win like we did back in the 80s. You know, I've been lucky. I've seen us win a lot of trophies, right? But just win a cup every few years. You know, get up there in the Champions League and give it a really good go, and maybe one day win it. You know, I don't think Tottenham, even though they could be, are going to be a club like Arsenal, City. You know, always fighting for everything. But it's just to give us, make us smile. You know, when we go and watch a game, not 45 minutes of football, 90 minutes of football, with some really good players like we used to have, the Gazzers, and, you know, I could go on and on, couldn't I, about the players. But just some really, like, that make, get your ass off the seat. Players that get your bum off the seat. We ain't got that at the minute, you know. I mean, look, if we're honest, that Scorpion goal, right, that's probably the first thing in how long that's got us off our seat.
Mm.
You know, we just need players there with passion for this this badge. You know, want to play for this badge, want to make us happy. They go out there and they play, and we're looking for, yes, you know, this guy, he belongs at Tottenham. Like, I think he belongs at Tottenham. Right, I watch him play, and he's a Tottenham player. Just give us back, you know. That's all we want.
I think that person in the chat, was it Ragemeister, said it perfectly. We just want the club to do justice to the Spurs name. I think that's exactly right. Exactly right.
I think the problem is right now it feels anything further than it, doesn't it? It just feels that there's that first half against City, the apathy. I mean, Gail, you were talking about there in the stadium. People just going through the motions. It's just. And it's even at point.
It's such an emotional roller coaster at the moment that you go there, and I had no expectations, and I think that's maybe partly why it was such an emotional roller coaster. Just in the first 10 minutes, I just sat back with my head against the wall because I sit just in front of the media, and I thought, oh my God, like this is going to be a cricket score. What's going on? And then, like you say, that we get a little bit of something. Like I said, we just need that. That's all the fan base needs. They need a player, Javi Simmons, to get the ball, turn and go. A Gaza, a Hoddle, a Lineker, a Waddle, a Hazard that's just come up in that chat there. That is what you need. A Bale. For me, Gareth Bale, as soon as he got that ball, I got you shuffle in your seat a little bit, didn't you? And you think, oh, go on. And they're the little things you need. That's what we lose. That's what we've lost in football in general. Now everybody's is quite robotic, okay, but we've lost those moments where players get us up our feet. You know, like a Jack Grealish to me would have been perfect for us. I've said that so many times. He would have got me off my feet. And Javi Simmons is doing that. But Destiny Doggy yesterday, he went through. That was a hell of a shot, really good save, and that was the catalyst for a comeback. And we just need those. We just need that little bit of hope. And unfortunately, as I said before, I do respect what's happened to the football club. However, they don't get what I've just sat and explained. That's the difference. They don't get that. They don't get it, and they don't see it.
I think some of the players do. I mean, I don't think they're all like that. I think there is a few of them in the club.
I think Ben gets it. I think Ben gets it, doesn't he? Ben Davies seems to get it. I think he understands a semblance of what we've been because he's been there, Jim, hasn't he? He's seen us in that.
I mean, from an ownership point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, from an ownership point of view, I don't think they see that. They don't. They don't
worry
understand.
Me though.
What I would love. Oh, and he would never do it. I would love for Vinay to literally sit on one of these. He doesn't have to be here. But just
he
to
knows
say,
he invites there.
Hi,
We've
Ricky.
invited Vinay to the top. We've invited Vinay to the
You
show.
could say, right, hi, Ricky. I'm going to sit in the green room, and I'm not going to come on, and I don't want to be come on, and we can, we can do NDAs and all the fancy stuff to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And I wanted to hear the passion that comes through from everyday folk like us, and the 20,000 people in there. Yeah. And I guarantee you, after he'll get that. But he just doesn't get it.
I don't think I'm breaching any confidence here. Tottenham have got our details. Tottenham can reach out whenever they want them. Yeah. And listen, we've done some stuff with the club in the past. They've got our details, but I don't think they will. I mean, look, they're more than welcome.
They don't want to. That's the difference. They don't want to. They think they know because
is more than welcome to come on here. Yeah, and he can explain to us what the vision looks like for the future. Come and talk to a lot of Spurs fans that come on here. And again, a lot of people know we're here obviously after a lot of the post-match games. So a lot of people are coming from the stadium to the stadium and they're watching the show back, if they're listening to it back. Vinay Venkatesham is more than welcome to come on this show.
I think it's well. Do you know, and I'm with Kate, for me to unite me a little bit is Pochettino. And the reason being is he's got enough credit in the bank with me, and I reckon about 8% of this fan base.
Only one game.
Only one. And if he came in and sat down, because we know what he's like as a communicator. We understand that as a communicator. We understand the football he's going to play, because I'll be honest, I struggle a little bit to understand what Thomas Frank's football is. But okay, we understand. We know what Poch would bring. He unites a fan base because we're a very, very split fan base. But there's enough credit in the bank there that he comes and sits down and says, "This is going to be difficult," and it's going to be difficult for a few years or a few months. I guarantee you, those 80% of fan base, because there are some that don't want him, will go, "Okay, you've built enough trust in it. We've got enough trust in you that we're with you and we'll support you. And you don't need to come out on every press conference and say, we need to hear the fan base," because he doesn't need to say that. He knows he doesn't need to say that. No. And there's the difference is that I just want the ownership to understand that. And I just don't think they do. What it is they are very, very intelligent people that are very well paid and high powered, that they don't understand what the general person like me, us four, and the 20-odd thousand on here actually want and crave in our life, because this is an outlet for a lot of us. This isn't a cash cow.
No.
Yeah.
I agree. Listen, we're going to quickly go for a quick update on the transfer market, guys. We've had some news come through to us here. And I'm sorry, guys. It's, again, it's not positive. Well, it depends. Is it positive news or negative news, depending on where you stand on it? Spurs, they are under... It's always Tottenham. It's such a Tottenham thing, isn't it, in terms of players and who they're looking to sign and trying to sign. Tottenham are understood to have now beaten Arsenal to secure the signature of 18-year-old Heart striker James Wilson, who's already been capped by the senior Scottish team. A deal has been agreed with the Scottish side. Initially, it is on a loan with an option to buy in the summer. So he is apparently a player that Spurs are looking at in terms of for the under-21s. He's not for the first team, but just to enter that news, Tottenham beaten Arsenal to secure the signature of the under-21 star Heart striker James Wilson. He's already been capped by the Scottish senior team. Deal been agreed with the Scottish side, and this year loan with an option to buy in the summer. And I think, if I've been honest here, I don't want to depress everyone. I think that might be as good as it might get, which is really an indictment in this transfer window. And it's such a Tottenham thing that the one deal Tottenham hijack with regards to Arsenal is James Wilson. He might turn out to be a wonderful player, but obviously Eberechi Eze wasn't too long ago. Spurs were trying to get him through the door. Kate, I want to ask you about the manager. You did give a bit of a smile there. I mentioned Pochettino in the earlier show. You looked a bit concerned. Who's your number one target come the summer? If Frank isn't in the job, who do you want to see at the reign? Who do you want to see at the helm that would give you any confidence that this club is making the right decision manager-wise for you?
Well, it looks like they'll be running a creche by the children we keep bringing in. There's no one. I've been saying this since we got rid of, like before Ange, the only man that can save us now is Pochettino. I've been saying it and banging that drum. I totally agree with what Gary said. I think he's the only manager that could come in and people would give him time. I think he's the manager that would follow up on Vinay's statement and play the academy because he's so good at developing young players. He is by far and away my number one choice. And to be fair, if anyone other than, if Frank goes and they bring in anyone other than Poch, I will be so underwhelmed because I just think the time is now. Levy's gone. He's going to have done the World Cup. I think the stars are aligning. And I think he's the only way this fan base gets some sort of unity because it's so toxic at times. You know, we had it under Ange in, Ange out. Now we're already at Frank in, Frank out. You know, already. It's crazy.
Less than a year.
Yeah, in less than a year. So, people say never go back to your exes. Things change. It's like someone said on our show once, it's okay to go back as long as sort of some things have changed. You know, he's going to have changed as a person. Levy's gone. Have we changed?
Also, Kate, just let you carry on. It's a whole new squad, isn't it? I mean, this is the thing about Pochettino. Yeah. He's not walking back in. I mean, the reality is, it's ironic in a way, Kate. Let you carry on. Ben Davies is walking out that way because he's injured and he's going. He's the last member of the Pochettino squad that's here. He's walking out. Poch is coming in. It's a brand new group.
Exactly.
But my biggest worry is that I worry, this is my gut feeling, I worry if Pochettino really sits down with his owners, similar to when Gerrard in the summer, when they were talking about Gerrard going back to Rangers, and then Gerrard spoke to the hierarchy at Rangers, sporting director, and didn't really get a vibe that model's going to work. My biggest concern is, and it will tell us anything about this board, if it is Pochettino, and he goes and talks to them in the summer, and if Poch turns them down, my God, what would the mood be? And I know Poch loves us as fans, but you have to ask yourself something. You know, I don't think Pochettino is coming back into Tottenham unless he genuinely believes, back to that point about legacy, Kate, he ain't going to want to risk his legacy. So he's only going to come back into Tottenham if he actually feels there's going to be any kind of genuine backing, Kate. That'll be my biggest concern about Pochettino in terms of whether he'd actually want to accept the job depending on what is actually being offered to him.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, if I was to go in now and speak to the board, I don't think there's anything they could say that would convince me one way or the other because they lie through their teeth.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So with Pochettino...
I also think that the Lewis family aren't going to be here for much longer. I think within the next couple of years, they'd be selling the club. But then what makes you think
that, Kate? Just out of interest, what makes you think that, out of interest?
I just... I'm going by stupid people go feelings. I'm going by my own gut feeling. I think they're going to get fed up. I heard Simon Jordan talking about it. Obviously, Levy's selling his stake by the looks of it now. And I think that they're going to get fed up. That, we've got this cash cow, but all the grief that comes with it. I don't think they've really got any clue what they've bitten off here. And I personally think within 2 to 3 years, they'll be gone. and we'll have somebody new in. But then again, would that then, put Poch off because, the grass isn't always greener? I agree with what Drew said in the chat. If Poch come in, Langer has to go because he doesn't like working under a director of football.
Langer has to go. I'll tell you something, Kate. Langer has to go
He
regardless.
has to go anyway.
Yes,
he has to go
anyway.
regardless.
This is utterly shambolic. Whatever people think about, look, this is the damning indictment, right, of Johan Langer. We're on deadline day, and look, this kid might turn out to be a very, very good kid, this James Wilson. But isn't it ironic that the 1-0 Spurs can get done on deadline day is what, an under-21 player that's going to be primarily focused on improving the youth setup than it is the first team? I mean, that sums up really the absolute state of a football club we find ourselves in, that on deadline day, we're hijacking Arsenal for an under-21 player. That, look, the kid might turn out to be a real superstar. He's been capped already by Scotland. So, I'm not saying he's a bad player, but that pretty much sums up his inability to be able to bring any real, genuine first-team players to this football club. It's a joke. It's not a dig at him personally. It's not a dig at him personally. It's just a dig of the skill set that we've enabled to come in this building. It's shambolic. It's utterly shambolic. I'm sorry, Kate.
Just on Poch, when he first came in, we were at a transitional period then, and we had a number of older players and a number of other players that needed to be moved out of the squad. He came in and almost immediately was able to move on a lot of players and then start building through. We've got a lot of players at this club that need to be shifting on, and we've got a lot of very, very young players. A lot of players need to go, and there's a lot of very young players, and even more in our academy that can be built around. He's obviously proven that. The caveat of that is very similar to what Kate said, and some people that are saying in the chat, and that you will hear anywhere, is that don't go back. And now I get that and understand. And one of the reasons I think that we should is because his name will continue to be raised for the next 10 years, no matter how many managers come up, because I'm the worst one. I could put photos of him on my Twitter every single day, and it'll get hundreds of people liking it. We will keep bringing his name up because
until it happens.
That was the time where we were all so engrossed in things, and we felt 100%. Such a connection.
100%.
Now, if he doesn't come, whoever that next manager is, and he starts off wrong, or she,
spot on.
We will keep bringing his name back up.
Yep.
And that is what I want this ownership to understand. I'm not saying that, I don't know, if Pep Guardiola wanted to come to this football club, we're all going to go, oh my God, let's not go to Poch. But the thing is that there's such a connection there.
Yep.
We understand what he's got, and he's built that, and his name will just keep coming up.
I agree.
And it's just going to happen. We've got the players for him to develop. We understand the formation. We understand the playing style. He's built enough credit in the bank. Okay, yes, great. He didn't win everything. Cool. Only one manager did. Unfortunately, he ain't coming back either. So let's move on from that small argument. But he will he will unite such a large part of this fan base that will help ENIC in the long run. That will help them in the long run. Because I think the same with Kate. My gut feeling, I don't think they're going to be here. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure. This, for me, in this January, was so important. And I think I was on your channel, actually, Rick, when it was me, you and Billy, and I said I wasn't going to go on the last protest, not the one that was on Sunday, the one before. Because I was prepared to give them an opportunity to do what they said they were going to do. They haven't done that 3 weeks later. This rings to me two things. They're not convinced by Thomas Frank, and he's going regardless, and we're not going to spend money on someone that we don't want. And with the player we have bought in, just so happens to be the captain of the manager that most of our fan base wants back. And equally, maybe we're going to sell this thing. They're the two sort of scenarios I'm at. I thought if I woke up this morning and some people were telling me Akliouche is on the way, that maybe they are putting their money where their mouth is. But if they don't do any deals, that for me is Thomas Frank ain't here for the long run, and I don't think they will be either.
Yeah, Gary, that argument about the Poch never won nothing, I can't have that, because the football the football we played under him was absolutely sublime, and they never backed him when they needed to back him. When we got beat in the Champions League final, that's when they should have kicked on, right?
Absolutely.
And we would have gone on to win things. But so I can't have that argument. The
No,
football we
and it's the
played
same in this summer though, Jim, isn't it? We just won the Europa League. We had the opportunity to heavily invest and kick on as a football club, and we regressed again.
Every time this club has an opportunity to build on a pillar of strength, they fail to do so. It's every time.
It's neglect. It's complete neglect. Now, you wouldn't have that in any negligence. You wouldn't have that in any business. No. In whatever business I'm in, or you two are in, or all three of you, you wouldn't have that.
Okay, if that happened in any other business, the people that were running it would walk. They would have to go.
We're done.
But it's not like this. You know, football is.
It's so frustrating.
There's no accountability.
It's a shame. In a way, it's such a shame that we don't have the same model of Barcelona where it's a president and he's elected. And if he isn't doing, we can boot you. It's just such a frustration part that we're clubs and fans like us, you know, are powerless. And you know, like Rick, all my family are West Ham fans. Like other than me and my brother and my in-laws, they're West Ham fans. Yeah. They are at tatters with their ownership. We're all powerless to this.
Very similar
situation.
Have
to accept what we're given.
Yeah, I agree. Jim, just to answer that question about the manager, are you in agreement with the guys there in terms of Pochettino?
Touch back to finish what he started, and I think he deserves the chance to finish what he started, because this about he never won nothing. He got us into a place where we was really kicking on, and then they just never backed him. They never spent money. Was it 3 windows or 4 windows? How can you expect the man to keep going? You know, players were getting older and leaving. I just think he deserves that chance. I do. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But at least give the man the chance. And he knows how to bring young players through. And he built that squad, no matter what anybody says.
Yeah,
he built that squad.
I think what's interesting is in relation to this time rather than previous times is the fact that in the past, the Pochettino links were shut down, weren't they, fairly early. Spurs seem quite happy to have the Pochettino links out there and very much, you know, media driving that. And it goes back to that point I said earlier. My biggest worry for me is at that point of the negotiation table where Pochettino meets with the Lewis family. What are they saying to Pochettino in that conversation that's going to make him think, like you said, Kate, your concerns, right, this is worth going back to, that is not going to affect my legacy?
There is a deal that's just been done. Here's another outgoing. Alfie Dorrington has joined Salford City on loan for the remainder of the season.
Okay, well, now you've said that one, Gary. I don't want to give everybody hope, but we've had a report come through from Fabrizio Romano in these last 10, 15 minutes. We'll share that with the audience now.
And Maurizio Pochettino has signed. I'm sorry, no. I was getting that ready for the summer. Sorry, Rick.
Will not be Simon. Fabrizio has told Give Me Sport Tottenham have made some calls in the last 24 hours exploring opportunities in the final hours of the market. There is still something they are trying to do, but it's not guaranteed. Let's see what happens.
Opportunity FC strikes again.
So this football club, it's like
Yeah,
it's never ended.
you know what, Ricky?
Go on, Jim.
Someone just put in the chat, too emotional. But that's what football is. It's emotion. When we won that Champions League, I cried my eyes out. And the Europa League, I cried my eyes out.
What were we in the game for? What were we in the game for?
Yeah.
What were we invested? Mental.
And you know, when with that first half yesterday,
It's entertainment.
I sat it so down and depressed. The second half, I was buzzing.
Yeah.
You know, like I've been on a night out. That's what football is. So when people say too emotional, that's what the game is. You know, it makes you cry, it makes you laugh, makes you happy. That's why we support them.
Of course,
that's what sport is for, though, isn't it? Sport is built on emotion. It's built on support, obviously, but it's entertainment. That's what the whole aspect of it is. It's entertainment. There is an argument, which could be another podcast, that it isn't as entertaining as it's been in previous, years. However, if you can't get excited about watching football, or watching your club, or that tiny bit that I was talking about earlier to grab onto. What are you watching it for?
But what are we doing here?
There's no point.
Exactly.
Go and watch something else. Go and watch something else because
I keep going to finish the point around Pochettino to Jim, and we never quite get a chance to finish it because something comes up. It might be like this story with Pochettino. Jim, do you share my concerns as well around that fact, like I said about Poch, that when he meets the Lewis family and sits down with them, do you have concerns about how that conversation goes? Or do you think, you know what, he loves the fans so much, he loves the football club so much that they know they can just turn to him because he'll take it in any kind of state that it's in? Or do you actually believe, like Kate has said there, it will be about whether he has concerns, it might risk his legacy? As the people saying he hasn't got a legacy here, the guy took us to within like a hair's breadth of winning the Champions League and had Tottenham not only, competing, but we were up there, top 3, top 2, top 4 for 2, 3, 4 seasons.
Yeah.
We
Jim,
played the
yeah.
best football in Europe at one point, without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And Pep Guardiola, all these top managers gushed over Spurs. We were incredible.
You know what? You couldn't get tickets. I remember like trying to get tickets because obviously I'm a member, but trying to get tickets to a game at White Hart Lane when it was good.
Mhm.
That was so hard. I remember paying over the odds for to Arsenal in the Harry Kane goal moment with Ben Taleb involved in that game. And just, I literally went from, it felt going from North Upper to North Lower. It was the most amazing moment. It was, there were just those moments under Pochettino that, someone said it here, Poch had us believing.
Exactly.
He really, really did have us
Yeah.
believing. That's the one thing that I'm
But that's
missing right
it. That's
now.
the thing I said earlier. On Saturday, there was that tiny bit that had us believing, and listen to that crowd. That crowd was electric at one point during that second half because we were believing. And he had us doing that pretty much every game. We expected and knew something could happen. Even when we came up against a Real Madrid at Wembley, we thought, you know what, we could turn these over today. Or a Dortmund or whoever.
Well, I was going to say,
isn't it? Go on, Jim.
Let's cling on to. I like to cling on to things, right? Let's cling on to that. Maybe they're not spending this window because Frank's going to be going. They're going to bring Poch in, and they're going to have a big spend up in the summer. Let's cling on to that. Let's have that little bit of hope that that's what they're going to do. Spend money in the summer. You can't as a business, right, put a statement out and not back it up, right? You can't do that. If you do that, you are just. I don't know what words to use without swearing, but you can't put statements out saying you're going to do this, you're going to do that. You're going to up the wages, you're going to buy better players, and not do it. You can't. So there's got to be. That's going to happen. In the summer, it's got to be, Ricky.
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like when I come into contact with a lot of Spurs fans that either watch the show, listen to the show, or just generally friends, that everyone feels like they just need something that, like Gary went back there on that point, Kate, to come to you. They need something to believe in again. They need a purpose. They need to see something that is going to reconnect them to this football club.
Yeah, and I agree with Gary. I can honestly say, when Poch was there, I never, ever, ever thought we were going to get beaten by anyone. Ever. Even if we were losing, I thought...
Even Kate, in the London derbies, when we went 1-0 behind to Arsenal, right? That fixture, as everyone knows, that Arsenal game, that makes or breaks a manager. We've actually seen it this season with Frank and the consequences, and all due respect to Ange as well. Those consequence games, the Arsenals, the Chelseas, if you don't win those games, you know the consequences that face that manager and the noise that goes around them. And the thing about Poch is that you go one behind, but you believed you come back into the game.
Yeah.
Don't believe it anymore. We just don't believe it anymore, do we?
And there was never any parking the bus nonsense.
No.
We score one, we go forward, we try and get another. It was just beautiful.
But it's the key, isn't it, Kate? Like you've said there. I think it's another thing with Pochettino that you just know with Pochettino that he's going to at least try and play the right way.
Exactly.
He might not be able to deliver it, given maybe what he's got to work with, but you just know he's going to try and play the right way. And that would be my biggest concern, like you said, Kate. If they go to anybody else, and like Gary said as well, I think Nagelsmann's a very good manager. I don't know much about him. I don't know much about him. I think, who else? look, Eddie Howe's a good manager. I'm not sure he'd be the right fit for me personally. There's a lot of good managers out there, but the key about De Zerbi, another good manager. But you think, again, is he a time walking bomb with the ball, if you see where I'm coming from with regards to that aspect of it. But a key thing with Pochettino, is the brand of football he's going to try and play, which already gets fans on side. And he's already worked under certain elements of this board and taken us to within a hair's breadth of winning a Champions League.
Yeah.
And the reality is, if these owners don't go in the summer, who else can work under this structure? I don't think anyone can. I think it's like the impossible job. I mean, Cracker says you're always getting this analogy of the fact that you got one arm tied behind your back in like a one arm, kicking up the arse. But what else can you do? Like, what else can you do? It just needs something, doesn't it? It needs something.
I get the people are saying in the chat like the game's changed, but there's also the same people that will sit there and say it's not in Tottenham's DNA to play that way. And I've seen a lot of channels talk about DNA, say it's rubbish. It's not rubbish. Tottenham have always been known to play a certain way, and Poch plays that way. And I agree with Jim. I think he's earned the right to have another crack. I think the way he was treated the first time round was abysmal. They didn't back him. People say, oh, but you forget, how bad it was at the end. Of course, simply because he knew he wasn't going to be backed. So he knew it's like trying to ice skate uphill. He knew no matter what he was going to do, he was going to fall back down. And I just think he's earned the right. And he knows what it's like to be a Tottenham fan. I truly believe he feels what we feel. I always felt that he feels that way. And for me, there's just no other person for me. It's got to be Poch.
One of the biggest reasons has got to be that it helps unite the large part of the fan base, because there's going to be some that aren't. I've got to be about 80%, right? That we need to be united. We're so split at the moment, and that is the part of something of a building blocks. Because I don't think anyone's sitting here thinking that Thomas Frank's a bad manager.
No,
he came in.
He's not a bad person either. It's a lovely human being.
Come in with one arm tied behind his back, because half the fan base didn't want him there because they thought, we can't sack a man that's just won us a trophy. And I get and understand that argument. We are so far from what we need to be as a club, as a fan base, as a team, as an ownership. Sometimes going back isn't a bad thing when it can unite a large element and then allow for growth and building. Also, if it doesn't work, right, it doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't mean the fan base can move on, because this fan base won't move. I can't move on.
Nor can I.
And it's and I know that sounds sad, and I don't care. No, I can't. And it's very difficult to, because such a emotional time and such growth and building, and where you felt you were just there and you were nearly there and you could grab it and smell it and feel it, is under that manager. And we need to get back to that, to there again. And I can't see anybody being able to do it. And I think, Ricky, you were bang on the money where you said he's worked under these constraints before, and he's got a relationship with ENIC. The Lewis family has a relationship with them. He understands them. They understand him. The fans understand him. He understands the fans. And this will be my last thing on Maurizio, is there is not one manager active on the planet that loves this football club as much as he does, and is publicly open to say that no matter what job he's in.
Yep.
That's my manager. That's the guy I want. If he's a national manager going into a World Cup, home World Cup, and he's talking about Tottenham Hotspur and how much he loves it, I'll go and drive to the USA now and pick him up. I don't know how I'd get there. I don't care. That's the manager I want. They're the people I want at this football club that want to be here. All these people that are watching this now, Ricky, you've built such an incredible channel that there is thousands and thousands of people in here, and we can all unite under something and go together. And I think that he's the catalyst of that. And Vinay, if you are in here secretly, you can send me that 20 quid you owe me for saying this for you, so that everybody gets on your good books when you when you input. Someone just said get a room in the chat, and it just made me, that completely put me off. But yeah, if he wants to, I'm open. I'm open. For a
Okay,
room in
look,
America.
we're gonna move on from the Pochettino conversation. I know, guys, it's been a pleasure having you here. We're gonna keep a little bit more of your time if you've got some time to stay for another few minutes. If you have, that is to you all. Bless your hearts. Thank you so much. We're gonna give you a bit of an update. Spurs, don't laugh. Tottenham have completed a signing during this January transfer and a deadline day. It's confirmed. It's done. It's got the here we go. Spurs have completed the signing of James Wilson from Hearts. Now, for those that haven't really been following the story throughout the day, it's a player that Spurs, really, they've hijacked Arsenal to the deal. Men will be laughing about the fact that they've hijacked Arsenal to a deal over a kid. But look, it's got the here we go from Fabrizio Romano. It's a deal in place for the Scottish 18-year-old striker to join Tottenham Hotspur's project. God help this kid in terms of what that looks like. Arsenal were offering a trial while Spurs offered a loan deal with a buy option clause now agreed with Hearts. Medical happening with formal steps next. Here we go. Spurs have got James Wilson over the line. I just want to go back on that point that I said earlier on this, Jim, coming over to you, that this deal obviously is very much a typical Johan Langer deal, right? It's a young player, someone for the future, not someone for the now. Was there a degree of pressure getting a deal done possibly on deadline day? Maybe. But the reality is, this is the biggest damn indictment that it doesn't help Tottenham for the now. Could be a great kid for the future. But does that just not shine even more of a light, Jim, that they've been able to find the time today to get a deal done for this promising 18-year-old kid, but have shown no willingness to help the direct first team right now, Jim?
I just think that it's going to upset people even more. I despair, honestly, I do. I mean, look, you're right, it could be a good signing for the future, but it's a joke, really, Ricky. It's kind of a pee take. That's what I feel like it is. If I feel like
it almost is like rubbing salt into the wounds, isn't it? It's almost like rubbing salt into the wounds.
Yeah, unless something comes off in the last 2 hours, if there's 2 hours left, unless something comes off in the last 2 hours, it is going to really feel like they're rubbing salt in the wounds there. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, because it's just pathetic, really.
Mm.
I mean, the reality is our under-21s do need some. They do need some recruitment. The under-21s do need the recruitment. I get it, but not on a transfer deadline day. Do you know what I mean? Where we are clearly struggling quite massively with the first team. As I say, I was there on Friday. I think we had like 3 subs on Friday for the under-21s. We do need some recruitment, and we do need to hopefully bring some people through. Hopefully Mason Melia will be available soon after a back injury. So we do need some recruitment within that youth development, but it's just neglect again on the first team. I just don't know. Again, I just don't know the vision of what our club is looking for at the moment, because we're saying on one sense we want to compete on all fronts, more wins more often, yet we go out and buy an 19-year-old from from Brazil, and then an 18-year-old from Scotland. So I don't see where that's going to help us compete on all fronts and more wins more often. So it's weird. It's like me saying I'm going to go and go and build a body like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I'm going to go down KFC later and sit down there and eat. You know what I mean? It's just words. None of it is aligned. It's just made up. Is what it feels like.
It's a problem with that transfer, Kate. That look, say for example, we brought in a couple of genuine first team players on the final day that improves the squad. Everyone will be championing this. I think that's great. One for the future, and it's good for the youth team. But the problem is, Kate, when you've had the back of the winner that we've had. And we've all sat here and said that, regards to this window, we're coming out of it weaker than what we want into it. And then, within 2 hours before it ending, you hijack Arsenal to a young, prosperous player. Whereas in only the window before that, we lost out on Eberechi Eze, a first-team player, to Arsenal. Do you think the ball can understand the optics of why fans would be frustrated and angry about the fact that this will be our only deal with deadline day? Because it does come across very tone-deaf.
Do you know what? I think they need to learn to read the room. I honestly don't think they've got a clue how the fans feel. I really don't. They either don't have a clue, or they really don't care, because like you say, the optics of this is terrible. We're absolutely down to the bare bones in our team, and because Eze got hijacked from us, do they honestly think that we're all going to be celebrating that we hijacked a child from them? I mean, it's moronic. I don't know how else to say it. They literally have no concept of how we feel as fans. You know, we've got these horrendous fixtures coming up as well for the rest of this month, and you know, we all know the injuries we've got. You know, I actually heard this morning, I don't know whether anything's come of it, that Van der Ven's got ligament damage as well, but I don't know how true that is. But yeah,
we're going to find out on that. We will find out on that. It's a concern that you know, I mean, we definitely know Danso's injury definitely is ligament damage, and it's worse than first feared. So if Mickey's got the same problem, then we are on a big crisis here, Kate.
I mean, if I was Thomas Frank as well, I would be ringing up the board going, I don't know what you expect me to do. I mean, how am I going to get through the rest of this season?
But the thing is, Kate, is he in a difficult position now on the point you're making there, because he knows his job is already under threat. Therefore, there's very little we can say to the ball, because really, like you know as well as me, they could have served him his P45 on the last 3-4 occasions in certain games that haven't gone to plan. So it feels he's pretty helpless right now. I think I've heard you say this, Kate. I think he's a caretaker for his own job at the moment, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, he's a yes man as well.
Yeah, I don't buy into the yes man, because we're all yes men when we're getting paid to be. So, but in my view, I'd be thinking, look, I'm going to get £20 million payout. I'm not going to be the long-term manager here. So I'm going to just air my frustrations like Conte did. You know, it's ridiculous. They have literally set this guy up for a massive fall. He was struggling anyway. He's already
by doing it, nothing to lose.
Yeah, exactly. He's got absolutely nothing to lose. He's going to have, you know, I think what he's endured already from the fan base is difficult. You know, I'm one of these people that have been very critical of him, but I would never, ever, you know, sing and chant and boo. It's just not in me to do that. I get it. People pay their money. They can do what they want. But I just think he's a very nice family man. But he's got, like Jim said, he's got nothing to lose. And I would be absolutely going bananas if I was him, because I literally, I'm looking at it going, how on earth are we going to get through the next few fixtures, let alone the rest of the season? Because we don't know when the next injury is coming. You know, it's I've said it so many times this stream, but it's utter gross negligence from this board. It is horrendous. This is probably the worst window I've ever seen because of the situation we find ourselves in.
And you've got to think as well, Ricky, right? You would be thinking that they would be thinking, we're in the last 16 of the Champions League. Let's try and bolster this guy's squad up and give us a chance. Because look, when it starts coming off that it's one team against another to go through to the next round, anything can happen. You know, if Spurs have got a stronger squad, they could beat anyone on their day. You know, and you don't know. Look, we got to the final before, but it's like they don't really care. You know, well, they got to the last 16. They've made us 50 million. But if they lose that, that's it. Well, you know, we just move on. It's heartbreaking.
I got to agree, guys. I have to agree. It's very, very worrying times. Kate and Jim, you've been a delight to have on this show. I just want to say a massive thank you. Just a final message from you both. We're going to have a 5:30 update. Gaz is going to stick with us hopefully for half an hour or so. If Gaz is all right with that. Kate, Jim, very quickly, where can we find the wonderful work you do in the Spurs community? Because we'll make this point. This is a community. This is, you know, Spurs fans. They check out so much content online. You know, I know you both probably feel blessed because you've got a lovely audience there. I'm internally blessed with the amount of support I get for this show, through the contributors on this show that give up so much time, and the viewers and listeners that, you know, through difficult time of doing this show. I always say this, that, you know, if it wasn't for the amount of people that do stop me, thank me, always are so grateful for the shows, I don't think I could do some of the shows that we've done in these last however many months. So, Kate, Jim, finally, where can we find the wonderful work you do in the community? And again, thank you so much for your time. You've been amazing.
Can I just say, right?
Please.
One good thing I've enjoyed about coming on this stream is I haven't really swore. I normally swear a lot.
He does, and I'm always telling him off. You can find Jimbo and I, very easy to find us. We're at Kate and Jimbo a very small channel compared to the empire that Ricky has built here. But very.
Numbers don't mean anything, Kate. Bless you. Doesn't mean anything. Bless your numbers. It's irrelevant. But bless your heart. You're too kind.
But yeah, honestly, when I say this, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. We have the most amazing community over there. We have all fans from all over, from Arsenal to Liverpool, right down to Leicester, to all different. Yeah, the banter's brilliant. It's quite light. The only time you ever see raised voices is normally if Jim's driving me mad, because we are married at the end of the day. So he does do that quite a lot. But yeah, look, it's been an honour coming on, Ricky, and obviously streaming with Gary as well. And yeah, thank you for having us on. It's been brilliant.
You've been amazing. Listen, make sure you go and check out the wonderful Kate and Jim, of course, at Kate and Jim. Listen, thank you so much for you two. You've been amazing. Keep in touch, guys. Let's hopefully, if you're back here in the summer transfer window, let's hope we're all thinking about what is to come. You've been amazing. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
No worries.
Diamond.
Yeah.
We're going to go. You've been amazing. Guys are going to stick with us for now. We're going to go for our next break of the show. Let's quickly hear from one of the players of yesterday that did put in a very good performance. And after that, Lubo from the Spurs 5 is in the back room. And soon coming on with Lubo, we've got TJ and George Achillia. We've got Gaz until 6. Let's quickly hear from Conor Gallagher. And afterwards, Lubo. He's just getting his makeup done, I can see. Just getting a bit doled up there in the background. He's laughing at me. I can see the apron's coming off. The makeup's going on. Let's hear from Conor Gallagher before we return back to the show.
Conor, thanks for joining us in the rain. I bet off the back of that second half, you're barely feeling it now. What an impressive 45 that was from both you and the team.
Yeah, it was a brilliant second half. I thought we showed great character and personality to come back from 2-0, and I think all the credit goes to the boys, and we really put in the work, and I'm just really happy it came out in a good result in the end.
Yeah, there's no getting away from the fact that you've arrived into the team on what's been a difficult run for us in terms of results, but also in terms of injuries as well. When you get those periods in the second half where you feel the crowd go up and you feel this stadium rocking, does that make you just kind of look around and go, I'm in the right place, I'm doing all the right things?
Yeah, of course. I understand the crowd's frustration at times, and all we want to do is win games and do what we can to win the game. And as soon as we do something good at the start of the second half and the crowd's there with us, it makes all the difference. And that's a big reason why we were able to come back from 2 goals today. And yeah, I thought the crowd were brilliant in the second half.
Conor, talk to us about it tactically, because we're playing Man City, you're 2-0 down at half time, you've got Haaland, so much Silva, so many players, Cherky, who could just do something in an instant, but you've got to chase the game. What's the tactics? How did we do it?
Yeah, well, we kind of went back to basics a little bit in the second half and went to kind of a 4-4-2 defensive shape, and just made sure we were really organised and made sure they didn't break us down, and when we pressed we went together as a team, and I thought we won the ball back a lot more in the second half, and we're able to create a lot more chances, which was the reason why we got a couple of goals.
I'll let Ben ask you about Dom's goal in a minute, but quickly let me ask you, there's a player who's starting to get on fire here, and that's Xavi Simons. You're playing alongside him in these sort of forward central areas. What are you seeing at the moment?
Yeah, brilliant player. He's one of them guys that you want on your team. He works so hard, and he just wants to win. He has a lot of passion to give, and obviously a lot of quality as well. So he's only going to get better, and he's top.
He's an absolute appetite for the game, hasn't he? He just wants to play football, doesn't he?
Exactly.
You see it.
Yeah, and that's why you want him in your team. He wants to get on the ball. He'll run forward. He'll create chances and he'll score. And yeah, he's great.
One of the things that we said to you when you first signed Conor was about your relentless work ethic and the way that you wanted to approach the game and be front-footed and aggressive. I think we saw that in Dom's goal. That's a 50-50 ball that you make a 70-30.
Yeah.
Is that something over the course of the next few weeks that you're just going to, I suppose, get that appetite for and just keep driving forward with? I guess there's so many big games to come. It's moments like that can define them.
Yeah, and I want to play to my strengths, which is that side of my game, and I'm still getting back in the rhythm of things. I've not been used to playing 90 minutes very often, so I'm still getting back into that momentum. And no, today was a great step for me.
and I'm sure I'll build on this and I'll keep improving and trying to help Tottenham.
So that was Conor Gallagher there on the back of Spurs' 2-2 draw against Manchester City. Entering the room, we've got Lubo back with us here from the Spurs 5. I thought he was falling asleep on us there for a second. Lubo, I know it's tempting. It's been a difficult day, mate. Lovely to have you join us. Surprising day, Lubo. Like I say, we're joining you at a time where Spurs have just got the here we go on a young teenager that is joining the crop of under 21 players. But as things stands, less than an hour and a half to go. No first team incomings. Surprised?
Very surprised. Not for today, but for the whole window. Apart from Gallagher, that we're well short of pros. No, just again, Johan Lang. Sorry, is not for me. He should be gone this week. What's he been doing for 4 months? 4 months. In fact, 5 months. September, October, November, December, and this month as well. What has he been doing? We've got all the kids we need. Don't need any more. We need senior pros. We need leaders. We saw what a difference Paolini and Gallagher made as leaders, senior pros in the second half yesterday.
Yeah,
and that's what we need. That's what we need. Just a shambles there.
Is there an argument, Luba, that maybe they're thinking to themselves, well, look, we're not sure if Frank's 100% the guy, and therefore, with that being the case, we'd rather save the money until the summer. You know my feelings on this. I'm just playing devil's advocate with you.
Well, they bought Gallagher. They bought Gallagher, didn't they? And Gallagher's a player that the next manager can use. So why does it just have to be one?
No, I agree with you. I agree.
Johnson went out. We used Johnson's money for Gallagher. They were talking about this £100 million that were 150 million that was meant to be there. I mean, I think we spent 12 million.
Yep. It's really worrying. I mean, I'd say it's really worrying, but at the same time, it's without a discernible lack of a plan. And I've had this conversation with Gary Lubo. We spoke about this in the earlier part of the window around the timing of Vinay Venkatesham's statement. It came on the eve of the protests, which, again, is, you'd say, ironic timing. But he spoke about upping the wage structure. He spoke about the element of wanting to improve the first team. I mean, since that statement, we've done absolutely nothing. We've got more injuries than we've ever had before throughout the course of this season alone. And again, second season in a row where we've got minimum 12 senior first team players missing. And that's before we know how bad the injury is to Danso, who we understand has suffered some kind of ligament damage. So again, really, really, Lubo, worrying times as to where this football club is going in terms of direction right now, isn't it?
Yep, certainly is. I mean, Benson Cole was replaced by Gallagher. Basuma's come back into the fold, hasn't he? To replace Bergvall, in effect. Byfield's come in. Dragoson's come back in now for Danso, in effect. Byfield's come in, I suppose, for Davis. But we're still short. We are still short. And you just despair because, you look at Liverpool have got the boy from Rennes,
Yeah.
They were looking at, I don't get it. All the other clubs seem to react. They don't react. They're proactive. And if there is an injury, then they're onto it straight away within a day or two. They've got a succession plan in the event of injuries already arranged, already organised and listed, and probably have had conversations with agents just in case they have to make a move on the quick. Just staggering. The whole thing is just a shit show. It really is. Vinay, again, waste of time, waste of space. I mean, it's literally, you've got Vivian Lewis's son-in-law who's had to get involved, Nick Boucher, because the whole thing is it's just rubbish. Isn't it? It's just crap. It's
Yeah.
just, you just think of how the club has dropped and dropped and dropped in terms of standing in the football world over the last 25 years. You had a renaissance under Redknapp to an extent, and latterly Poch.
Yep.
And all the advantage that they had
Yep.
under Pochettino has just gone. Everything, all the pluses that he, projecting the club forward, all gone. And listen, we're 14th. We are 14th. We're just in no man's land. No, we're just drifting.
What's it going to take, Lubo? What's it going to take, Lubo, for you to feel reconnected with the club again? Because before you joined us here, we were having a conversation around Pochettino, and one of the biggest concerns for me is that, I look at the options out there manager-wise in the summer. It appears that Thomas Frank, it's unlikely you feel he's going to take over, carry on next season. But my biggest worry is that even Pochettino looks at where the club is going and thinks, why do I want to get back involved in this? I know you've said on here that he loves the club, and we've all said he loves the club, but do you worry that whoever looks at this club, whether it's Poch or another manager, they think, why don't I go to Tottenham? It's toxic there. The culture is absolutely on the floor. Or does someone out there with an ego think, do you know what, Lubo, if I go in there and I get this right, the fans are going to absolutely adore me? What do you think on that?
Well, I think he's adored already.
He's about Poch now. Yeah, Poch.
Yeah, Poch. I think he's the only manager that will unite the fan base, and he's the only manager that the fans will have patience with. I don't know. I don't believe they want us to fail so they can get Levy on the cheap. Levy can sell his shares elsewhere. I think they've got to really sit down with him and work it out and get him out of the club completely. I do think that with Joe Lewis now off the scene and his son and daughter running it, I think to them it's like a shiny toy, and I think they'll realise they've bitten off more than they can chew. I honestly do, because the football side is the core part of the business, and it's all very well saying, great, we've got 30 events, we're going to make a lot of money. If the football side goes down the pan, and the way it's going now, if top players start leaving in the summer,
yep,
and we don't replace them adequately, we are going to have a major struggle to stay up next year. Because the writing's on the wall. We're dropping and dropping.
Yeah. Just on the points that Lubo's making, Gary, to bring you in, how confident are you, do you think, that the board will look at this and think, this isn't worth our time? They've got other, I think Lubo will come on to it as well, they've got other projects, right, they can invest in. They've got other things. They've got fingers in other pies, right? Tottenham's just one of the pies they've got their fingers in. So I just wonder from your perspective, Gal, when you look at the situation, how much are they going to tolerate the degree of how much Spurs fans are frustrated? Because we have to be honest about it, the protests aren't doing a huge amount right now in terms of gathering real pace, but there certainly is apathy in that stadium. No one's really enjoying going right now. Yes, we're on the back of a 2-2 draw against Man City where we showed a degree of fight, but really long term, what's your gauge note for you, Gary, about how much time...
Are they really Tottenham fans, though? That's the thing. Are they Tottenham fans? Because if they are, then it matters to them. If they aren't, then it's a nice thing to sit in a boardroom and say, do you know what? We own a multi-purpose stadium that has Beyonce, the F1, the NFL, and things like that when they're talking about with their investment people.
Yep.
If they're Tottenham fans, real Tottenham fans, I would have expected them to heavily have gone all in and understand what the fan base wants. I've just spent the last half an hour caveating for Mauricio Pochettino. Lubo's been on here all of 5 minutes and has echoed exactly pretty much what I've just said. I don't know if Lubo was listening to any of it, but instantly there's a new fan that's just come on to here and we're exactly the same. So as a fan base, there's a unitedness there. As I said before, a good 80%. If they are true actual Tottenham fans, they will understand what as a fan base that we want. If they aren't, and this is a business cow to them, it's nice to sit in a boardroom and say that we have the NFL here 4 times a year or whatever it is, 3 times a year. We've got the F1 track and all these things. And it's a nice extension of their business acumen. I just don't think they quite understand, or they do in any sense, of what the everyday fan like us three sitting here now expect and want from our football club. Because if they did, we wouldn't be sat now at 20-6 having signed an 18-year-old from Hearts.
Yeah. It's crazy. It baffles the mind. You know, I think it's on that point, isn't it, Luba? Coming back around to you in terms of maybe what the lack we've done this window. Is this again a symptom of when you look back at the last 12 months and you look at Ange Postecoglou's position and the fact many this time 12 months ago sat here and said they were concerned about giving Ange money to, you know, in this window because they felt maybe he was going to be gone at the end of the season. And again, similar to Frank, those reports were there 12 months ago around this time that Ange wouldn't be here for another season. It seems, again, the same situation is around Thomas Frank right now. And again, ironically, the same situation around the injuries. If not, it's worse this time. You know, 12 senior players out, Danzo potentially out for longer. So what they've done is, in terms of the last 12 months, they've never backed or sacked Ange Postecoglou in those moments, but they've given him no support. So how can anybody really truly be given any time here to succeed? I mean, even if they felt at this point Thomas Frank's got any inch of this job more long term, surely this window proves you they've already made their mind up, haven't they, Lubo, on Thomas Frank? They've already made their mind up.
Probably. Would think so. I just think it's a mess there. I don't think there's no one on the board that understands football. Nobody. Vivian Lewis's son-in-law has got a degree in sports management, but that doesn't mean too much if he doesn't understand the football business in the UK. It helps that he's got some sort of idea in terms of sports, but as we saw with the Chelsea owners in the first year, it was chaos there. They got rid of the team that had worked so successfully under Abramovich, and rather than having them there for a year and learning from them, he brought his own people in, and it was a mess, wasn't it? I think they had Potter in, and it was a complete mess. I felt sorry for Potter. It's the sooner they set up. Let's get people in who come from a sporting background, plenty of money, want success, want as much success on the football field as with the balance sheet. And for me, that's the only way we get this club back towards where it was. I just don't see. You know, they brought Vinay in, great chat. You know, with the communication pre-season, which I welcomed. You know, bearing in mind.
Oh, we all did. We all did welcome that. We all did. Yeah.
The communication with the fans had been appalling since he took over, just dreadful. Particularly during the time that the ground was being built and we were at Wembley. You know, the lack of information given to the fans was just appalling. Since then, he had one big decision to make when Pochettino came back. He bottled that, didn't want to upset anybody, so he had them both as joint director of footballs. Lange is stronger with by bringing in potential and the younger kids, the youth. Pochettino knows, you know, he's got the network for the senior pros. Pochettino's gone. I don't think we need to be geniuses to understand why. And we've got Lange, who has brought in Sousa, Mason Media's come in, and now we've got this kid from Hearts coming in. So we got 3 kids and 1 senior pro, and we sold 1 senior pro. So in effect, we've just brought in 3 kids, haven't we? In this transfer window, that's it. We brought in 3 kids. When you break it down,
yeah.
And we're desperate. We've got plenty of kids. There's no shortage of kids.
No.
But we're desperately short of senior pros.
Well, we've got 12, and also we've got 12 players currently missing for injury, and that could be, you know, that could even extend even further depending on the nature of, again, further assessments later on in the week. I mean, I just think Does this lube in any way for you? And I want to get Gary's thoughts as well before he goes 4-6. Does this change your expectations for the second half of the season in any way? So what I mean by that is, if they had done business in this window on this deadline day, would that have any way changed your expectations for the season now? Because they are, as we mentioned, they're 14th in the Premier League table. They're through to the next round of the Champions League. I mean, based on the lack of signings on this deadline day for senior players, what is for you now the expectations of this season? What do you see there being achieved or to even potentially achieve this season?
Well, for me, the top 6 down to, is it Liverpool 6th now? They're gone. Liverpool
they are, yes.
Liverpool 11 points clear. 10 points. Is it 10? 10 points clear. For me, Brentford 7 points behind. That's a target with the right team that I think we could chase down comfortably over 14 games. Once we get on a run, those teams there, we got a fair chance of chasing down. And you're looking at, I don't know if you're looking at Europa, aren't you? 7th place. If 5th place gets Champions League, which it should do, we have Villa and Forest, mind you. Would have been FA Cup winners, wouldn't it? So I don't know. Worst way, 7th is Conference League, so you got a pretty good chance of winning that next season. So for me, and it's European football, albeit the 3rd tier, but it's still European football.
Yeah.
Now, who knows? Who knows? Listen, the last 4 games have been brighter. I think maybe Heitinger has helped by coming in. You know, we look more positive. We've had 2 very good performances in the Champions League. Burnley we should have won. And I thought yesterday was a bit Jekyll and Hyde, wasn't it? First half was dreadful, second half was very good. But to come back like that against City, 2-0 down, booed off at half-time, the football was just atrocious, wasn't it? It was dreadful. And from being just like passive and just turning up and no runs, no effort, nothing. It was just a horrendous first half. And to come back and turn it around like they did shows what they can do.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think the basis is there.
Yeah.
But we're just so inconsistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Gaz, I want to come to you. I'm conscious that we've only got you for 10 minutes more. Gaz, what, from your perspective, what's your mood like now going into this second half of the season? Given the fact of where we are right now, look, we're nearly an hour until the deadline. I mean, you're talking miracles now. I mean, Fabrizio Romano has suggested the club might be working on something. I tell you, it ain't for this window. I'll be stunned now. So
no, I'd be surprised if it is for this. Hopefully, it's something that just comes out of the blue, right? And it's.
I think at this point now, you've got to compartmentalise the fact window is done. You've got to leave it alone, and you've got to focus on okay. Second half of the season now, Gaz. What do you need to see? What do you need to see now?
I mean, obviously, I wanted to sign in it. We might get a loan. It might be a loan that we've agreed for permanent, and we're just getting it through quickly. I don't know. Again, why are we leaving it to the final hour? I mean, the 3 of us could have planned this from.
I would be. I mean, at this point,
I'd be stunned. I would
be stunned. Yeah,
we could have. The squad planning is just atrocious. For me, and I'll go back to really the beginning of the season. If we could have got into Conference League as a bare minimum, I'd have been quite happy with that. Just coming off of the disappointment of last season in the league, and coming into a new manager and things like that, and obviously without Daniel Levy and seeing how the new structure works. For me, if we can nick a Conference League, it's still European football, which still will attract a certain caliber of players, and hopefully we can keep hold of sort of our better players, because without European football, it's going to be very difficult. So I'm concerned because there's a lot of injuries, and there's some injuries that I think might be quite bad ones, but they haven't been confirmed yet. So that worries me. But as I say, if we can nick in that Conference League, I'd be absolutely delighted with. I'm just not sure now that we've just not strengthened. It's a concern. I honestly thought we were going to do something today. and that would have helped us springboard into that conference, at least Conference League. But worrying.
Lubo, what's your take on that in terms of league table now? Wise, do you think there's any remote way Spurs can climb that table in the second half of the season and achieve any kind of European football through the league, or do you just think it's going to be too difficult now? We left ourselves too much to do, because what are we now? We are, like you said earlier, we're 10 points off 6th place Liverpool, but potentially, depending on the coefficiency, maybe Brentford in 7th, or dare I say Fulham in 8th, maybe depending on how it works out in Europe, maybe that does get you a Conference League place. Or do you just favour maybe someone coming in, a new manager, and not having any kind of European football and getting to work with the squad on a once-a-week, game-by-game basis? What's your gauge on that for you?
Well, I think whether you think Frank's the right manager or not, I don't think he's been helped by the fact that we've had Champions League football this season. I think he needed time to, like Man United are now starting to show. Carrick has lifted the team. They've got no midweek football at all. They're sitting fourth. They're going from strength to strength at the moment. It would have helped Frank just to without Europe, in a funny sort of way. He's not had any chance to get his ideas across, particularly. But I do find his style of play is it's a cure for insomnia, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah.
And he only seems to they attack like we want them to attack when we're losing. We never take a game to an opponent at 0-0. It's surprising. Not in the Premier League anyway. I don't know. For me, get Poch in, get Paul Mitchell back with him, get rid of Lang, get rid of Rob McKenzie, get rid of Vinay.
Paul Barber, get him.
So what we're saying is we ideally want a clean sweep. Do you share that confidence? I mean, I think Gal's mentioned it, and obviously a lot of the guests have mentioned it here. A lot of guests have been saying they think it's very unlikely the Lewis family are going to be here in the next year or two. Lubo, do you share that feeling as well?
I do.
Yeah,
I do. How much is it going to? How much? I mean, at the moment, we won't get relegated, and we're not going to win anything, and we're not going to qualify for Europe. So it's going to be a bit of a nothing end to the season. Attendances are going to drop, and they'll see this. Attendances in the league, in the Premier League, have held up. I mean, there was another just under 61,400 yesterday. We've lost 40,000. There have been 40,000 empty seats for the 4 Champions League games. We had 20,000 empty seats for Doncaster, I think. You would think, particularly Champions League, that fans would come out. They got the pricing wrong, and people don't want to spend these mad amounts. I mean, Dortmund and Villarreal were £96. Upper tier. For a lot of the upper and lower West and East, people that are paying just over £1,500 for a season ticket. They were charging £96 for those 2 games, and they charged, I think, £85 for the other 2, which is it's just lunacy. The other clubs, I don't think Arsenal and Chelsea did.
No.
But makes me feel more depressed knowing that I paid that now. I'm sitting thinking about it.
Funny thing, at least listen, you've had more wins in the Champions League at home than you have in the Premier League.
It's mental,
isn't it?
Mental, yeah. On that point there, guys, just to let you have the opportunity in these next few minutes here before we let you go, are you able to compartmentalise this, guys, and try and deal with the fact that a day where we hoped there was going to be players coming in, there's not players coming in, and trying to mentally then get yourself in a position where focus now goes back on the Premier League and the Champions League, or are you really kind of? How much damage has been done to you today as a fan by not bringing players in? Because I know when we started the show with you were quite optimistic we might see 1 or 2 on loan, but those haven't materialised. So where does that leave you in terms of this second half of the season now? You spoke about Conference League there, but
I don't. That's that's the best case scenario of what I think and would love this to happen. I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. It comes back to the number of times, after Champions League, after Europa League, we've just been left short. We've just been left short time and time again by an ownership that I don't think, I can almost guarantee, don't understand their clientele and their fan base. They don't understand what football means to the everyday person sitting here, the 20, 30,000 people watching this, the three of us sat here, what it means to us as individuals. To them, it is a cash cow. I'm very concerned, and I was very concerned a few weeks ago. Yesterday, I just think papered over a tiny part of a huge wound. We were dreadful in the first half. The second half, we managed to grasp or grab onto something that pulled us through. But again, we've gone down with more injuries. We are a depleted squad, and we could see it last season. To the fact that they've now seen it again, and then not gotten. Actually, we had this last year. We better fix this. They've just gone. Oh, well, we'll get through it. Honestly, comes down to I don't think they feel that Thomas Frank is the person long term, and we're not going to spend the money on him. We're going to spend it in the summer. That's the only excuse I can potentially give them. And that's me grasping an excuse.
Yeah. It's very difficult. You're looking and seeking for positives right now in a place where it's very hard to see them. I think it's very hard. I mean, Lubo, you've been a Spurs fan for so many years, but to get to this point where there's such a split on the manager, such a split on a lot of the players, a lot of people want the ball on. Let's be honest about it. There was a feeling that it's funny. There's a lot of people have said, give them 2 windows, but I mean, whether it's rightly or wrongly, that rationale seems to go out the window very quickly, Lubo. Is that just purely down to the amount of injuries that we've accumulated over a very short space of time? And again, I'll go back to the point. We're exiting the window now less stronger than we were going into it.
And the managers admitted that too, right? The managers actually admitted that.
The manager said that. Yeah.
That's right. It is what it is. We got the worst owner. How did we end up with these owners? Are you serious? I mean, all the other clubs stretch themselves. I know everything's pro rata to the funds that each individual club has, but all the other clubs try and push themselves in terms of the money they got to spend on players, the wages they can afford to give. And we never stretch, do we? We never go the extra mile. Everything is always safe. It's all about making profit. And Levy was very lucky. He had people like Paul Barber, Michael Edwards. He had Redknapp. He had Poch. You had Jose and Conte in. You had players like Modric, Bale, Van der Vaart, Kane, Son. They've all gone. They've all gone. The cupboard is bare, and this is what we've got.
Yeah.
This is what we've got. I don't honestly think we're at risk of relegation. I think we've got enough points, and we'll get enough points. West Ham are 9 points behind us. That's 3 games plus goal difference, I think. So it's probably where are we now? West Ham are minus 19, and we're 2. So that's an extra point. So in effect, we're 10 clear of West Ham with 14 to go, which is 4 games. I don't see West Ham. I don't see West Ham catching us.
But
this is horrendous, isn't it? To be talking like this.
It's insane. Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. It's insane we're having this conversation. It's insane,
isn't it?
It's crazy.
It's embarrassing.
It's mad.
Embarrassing.
It's crazy. It's crazy. To even be having this conversation is. It doesn't even compute in my mind that we're having a conversation about Tottenham when we talk about this 2 seasons in a row around the fact that even talking about the relegation zone, regardless of whether you think we are, in a relegation battle. I don't think we are anymore. We were. The fact that we've actually even have to mention that word is ludicrous about where the club is.
I think when you look at it, take out Angie's first 10 games. After that, if the table started from Chelsea, we finished 12th in those 20 to 28 games.
Yeah.
Last season, if you go with Ange, that he wasn't concentrating on the league because of Europe. Once we won those 3 games in Feb, we were 13th at that time. So that's 12th, 13th. We're 14th now.
Yep.
And that's where we've been since November 23.
Yep.
So what did you have? 28 games, 38 games, 66. You've had 24 now, 90 games.
Yeah.
So the last 90 games, we're averaging 13th.
Yeah.
And that's where we are as a club. We're a mid-table club, and just look at the results. It is what it is.
It's very disheartening. Look, we do need to go for a 6 o'clock roundup, and we've got Georgia Killier and TJ in the background. We've got Lubo for another half an hour. Gaz, thank you so much for an incredible shift. You've been an absolute star. I have to apologise, Gaz, because I know I feel like I have to apologise to the wonderful guests that we have on this show for putting them through a very difficult, what's been a deadline day, where I think there was a genuine hope that the club would have tried to bring in 1 or 2 players to help Thomas Frank, whether you're for Thomas Frank, whether you're against Thomas Frank. They've decided to do neither in terms of backing him or sacking him, but they haven't done neither and let him, try and muddle through to the summer. Gaz, final thoughts for you in terms of, where you're at now going into the second half of the season.
I mean, you don't need to apologise to anyone for the neglect that our ownership is given to fans like us. You've built an incredible platform here, and all these people that come on, and obviously thanks again for having me as you have throughout the season so far. It's been great. Unfortunately, it's not been what we want right now. This is 57 minutes to go. It's just, I was very, very to the point 2 weeks ago on this channel. I was prepared to give the ENIC 2.0 January to prove to me what they were saying in these very well scripted and produced videos and statements, that they could back up words. They have once again fouled the manager, who's not a dislikable person. They've fouled the players because they need help, because people going down injured, like Pedro Porro being just overloaded. They've let down the fan base. They've let down all of these people. They've let down everybody once again. And until they go, just don't know what the answer is, unfortunately, because this is a continuation. I thank you again for the time to come and talk about a club that I love dearly. But I just wish it was we were progressing and not regressing at the moment.
Yeah, totally. Guys, you've been a star. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Look, we're going to go for our next break of this show for our listeners and audio. In casting, makeup done and completed. Incoming. You've been asking for a doctor. Well, he's been on the doctor scene for the last couple of weeks, doing a few funny videos out there that we've tried to take some of the light off the situation. We've got TJ Amini incoming. We've got Georgia Killier incoming as well. Look, desperate times right now for Spurs in terms of what they're going to need to do. Let's quickly, like I say, whilst we have those change arounds in the background, and Gaz, thank you so much. Let's bring you up to date with where we are on the state of play with less than an hour to go in this transfer window. So in terms of what's been happening around Spurs or not happening throughout the day, earlier in the day, we had the confirmation that Anton Kinski will remain at the football club, despite there being late interest from West Ham United last week in the goalkeeper. He will battle it out with Gunnar Vicario in the second half of the season for that first team spot. He remains. Kevin Danso's name has popped up on transfer deadline day, not because Kevin Danso is going to be leaving the football club, but because there's a genuine concern over the fitness of Kevin Danso, where he's one of the 12 current senior first-team players missing for Tottenham Hotspur. And there's a genuine concern that he may have done ligament damage in that draw against Manchester City. So we would expect maybe that there's going to be more bad news to come for Tottenham in terms of the injury front. And also the same situation around Jed Spence. There was a feeling of degree around Jed that he would be out for around 2 to 3 weeks. But now there's a genuine concern that Jed Spence's calf injury could be much longer. It follows injuries to the likes of Ben Davies out for the remainder of the season. Of course, we lost Mohamed Kudus in the earlier part of the window, pretty much as soon as the window opened. What did Tottenham do before that? They sold Brennan Johnson. Look, a move that many fans felt at the time was the right decision, and many now would still not change that decision because Tottenham as a club have found it really hard to sell players. We went into the deadline day optimistic and hoping Spurs would try and make some moves. They were linked to the likes of Moussa Diaby. They were linked to John Duran. Neither of them failed to materialise. There was some excitement around the kind of 12 o'clock mark that potentially Agalouche would be a player Spurs will be targeting on this deadline day, only to find out from Monaco officials that Tottenham will not be moving for the Frenchman and that he will remain at AS Monaco. And the news that's come through to us in this last hour, Tottenham have got a signing over the line, although it's a signing that many people out there would feel, did this need to be announced today, given the mood around the fan base already of just how low everyone is feeling with regards to not seeing first-team players come in? Tottenham have got over the line the young teenager from Hearts in James Wilson, who will be a player that will go into our academy squad rather than first team. The story on this one, Arsenal were offering a trial while Spurs offered a loan deal with a buy option clause, now agree with Hearts. The medical is happening, formal steps next. It has had the here we go, and James Wilson will be a Tottenham player. I want to welcome alongside Lubo to the panel. We've got fellow sufferers, George Achillia and TJ Ramini back with us here. A day that was billed to be a lot of hope, a lot of optimism, has turned into real genuine disappointment as we tick towards the end of this transfer window. 54 minutes to go. Oh, I'm going to give Lubo a break for a few seconds. Let George finish his dinner. Tej, kick us off. Where are we, Tej? What have you made of the... Bless your heart. Thank you, G. What have you made, Tej, of today, or the non-events of today as a guy in Tottenham?
I mean, listen, I wish I could say I was surprised. I don't think anyone is. However, of course, disappointed, because it's every cliche, isn't it? It is the hope that kills you. I think what it does show, if there was anybody who had any kind of inclination that perhaps, as Gary just surmised, that Lewis ownership 2.0, that we were supposed to believe or even retain or even pay any kind of credence or attention to the plethora of rhetoric that we've been inundated with since they were coming in. You know, how many times have we heard, the term war chest? How many times have we heard that? So if there was any kind of feelings of, oh, perhaps things will be different, this is absolute set in stone, concrete proof that no, there is no difference. Just listening as well, Rick, and listen, man, hats off to you. My goodness, how long's the show been going? 5 hours, dude. I was in bed.
That was the first set. We've done 4 hours before that.
God love you, man, and to the viewers and the listeners who I'm sure have been supporting you every step of the way. Hats off to you guys, genuinely. Like I said, I just got out of bed a few hours ago, so it's not been a difficult day for me thus far. But of course, going to bed last night and thinking that I suspect that I'm going to wake up to very little good news or nothing at all. Yeah, exactly. And so just because it's as expected, it doesn't dampen the disappointment, I don't think. Because of course, as Gary just said, as we all feel, we have so much love for this club, and it's a lifelong commitment. What else in our lives are a lifelong commitment, a true lifelong commitment? If we choose to get married, or we make a commitment on that day that we're going to do our very best to stick with this for the rest of our lives, and some of us do and some of us don't. But a football club is typically something that one takes on from childhood. I don't have a memory where I don't support this football club, and so it's such a deep connection and such a deep-rooted thing. And again, people might toss their hands in the air and go, "Oh, I don't know why." Well, you don't have to question why. The reality remains. And so the mismanagement, it's not only it's so galling, you do take it personally, because I said on the last show, Stevie Wonder could see what the club needs. And again, as you put the injuries up, the injuries aside, even if all of them were fit, there's still a few people on that list who should probably, be out of the club and replaced with others. But even if all of those players are fit, we still need a couple more to make us truly competitive. And again, part of the sadness is Tottenham, and I promise I'll have some other positive things to say later. Perhaps, the doctor will make an appearance or something. We'll put some smiles on some faces. But, the problem is that we were so close. We were so close in peak Poch. We needed a couple of players and it would have taken us to the promised land. and it really would have given us a platform and a foundation to kick on and truly become an elite club. And we didn't do it. Hi, crackers. And so it is disappointing. I mean, listen, there's 49 minutes left. Stranger things have happened at sea, but what we can definitely say is what we need to even kind of give us a chance to not be quite so humiliated this season. That time has passed, sadly.
G, let me bring you in. Lubo, I want to get still some takes from Lubo. He's going to leave us at 6:30 as well. G, I'll ask you. I mean, TJ said it for him. Pleasantly or non-pleasantly, not so really surprised by the events of this deadline day. Are you? Because again, we keep quite an interactive relationship. Me and you, we message each other quite a lot. I know you were quite hopeful, George, that you were going to see some genuine movement in this window, especially in the latter part of this window. I think there was a degree of a little bit of confidence that they were going to try and do something, but to do nothing to the first team, that is, whether you are a fan of the youth academy, which I know John really White Roses, and John's a lovely, lovely guy, and no getting away from that. That will help the youth. But right now, the important thing, George, is the first team. Try and summarise your feelings, George, and the lack of activity today in terms of incomings for Tottenham and what that does to the second half of the season for you.
Yeah, like you said, I was hopeful something would happen later in the window. My main worry was actually the quality of person we would bring in. I thought I'd be complaining about who the signing was, not the fact that we're not making any signings at all. And I think the guys touched on it as well, that we've had glaring holes in this squad, and all this window has been is completely reactionary rather than proactive, which is something we've been missing for so long. And I think it all just stems back to the fact that it's the promises that were made. I think someone said it earlier in the show, we weren't the ones necessarily saying, oh well, we've now got to compete in the Premier League, Champions League, League Cup and FA Cup, we've got to win them all. It's what the club said to us. And the fact that the only business we've actually done so far have just been replacements for injuries, long-term injuries, and not even necessarily in roles and positions that we absolutely need, has been a bit poor. And I thought we'd bring someone in at this point, even if it's not the level I thought we should need. But yeah, to not have anyone at all come in today, I think is just absolute gross negligence, to be honest, considering it's an insane injury list. It will get worse. As we know with these things, when we're missing such key players in this side, the quality of the Premier League does not let up. And we're not going to play that Man United game next week, all of a sudden having an easy game to play. That's going to be tough. And that's going to be tough on the players that we've had to bring in rotation, on the likes of Dragishin now, probably going to have to play another 90 minutes, who's been out for almost a year. And there will be more injuries, and it will get worse. And the fact that they've completely neglected that, I think, is extremely poor. And I think for me, this window has just been disappointing for the short term. I think in the long term, I'm just really worried for the state of the club.
Yeah, I want to go to Cracks. I'm going to go to Lubo to let him have a chance to have his say, and then we're going to let him go. Cracks, just to come in, obviously, you left us at a point in the earlier part of the day where, look, whilst it was unlikely Spurs were going to do much, to come back where it looks like it's all over. I'm talking to the preacher of the converted. It's weird seeing Lubo and Cracker together on one show as well. We really are. We're really trying to make the. We're really trying to deal with all categories here. Cracks. We're going to try. It's Crackers in the car. We're trying to make this work. It is like a Harry Redknapp theme to this show. There's not a band of art in there with you, is there, Cracks? You can give us.
Afraid not. And the irony is, just through family life, I do find myself in the car park of a football stadium as well. I'm right outside, to my left here, Estadio Municipal de Playa Honda on Lanzarote, right next to the airport. But alas, like Tottenham's transfer window, nobody to report hanging about. And when I first came onto the show and then disappeared again, I pressed the button thinking it was going to be full screen, and I ended up actually just exiting and leaving. And that's a little bit like Tottenham's transfer window, isn't it?
I wish I did that at 8:55 this morning.
Oh, man. Thinking it's full screen, press the button, gone, finished, over. I had to come back in again. But no, I just caught the end of what George was saying there, and yeah, it's a mess. There's that balance between not doing business just for the sake of it, but we do and did need to do business this window. And when you think of every club, not domestically and around Europe and around the world even, there had to be some deals that could be done to bring in players that would be beneficial, and they've just not done it. And that to me is a negligence on the part of the board and this so-called director of football. It's like, you know, will he come out and explain himself? Will the board come out and explain themselves now as to why they done no business? If you're a club that's doing very well, you can cite the fact, okay, we're doing okay. We've got a couple of injuries. We've got no problems. This club hasn't got that to fall back on. We're not doing well. We've got a whole first team more or less out, and there should have been business done. So it would just be interesting to see in the next week, 10 days, what the club actually come out and says with regards to this window and the reasons as to why they couldn't get any of this business done, especially after, as we was talking about earlier, blurting out like drunk sailors on shore leave and how much money we had in our pocket. It's just everything, the comms and what comes out from the club is a complete odds and completely different to what actually happens. And that's been amplified this window, even more so than when Daniel Levy was in charge of things. It's been even more promised and even less delivered now than when it was under him. And it's been poor. So, but it'd make very interesting reading as to what they have to say about this window. I wonder, Rick, if they would actually come on to maybe speak to somebody like yourself or one of the shows, or come and speak to somebody like maybe a Darren Lewis.
They've got my invitation on this show. We've invited Vinay. I don't mind saying this publicly. Vinay's been invited to this show a couple of times. The invitation's there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take it up. The invitation's there.
Yeah.
We invited him as well for the Spurs side.
Yeah, no invitation.
Won't take it up.
Nope. There you
But
go.
There you go. So, but
there were handpicked fans he'll sit in front of and be asked, you know, nice, easy, soft questions. But proper fans, you know, who listen to our shows, who want to hear what's going on, they're not interested. Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. This is a mess. It's a shambles of a club. Venkatesham should go. Land should go. Mackenzie should go. You know, Nick Butcher, if you're watching this, if you're looking at what's going on at our club, if you've got anything about you, you should have a clear out and bring in proper people, unless your family are looking to sell the club, because the club can't go on like this. It's getting worse. You know what? And I'm happy Levy's gone. I'm delighted he's gone. He never wanted footballing success. Financial success for him was enough. We need people in who are going to do both. And I don't care if you have two CEOs, one for the commercial side who's going to make us money, and one for the football side. You know, United suffered badly when they had Ed Woodward in charge, and he was doing the football side as well. Him and Levy were like two peas in a pod. Woodward was very good financially, poor on football, and likewise for Levy. But so I'm not unhappy Levy's gone, because we had 25 years where our standing as a football club just dropped massively from being a big club in the 90s. You know, bringing in all the big transfers. Sugar was right bang in the middle of the Premier League negotiations with Sky TV and the satellite dishes, etc., etc. We were picking up players like Sheringham, Klinsmann, Ferdinand, Anderton through the 90s. What do we do now? No succession. Nobody planned for Kane going. Nobody planned for Son going. Nothing. It's just a shambles. The whole thing has been so badly run. So bad, and this is the icing on the cake. This transfer window, unless they come, I'll caveat it because we've still got another 39 minutes. But if things stay as they are, We've literally got rid of Johnson, brought in Gallagher, brought in 3 kids. That's it. This is a big club behaving like a Mickey Mouse club.
I'd actually say, Lubo, I agree with everything you've said, obviously, but even in the next 39 minutes, even if, of course, this won't happen, but even if we were to bring 6 players through the door, we've already proven, many clubs have proven that you can't actually bring that many players in one instance. You know, that often upsets the apple cart as well. And ironically, where we are now is the culmination of years of neglect.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was. You know, somebody had sent me a message. I can't remember what it was. To be honest, like if it's ever negative on social media, I just kind of gloss over it. But somebody said something and said,
You're not
well,
on the much to teach.
But yeah, it was something to do with instant punditry. That's the term that I remembered, was instant punditry. You know, well, for a start, I'm not a pundit. I'm just a fan. And secondly, if anyone thinks that this is reactionary or instant,
that's mad.
You know, again, ironically, well, then, you know, you don't know ball, as the kids would say. You know, this lack or neglect or just failure, let's call a spade, really begun under, I mean, goodness knows, we could go back forever, but certainly, you know, when Harry came in, and all of a sudden we were in the Champions League, you know, and Crouchy's popping up and scoring headers against Manchester City. You know, we remember that period, right? We're old enough to know. We suddenly kind of, things started to change around Tottenham, right? Martin Jol, again, you know, similar thing. Things started to change. We had a couple of trip ups, and then in comes Poch, right? And again, not to sit here like some wise sage. We all know this. You know, everybody watching, everybody on this panel, everybody listening, all knows this. When Pochettino made that very famous speech about the furniture, right? Basically saying we need a painful rebuild, but we do need to improve if we're going to continue to move forward. Football at the very highest level, I would say sport at the very highest level. In all honesty, business at the very highest level, it is that shark analogy, where if you're not moving forward, you're dying. And so Daniel Levy and the board went and then broke another Premier League record where we didn't sign a single player for 2 transfer windows. This is where we are. It takes time. It takes time to be a club at the very heights, like Tottenham, Champions League final in 2019, to now be dwindling down in 17th. You know, on the last show, Ricky, you asked me about relegation, and I said no. But the fact that we're having the conversation about Tottenham Hotspur being relegated,
Scandalous.
it is entirely inexcusable. And again, lots of things through history that have been done that are deplorable, they are done through attrition. It's done little by little. It's sandpaper, you know. And so this is where we are now. I'm so sorry to jump in ahead of being called on, but it's so true, everything that you just said, Lubo. And brother, it's accumulative over years and years and years and years and years. So even people who want to stand up and go, oh no, they've done this and they've done that. Listen, man, you know, where we were, any business, look where you were 10 years ago and look where you are now. The board have to go. Any other business, they'd be gone.
Can I just say, Lubo, we're going to close with you because we're going to let you go. But Lubo, just come back on that point of finish for you, the board. You know, you mentioned there you feel in the next year or two, you don't think they're going to be here. So how do you think that's going to materialize and work out? Carry on. You close us on that point.
Just want to touch on something TJ just said.
Go for it.
Nothing's changed. You mentioned about Harry. We got 86 million for Bale. We got money in from Calderwood that summer, if my memory serves me correctly. And what did we do? Instead of buying 2 or 3 quality players, we bought 7. And I remember getting up and I went for Baldini. I think it was Baldini. No, Comolli at the time. I think it was Damien Comolli that was.
Damien Comolli, yeah.
Ripped the guy to pieces at the AGM. Just a joke. The whole thing's a joke. It's been a shambles. Poch came in and did. People don't realise he performed miracles, absolute miracles. He came in. Paul Mitchell had built the squad. Poch topped it up with Sonny, Dele, Toby, and then the following year Wanyama. We were always 2 players short, and that's why we fell short. We're always those 2 players short, 3 players short. That's always the problem. They never stretch. ENQUIRY have always taken the club to a certain level where they'll be competitive and everybody will keep going and everyone will keep spending money and they'll keep making a profit, but they won't spend the extra because they're risk averse. And nothing's changed with these guys. Absolutely nothing's changed. And if they have made 150 million available for this window, and these guys have had 4 months plus this month to get deals done, and all we've landed up with, in effect, has been three teenagers, if you include Mason Media that was done previously. Sorry, Lang's got to go. Mackenzie's chief scout. What are these guys doing? They are so far out of their depth. They can't get, you know, we're not even talking about the big players. We're talking about players of Gallagher's level, Kudus's level, and they're good players. But Semenya, fine. Semenya's wanted by City. We should have bid the money before he burst on the scene first day of the season at Anfield.
Yeah.
They offered 50 million. They should have gone in with 70. They could have got Semenya with 70 million.
Yeah.
Or 75 million and bought him there and then. But everything's always on the cheap. Everything. Sorry, I mean, nothing has changed. They're just a bloody shambles. It's just a shambles.
What an outro. Lubo, you've been a star. Thank you so much. We're going to definitely see you, of course, across the season. But yeah, I mean, I know for you, the feeling like we've said on this show, nothing's going to really change until there's genuine change at the top. You've been a star. Thank you so much. You've been a diamond.
Thanks for having me on. Nice to see you all, guys, and everyone in the chat.
You've been a diamond. Lubo, you've been a star. Thank you so much. Look, we're going to go for our final break.
Times, eh, Ricky? On happier times.
I tell you what, when those happier times are, I'm not sure if even I'll be alive to see it at this rate the way it's going. It's honestly, I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know, but mate, you've been a diamond. We can't thank you enough.
The only consolation, we're seeing some great goals this season, aren't we? Van der Ven's run, Simmons' run, the Scorpion goal yesterday. We're seeing some cracking goals, haven't we?
Leave us on that positive, Lubo. Leave us on that positive.
See you guys.
You've been a diamond. Listen, we're joined by on this show now, thanks to Lubo going out there, we're joined by Richard Crackers Cracknell from the car. We said there's not a Van der Vaart in there. And people were asking me, Crack, is that the Jeep you were trying to sell earlier, by the way? I don't know if you can see the comments. A lot of comments asking me, is that the Jeep you were trying to sell the audience earlier?
No, this is the good lady wife's Ford Focus. So the Jeep's firmly off the road. I wouldn't mind, Rick. I've got 2 Jeeps. I've got an old Jurassic Park Jeep as well, exactly the same, the square headlight one. That's like 35 years old, and I don't use it that much. And you get in it and you start it up, boom, and off it goes, and it's just never a moment's problem. And yet the Jeep Renegade, oh man, oh my God, it is absolutely awful. I didn't know when I bought it, it had a Fiat engine in it. If I'd have known that, I'd have run to the hills, honestly. It's no wonder I bought it. It's like Tottenham. From the outside, you think, yeah, look at this, fantastic. And once you lift the bonnet and look underneath, you go, not so good, not so good. It truly is a Tottenham Hotspur car.
Let's say, correct, you're definitely not going to sell it now. If you were trying to sell it before, that definitely is ruled out of sale. Listen, we're back with George Akliouche here, and we're back with TJ Ramini. Guys, look, we are in this final half an hour of this January transfer window. Look, I think, are we so relieved, George, that Paraty gave us his time to remain for this last bit of the window? I mean, it looks like now that, what a favour Paraty done for us. You know, those 3 deals with Fiorentina, and he gave us his gracious of staying with us to see out his notice period. What a wonderful bit of work he's done this last fortnight, George, eh?
Mate, you knew the moment they announced that he was staying until the end of the window was going to be some sort of disaster going on, because I'm not being funny. What person puts their notice in at work and decides, you know what, I'm going to work harder for the last few weeks while I'm here? It just doesn't happen. It's ridiculous. And I think we all probably should have looked at that moment then and thought that nothing was going to happen this window, because realistically, look at all the excuses they can come out with now. Well, we had a change in the directors. Where it was hard to find someone when one of them's half the foot out the door. And yeah, I think what we're going to hear over the next couple of weeks, or next week especially, is just a lot and a lot of excuses as to why they failed this January window, in my opinion. And yeah, I mean, he seems to have done a better job for Fiorentina in a week than we've had all month here. So, yeah.
I'm just intrigued, Tej, on that point. You know, they are going to do some kind of post-window wrap-up, which I imagine is going to fall on Johan Lang, who's going to undertake that interview. What are you saying to supporters at the moment with regards to what we've done? I'm trying to understand. They can put, mate, listen, you're in the acting business, right? They can put the most beautiful, glitzy, holistic music in the background.
Yes.
I mean, but what are you saying on that interview that's going to give any Tottenham fan any real belief
It's so
in what
funny.
you're saying?
As you were summarizing before asking the question, I was thinking the exact same thing myself. I'm in the business of chat, right? That's what I do for a living. And not all of it has to be scripted. You know, I'm very happy to kind of go off piste. However, there's really nothing. There's nothing that could be said. If it was, I've often said as well, I know I could go into that club and motivate these players. And I believe that. I believe that. And I know that I could give pre-game speeches and all that kind of thing. I know that I could do that. I don't think that there is anything that anyone could say. And here's the really damning indictment. There's sort of no point. There's no point really, because we're just not buying what you're selling, mate. We're just not buying what you are selling. We're just not, you know. And so, yes, there will be some sort of, God, even calling it a speech. It's irrelevant. It's so preposterous. There will be some sort of statement. Let's put it that way, in its most basic terms that we possibly can. No one's going to believe it. We're going to hear the same thing again. We tried. We inquired. It's difficult. Why is it always so difficult for this club to achieve what other clubs make look very simple? And I've been saying this for ages now. Even now, with where we are, Tottenham Hotspur as a football club, when we were on a couple of weeks ago, and I was saying to lovely Luke that the narrative of a football club can be changed almost immediately, because again, it's such a voraciously followed sport, right? I've often said, you know, football is actually the biggest thing human beings have ever created. It's bigger than any of the gods. It's bigger than any actor. It's bigger than any band. More people follow football than anything else ever. And so what we do, Lubo was just saying, were we to bring in Semenyo for 70 or 75 million? Obviously, that would have broken our transfer fee, right? Our record transfer fee. So what we do and what we have to do if we want to change the narrative at Tottenham and also make ourselves competitive is in one window, break it 3 times. We break it 3 times, and then all of a sudden everybody's saying, because of course if you break it once it makes global headlines.
Similar to Arsenal. I hate to bring them up.
Yeah.
Similar to Arsenal. Look what Arsenal have done in the last few years with Declan Rice. Look what they've done with, whether you like Goalkeepers or not, they went and spent the money on you know, these players.
Bro, all of them. I mean, listen, Trossard, I'll never get over that. I'll never get over that. And again, his agent has no need to make that up. It's like we were talking to them for ages. You know, Leandro was happy, Tottenham were happy, but it just took forever to make a bid. We did the deal to Arsenal in less than 24 hours. Not to be derisory or disrespectful to the players, but they are products, right? They are products. They're items on a shelf. I know that they're human beings, but you know, you're trading them like they are products, right? Not being disrespectful. And so how much does this product cost? It costs this much. I'll give you this much. We meet in the middle. I'll pay you this much. There's your money and done. That's it. And so this whole, it's complicated and all that kind of thing. It just isn't. Now it is, because you go, well, who wants to come? But you pay them the money and they do. Especially if you can pin onto them, we're changing things. We're going to bring in this person, and this person. And we're changing our wage structure. And then the whole narrative around the club changes. And then we're competitive again. And so, brother, as far as the statement coming out, my honest answer is, who cares? Who cares what they say? Because we've heard it a million times before.
The problem is, Cracks, you know, this is relatively you know, like you always say, the changing of the decks on the Titanic, right? It's still the same people behind the scenes, but Daniel Levy's been removed. Have they already lost credibility, Cracks, and even any kind of belief of what fans would say in the space of just one solitary window, Cracks? Do you already feel that? Because they've only been here, or say only been here, but they've only been in situ on more of a physical nature. And what I mean by that is that in post, Daniel Levy was the face of everything of ENIC, whereas now there's a suggestion around the fact Nick Boycher is the face of ENIC, and they've got Vivian Lewis there, and you've got Charrington that's on the board, and obviously Vinay is a spokesman for them. But have they already lost the fans' will in the space of one window? Or do you think they will be given that additional window from fans in the summer to see if anything has really changed here? What's your gauge on it for you?
Well, I mean, even if they have lost faith with the fans, it's very difficult for fans to do anything about them being there anyway. Unless fans can go out and find somebody to come in and buy them out, there's very little you can do. So, look, I think they had a golden opportunity this window to walk the walk after they talk the talk, because anecdotally we'd heard so much for so long from agents and owners from other clubs about how difficult it was to deal with Tottenham, and like the Trossard deal, and Parish. You know, there was some bits and pieces came out of Parish with the Eze deal, and that he didn't like dealing with Tottenham and Daniel Levy, and we just heard so much from that you kind of think that the club's not got a good name and a good reputation within the game from other clubs, from agents, etc. So this window, they could have gone out, looked at some of the top targets that they wanted, and actually put down the money that was asked for and get deals done in those 24 hours, 36, 48 hours. Go and get some done. But it's like the Emperor's New Clothes, isn't it? With this, it's the same old Groundhog Day. Another window where we've just operated like we did in the past. So it's done nothing to enhance their reputation of, you know, here comes a new broom to sweep clean. It is meet the new boss, same as the old boss from the outside looking in. It's just that they could have gone out and really a couple of statement signings, and people within football would have gone, wow, you know, they've said they're going to change things, and they have changed things, because although it wasn't us and our player, they've gone out and they've got this deal done.
And then the whole narrative shifts, no Crackers? The whole narrative
exactly
instantly, man. Immediately.
Exactly. Now it just looks like that Daniel Levy was literally just a mouthpiece to do business in the way that these people do it anyway. So yeah, it's a golden opportunity lost to be able to prove that this new regime means business. But you know, when Levy went, you probably picked up on my cynicism on a couple of shows, Rick, where I was going, oh yes, everything's going to be so different now, isn't it? It's not. It really isn't. And I think we're stuck with this type of operating, scrabbling about, hand to mouth football club running until such times as they go, and until that, this is what we've got. This is what we're going to have to put up with. So how that changes, I think it's just new owners, Rick. I really do. Other than that, I don't think there's really the fan power unless something seismic change in the psyche of the fans to be able to bring about a change. But there just doesn't seem to be the appetite for it. So I don't know. I think this is it, Rick. I think this is it until new owners come in. And then, like I've always said, be careful what you wish for, because we may not get that type of owner that comes in and puts an import on the football.
But can it just let you come back on that, Cratch? Can
Word,
it be worse than this? I know what you're going to say. Go on.
It can.
I knew that was coming. I always fall for it. I've got Billy Tooter to deal with as well on that. George, let's come to you. I asked Crackers there that question around the board and the nature of the fact of how much patience, tolerance fans would give them. Already seen a lot of people saying this is the same regime as before. And I also think, I don't mean to put TJ on a pedestal at all. TJ is someone that I do look at as someone as a reasonably balanced person that we've had on the show for the last couple of years or so. When someone like that, I think, is being quite serious in the approach of saying these people, they're not here for us. They don't serve us as Tottenham fans of what they want to be. Do you have those same feelings, George, that any goodwill they may have had in the fact there's been a change at board level and Daniel Levy's removed and maybe things are changing? Is that already soured, George, in the space of one window? And just to be clear, that's 333 days, I think, since the changeover. Nothing's really changing, George, is it? This is kind of where we're at.
Yeah, echo the same things as the guys. And I think you've known me for years as well, right? I've been sometimes blindly optimistic about a lot of things.
Yeah, but it's the crazy thing. I mean, I've known you for nearly a decade. I've known Crackers nearly the same. Teams I've known for 4 or 5 years. I surround myself with really positive people outside of the Spurs world. But when you come into this conversation, it does drain you, doesn't it? Because you're entering a conversation when you know whether you want to be positive or not. There's just so much negativity around Tottenham. So much, George.
100%. And I think you're right in that they don't. I just don't see them actually being invested, if I'm being honest with you, truly. Because at the end of the day, if they did all these wholesale changes in the summer, you would think if they were as invested as they claim to be, you would come out guns blazing from the get-go. I don't know any sort of change like this where it might teeter a little bit, because the words were things are going to change big time. And whilst personnel might have changed in and around the board, I think the ambition has sort of stayed the same, which is, it's just sad to see. I think across the years, like I said before, years and years and years ago, especially when I first started uploading on this journey, I've always been a mega optimistic fan. I've always kind of saw the good in most things, but I think as the years have sort of gone on, it's sort of worn me down a little bit. And as well as just getting older in life, you kind of just learn that, sorry to any business people, but a lot of them just know how to do this a lot. And the reality is it's the actions you need to pay attention towards. And I feel so, because what TJ was saying earlier about we're not going to believe what they say. My worry is so many fans do. They'll come out, they'll release a statement, they'll say, oh, it was really difficult, and then that's going to be the narrative from a lot of people. Be, oh no, but look, no one else
is that right, George?
I think so, because I think it would just be, people will say, oh, Man United haven't signed anyone, Arsenal haven't signed anyone, but like we're in a bit of an unprecedented situation.
Compared to ours. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. I'm fascinated by that. I was almost kind of mind blown that anybody, any Tottenham fan could believe any kind of rhetoric spin. And of course, you're right. So much of any business is about diplomatic chat.
Listen, I think narratives will change. What will happen, in my opinion, and we'll come back to this in a couple of months, is if results continue to get sour, it's going to turn back on Frank. Then January window is all going to be forgotten. Then the next conversation is going to be, oh, well, we've got a big summer ahead. We've got a big summer ahead for the next thing. Like, I think these people are very, very, very good at spinning narratives, and I don't believe in coincidences and these sort of things.
With buying time, I suppose.
When
again, this has been symptomatic and systematic for at least 12. I mean, you could go back, but at least sort of in recent times, just so people aren't too boggled by what we're discussing today. I think we could say at least sort of 12, 13 years.
Yeah,
right?
And who changes in that long of a time when we've seen consecutive.
And also when you don't need to. If you're a business and all you do at the end of the month is you sit down and you say, okay, chaps, let's just look at P&L, because I know there's a lot of factors to a business, but ultimately it comes down to P&L. And so we also, I'm sure you've discussed it already. I'm not going to lie and say I've been following. Obviously, I was in bed, but didn't we just make over £40 million for finishing 4th in the Champions League?
Yeah.
Didn't we just make that money? And also, how much did we get for Johnson? 35, 33, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's what?
They
let's
sat
call
on.
it- let's call it 70 million
They sat on 65 million of Semenya. They sat on how much for Savinho. They've sat on how much for Eze. You know,
Yes, but there's just a couple again because we could. It's such a long list, bro.
Yeah, of course.
It's such a long list.
There's so many
Just kind of
charges, isn't there?
Two
It's
things
like
that have happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks, just to keep our parameters, relatively controlled and contained. So we can say unequivocally, you have £70 million that you didn't have before.
Minimum.
What have you done with that £70 million?
Minimum.
And so when Lubo was saying, they put fans in front of these people who lobbed them softballs, to use an American expression.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I don't think they're fans, because they can't be. I think they're probably just plants. It's like that chap on the street, when you're trying to find the Queen. And he's going, oh, I think it's that one, and he finds it, and then we go, well, I'll do that for a £5, and
I think that's our transfer market strategy, isn't it?
Exactly. Dear oh dear. So there's 70 million quid that would have been either one like narrative changing signing, break, transfer record, blah 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 blah, or 2 good players. How much were Arsenal sniffing around for Tonali? Kind of 30 to 40, somewhere in there, right? Quality player. Anyway.
I'm very conscious that I'm very shortly have to do a window wrap up in 13 minutes when that deadline does come to a close.
It's going to be the quickest wrap up ever, no?
I'm just. It's going to be quicker than Johan Langer's interview, isn't it? It's got to be. I tell you what, cracks. Before I actually can't start a conversation, can I? Because we're going to have to go into that now for these next 30 minutes. What cracks reconnects you to this football club? What would make you feel? Right, I'm excited again.
Wow. I think ultimately, Rick, it's performances within games, isn't it? That's where you make your connection. That's where you go to the club. That's where you get your kicks. You want to go and see some good football. It's a shame, Rick. What hurts even more, as I've said before, is the club do get a hell of a lot of things right off the pitch. There's a lot of things that they do, a lot of the community work that they do. The interview that we saw a few days ago with Xavi Simons, and and the interview with his grandmother, and highlighting awareness around dementia. You speak to Spurs disability groups, and the stuff that they do there, for people to be able to attend games that have certain needs. All of that, absolutely fantastic. It's spot on, and you think to yourself, okay, that's my club, because they're looking after people, they're doing the right thing, they're in the community, they're helping. It's not the richest neighbourhood in the world, is it? And they bring good employment to the area, but then they just get this side of it just so wrong. So if you separate it, there's a good connection there. There's good vibes there with what they do with that. But they're just so piss poor at this side of it. They're just clueless with it, absolutely clueless. And just offer some football that makes you feel. That's all it is. Bring in players that want to play, that feel it like you feel it, or that appear to feel it like you do. This is why I like, and I think a lot of fans like watching Xavi Simons at the moment, because
I was just about to say the exact same thing.
He's playing with a smile on his face. He feels like you or me, or our friends or our kids and that out there playing. He almost feels like, being a dad, he feels like a son. I sort of watch him and go, go on son, go on son, go on son. When he picks up a ball, because he just got that connection. If you've got a team of players that are doing that are wanting to play, that are wanting to entertain, or wanting to give the fans something. Fans buy into that and give it back. They're the types of players that you want to see. Gallagher yesterday, Paulinho, Archie Gray. There is players there that you want to see. I think this is why we had such a great connection with Pochettino, with Harry Redknapp, with Min-hyeok. These were managers that there was a little bit of heart and soul into it. There was an emotion. They put themselves into it, and we picked up and we bought that. It's just, if the club needs to drop that coldness all the time of how a football club runs, be a little bit more emotional. It's all bean counting and business and we're doing this and we're doing that. It's just that's what we need. It just needs a little bit of soul for us to be able to buy back into it. And when you offer that, people do buy into it, and people go with you on the journey, and people are more forgiving of mistakes and give you time if it's people that you can believe in and buy into. So it's not difficult. You've just got to offer that little bit more emotion and give the fans something that they can believe in. If you can offer something to a fan where they can see their self there, a representation of their self, then you've got something. That's what the clubs need to start to offer.
It's a really important point there. You mentioned cracks. I mean, George, I know you were going to touch upon the same thing with Xavi Simons. Is that at the moment for you that kind of connection piece where you've got a little bit of something there to hang on to cling on to in this second half of the season? You're looking at a player there that it feels does enjoy playing for Tottenham, wants to play for the shirt, and that despite what we make of overall Frank's role in the job, there was a degree of some kind of fight in the second half to come back yesterday. Is that the kind of small wins you're taking right now, George, as well?
Yeah, and I think for me, especially with seeing the way football's going, everything just feels so robotic at the moment. I'm just enjoying watching players that are just footballers, that are just quality and just love the game. And I think maybe that's just a simple point of view, but another player that like that is like Krupi Jr. at Bournemouth. He is shooting for fun and doing things in football that I thought, in my personal opinion, is the way the game should be played. And that's why I love people like Xavi Simons, who plays like that. Maddison, when he's fit and plays for us, I think he's another one that's like that as well. And I think it all kind of reminds me back to like Dele Alli under Poch. Like, he'd always try and do a nutmeg here and there, but he had the quality to back up the way he would play that way and just a bit more expressive. And I think that's why we've always sort of grown attached to these more attacking minded managers, and why throughout the season I personally have just felt like that Frank's not the one, because I just think he hasn't platformed the players in a way that I personally enjoy watching the game. Now, of course, you need to get a winning formula alongside that as well. But I think football is going so far in the direction of just a robotic nature of play. Oh, let's score from corners. Let's do this, that, and the other. I think I'm really just enjoying players that actually just play football. And I think, again, tells one, Odebear's one as well. There's a lot of these youngsters will do that because they need to show their bravery to get into the team. And I just want the club to sort of back someone that can back that as well. But then again, we've touched on it earlier. If these people don't know football, how are they going to know to spot that and put these people in charge? So and that's the bit that worries me mainly, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think Crackers is right there. Just you want to see yourself in them. You when you see these players play, it's almost like you're envisioning, that could have been me if I didn't have my knee injury back when I was younger. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's just you want to enjoy going to these games. And at the moment, if you're not winning and you're not enjoying watching it, then kind of what is the point? So for me, I want to get that feeling back by thinking, this is really enjoyable to watch. Okay, we might have lost a little bit here and there because maybe the quality just isn't there yet, but I can really see what we're trying to build here. At the moment, I don't think we're really getting either, apart from those odd sprinkles of that when you see from like the Xavi Simons yesterday in the second half, for example.
Just before we do bring up a wrap up for everyone in terms of what's happened, outgoings, incomings, just George, one thing you picked up on about Xavi, I just wanted to ask you that question about him. Do you have any concern already that someone like him being in that home stadium feels that atmosphere the way it was in that first half yesterday? It's no longer anger, is it? It's apathy. it's a very bizarre way to try and even illustrate just the feeling around that home stadium at the moment, isn't it? Because Jason keeps on saying this to us in our group. We've won a European trophy. Daniel Levy's gone, and yet 6 months, 7 months on, we're actually worse off than where he was since then. So, like, how does it get to that place that it is now? And someone like Xavi that can see the fans' disgruntlement, does that worry you already? Because he's a young kid that has got, like Character said as well, and Tej as well, a really big future ahead of him. These are the players you want to nurture, you want to develop, you want to build your team around. If he's sensing that already, and Mickey van der Ven's another player, Mickey's a world-class athlete. I think very difficult to give Mickey any kind of positive feeling right now that this club's going to be on the up anytime soon. Does that worry you about what the players might be feeling when they go out on the pitch and when things aren't great, trying to play in that mood that it is at the moment? And again, these are fans that have been through years and years of, as TJ's touched upon, failure, promises, not delivered. And it, again, what we've seen ahead of this season was more promises. And yet I think Crackers said it, forgive me, they've actually failed even further by promising even more and yet delivering even less. And that's despite Daniel Levy going.
Yeah, I think with someone like Xavi Simons, I'm not as worried about in terms of being deterred, because at the moment he just seems like he has that really strong mentality where he's almost playing like a 28-year-old. I think because he's been in and around the game for so long. I mean, people knew about him since he was 12 years old. So he's had a lot of weight on his shoulders for a long, long time. And I think you saw that even in the game yesterday, every single time he was going over for like a corner or throwing, whatever it might be, he was the first one always doing this, telling everyone, let's get up, let's get up. Bergvall does that a lot as well, to be fair, when he's playing. And I think they definitely can sense that the atmosphere is draining. But we saw that it reacted in such a positive way because the football just got better in the second half. And I think the fans need to just feed off of the energy of what we're seeing on the pitch. And I know it's all well and good saying that, oh yeah, but fans just need to back the team no matter what. It's hard when you've had years and years, or even just like a long period of like months of just of not enjoying what you're seeing. I think it's just natural for a fan to be apprehensive going into a game against the Man City, who are obviously still an incredible team. Like, I saw the way they were passing the ball, I was quite envious of. And you go into that 2-0 down in the first half. It's no wonder it's sort of silent. You think, oh, here we go. It's just another Spurs game in the Premier League this season. So I do got to give credit to the players and even Frank for turning things around in the second half, because I do feel the energy was a lot better and the fans reacted to it. We reacted to their energy. Gallagher chasing after everything, especially getting that ball that he whipped into Solanke for the equaliser. We feed off of that. And you just want to see that more, which is, again, sort of why I was going back to the fact that I feel like we need a manager that brings that energy from the off. I almost feel like we're just going into games almost already accepting that we're probably going to lose to some good teams or this, that, and the other, which I don't think is good enough for a club like Spurs. But on your point to sort of like Xavi and the players and what they're feeding off of it, I would not be surprised if someone like Mickey van der Ven sees this and thinks, I want out soon. Because at the end of the day, these players, and you saw in that interview on the overlap, they have aspirations of being winners on every single front. Romero's already been and done it with the World Cup, Copa America twice, now Europa League with Spurs. You're telling me that someone like Romero, who's in his prime now, does not want to win the Champions League? And we're far from that at the moment. And Van der Ven, he's much younger, and he's going to have aspirations of wanting to win the big things, whether that's the World Cup in the summer, whether that's the Champions League, the Premier League. And I think if we just continue down this path of we're going to do the absolute bare minimum to sort of keep fans at their seats, these players are going to want out ASAP. And they're going to look to us as a stepping stone rather than, no, hold on a second, this is actually a team that can really fight for things, which is what should have happened after winning the Europa League in the summer. That's why we were able to get Xavi Simons and Randall Colomwani. As much as he's been disappointing, he wouldn't have come to us if we didn't win that, because he turned us down in January, comparing us to Juventus, because he thought, oh, Spurs aren't going to win anything. Turns out we can win something, and we were able to attract that next level of player. Now we've gone back into another season of sitting in 14th, could go a little bit further down depending on what other teams do as well, and probably not going to win a trophy, because at the end of the day, we're not going to win a Champions League, are we? So, and you start to think then the players might think, oh, actually, maybe it was just a one-off and we got a bit wrong about this club. And then that's why I feel like we've got such a long-term issue with the way we behave at the moment.
Yeah. Look, let's bring you up to date in terms of this transfer window and what has happened. And I can confirm the window has now officially shut in the UK. It is done. It is over. The marathon run has come to an end. And I know I get my life back at least for now the next few months. Thank God for that. Oh, listen, it's been a frustrating, disappointing window for a lot of Spurs fans. We're joined on this window wrap-up with TJ Ramini back in the building, George as well, and of course, Richard Crackers Cracknell from the car. And you could tell it's getting later because the lights are dimming behind Crackers there. Of course, he's at a football training complex. He'd have to be, wouldn't he, on deadline day in the car. Our very own Harry Redknapp there, hat on, but unfortunately, Cracks, for all of us, has not been able to wind out that window because there's been nothing to let in, Cracks. Is that fair before we come to the roundup?
Yeah, sadly so, Rick. It's, barren, desolate, nothing. I don't know. Rick, if I could even offer a crumb of comfort on this window, given the type of people that are currently running this club, when you look at Pinky and Perky, as Russ referred to them last night, the only comedy duo with two straight men, look at them. So it's Morecambe and Morecambe, or Wise and Wise, isn't it? Cannon and Cannon, look at them. Honestly, you think to yourself, maybe a couple of years down the line, it's a blessing that they didn't spend any of this headway that they've got, because you kind of think to yourself, oh man, they just look like the type that you'd send out with 5 gold coins and they'll come back with magic beans, wouldn't they? Do you know what I mean? It's like, so I don't know. That's the only crumb of comfort I can take from this, that because they're just so inept that they haven't gone out and just blown 100 million quid on some players where 6 months, 9 months, a year down the line, you're going, oh my days, these are horrendous players. And we've now stuck with them for the next 3-4 years on contracts, which doesn't allow us to move for X, Y, and Z. So I don't know if we get new owners come in sometime soon and they haven't blown that headway budget that's there, and these new people have got half a clue, it might be a blessing, Rick. And that's the only crumb I can offer you all. Like I said earlier, it's a bit throwing starving dogs rubber bones, but that's all I've got for you.
Yeah. Well, look, Cracks, we can't thank you enough for that. We're going to go straight to the wrap-up of the window. At this point, do not adjust your TV sets. We are still in colour. We are not in black and white, despite concerns about where we are at the moment. Let's wrap up where Spurs are during this transfer window and what has been I would say eventful deadline day, but it hasn't really ever taken off. Transfer window absolutely shut. Tottenham, total spent 48.6 million. Total earned 35 million. Net spend 13.6 million. At this point, I need to quickly go to George. George, can you forgive me? What was the figure they earned? I don't know if you know that, George. The figure they earned from the Champions League qualification. Can you remind me, George? Do you know that figure?
I think it was about 42.5, I think.
So just to put that into context, right, they've earned 42.5 million, right, by qualifying for the next round of the Champions League. And with a net spend this window of 13.6 million. Just let that kind of settle and digest that. 34 million Spurs did spend was on, of course, Conor Gallagher, a player that we hope is going to have a bright future at the football club, and was, I think, for many out there, quite a sensible signing. Also inside the building is Sousa. We're yet to see him play. He was on the bench, of course, against Manchester City. Spurs also on deadline day completed the signing of James Wilson on a loan. They ironically hijacked Arsenal to that on the deadline day. And also for 1.6 million coming through the door, and we know now he's going to stay at the football club, is Mason Melia. Going out of the window, we've seen Brennan Johnson depart the football club for a fee in the region of 34 million, or 35 million. We've also seen the likes of Kota Zakai, Manos Solomon, Jamie Donnelly, Yang Min-hyeok, Oliver Rowe, Damiola Ajayi, Yusuf Akamrich, Dane Scarlett, Alfie Dorrington and George Abbott all depart the club in respect of loans until the end of the season. Let's do this. Rating out of 10. Teach, rating out of 10 of the window. Now it's closed. we can do ratings. Rating out of 10?
I mean, it's 0. It's 0. You cannot finish a transfer window weaker than you went into it and have it. You know, I'm really pleased that Conor Gallagher came in, but you know, we're decimated, right? Great, dude. You know, if you've got a dike with 6 holes in it, you know, and you've got a player who's stuck his finger in one of them, thank you, mate, but we've still got 5 holes that are pissing water out. And so it's 0. And again, when you were saying, you know, what is it that I would like to see, you know, and Crackers, again, you know, so succinctly and so heartfully spoke about, you know, give us a reason to find the joy in the game again. And Javi Simmons is doing that for us. And that's lovely. And of course, I want the same. But for me, in all honesty, the most important thing is stop lying to us. Stop lying to us, man, because it's so obvious. This, you know, those awfully fabricated, phony press interviews. You're just sitting in a beautiful, and I'm fed up about hearing about how beautiful the stadium is. You know, that's really become a bone of further humiliation for me. You know, it's really embarrassing that we've got all these lovely shiny trinkets, but we're actually doing nothing on the football pitch. So what would make me happy as a Tottenham fan, man and boy and all the rest of it, is stop lying to us. If you say that we want to be competitive on 4 fronts, well then, for goodness sake, give us the tools. And it cannot be on Thomas Frank. It cannot be. Who is supposed to go in there and do a job? Lubo said, and he's absolutely right, we all know it, Pochettino worked bloody miracles. And goodness me, we rode that luck and he did extraordinary things. But if that is your business model, that you're literally going to bed at night and going down on your knees and saying, dear Lord, bring me another miracle. For goodness sake, that is not sustainable. So what would make me... So this window, 0, because we're weaker than when we went in. And for my hope as a Tottenham fan, for all of us, man, for all of us to bring us together and give us some unity and some galvanization and some positivity, is stop lying to us, because we can see straight through it. Rick, massive love and respect to you, man. Massive, massive love and respect to you and the community showing you your love, which you are so deserving of, man. If anyone needs their flowers today, if anyone gets a 10, it's Ricky Sachs every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So listen, guys, if you've not done it already, please like and subscribe. It makes a huge difference for him. It takes 2 seconds. Obviously, it's free. Please, you know, smash those buttons, as the young people say. And let's show love and respect, massive gratitude to this man that runs a platform that is so near and dear to all of our hearts. Lovely to see you, mate. Thank you for having me back on. Cracks, I've not seen you for ages. Great to see your face, mate. Handsome as ever. George, ever so wise, mate. Ever so articulate. Lovely to be on the screen with you. To Tottenham family, love you to death, man. And next time we'll put some smiles on faces, promise you.
Teach, you've been a diamond. Look, we're going to let Teach go. We're going to keep G and Crackers here for a little bit longer if they've got the time. But Teach, a massive thank you to you. You've been an absolute diamond.
Thanks to you, brother.
We're loving to see you on here very, very shortly.
Okay.
I'll go back to that point. Like I say, we've had around the window and in terms of what Spurs have done, they haven't done. Like we mentioned earlier there, the amount of money, Cracks, that they've made in terms of qualifying for that next round of the Champions League, and then you see what they've done in terms of the player recruits. How'd you quantify that in your mind? And I ask you, rating out of 10, Cracks, in this window for you, what would you give it?
What sweet business, eh, Rick? What a racket. What an absolute racket. They know, I've always said football's legalised drug dealing, isn't it? It really, they know we can't do without it. They know that people will pay their money and come back. And then they offer this up. Look, rating-wise, I want to ring fence both signings for different reasons. Sousa, I've not seen, wasn't aware of. I know Tim Vickery spoke very highly of him, and he's highly rated. So hopefully that's something that comes to fruition as and when we begin to see him playing. Same as Conor Gallagher, I thought that was fantastic business. Really good. So I'm just trying to pick the positives. I'm trying to pick the gold out, the nuggets out of the poo here. The rest of it, and well, rating wise, I'm fearful, Rick, with these people. I'm fearful that they've not got a clue who they are, where they're going, what to do, who to bring in behind the scenes. It's really, really worrying. So this window, when there was further business that needed doing, it's on the deck. It is absolutely on the deck. So yeah, ring fencing these two players, then no, mate, it's a shambles, an absolute shambles. But like TJ said, you've now found something to talk about for over 6 hours, barring about a 15-minute break when I came in and just derailed everything so you could pop off for a coffee. Honestly, if the club could put the energy and resources and heart into the club like you do this pod, we might well have something, mate. We really might. I just want them to care like we do. I just want them to get that this is people's hard-earned money and this is people's time and emotion that can't actually get to the stadium. You know, I sometimes think to myself, if you're a director at a football club, you should be made by law to maybe go out to somewhere like the guys from Gloucester Spurs or South Dorset Spurs that you see leaving at 7 a.m., 6 a.m. on coaches to get to the lane or to get to away games, and you see what these people do. Get up and go with these people and see the arrangements they have to make in home life to make sure that kids are looked after, and pulling in some brownie points from the husband or the wife to get a day out, and justifying taking £100 out the family pot to buy yourself a ticket and a coach. Come and see that. Then you might just get what this is all about. I just really would love to see them do something like that, and just get it like we do, and just give us a little bit of something. They'll claim they do, but they don't, Rick. They really don't. To them, this is just business. It is just business, but it doesn't have to be. It can be business and some emotion and getting what we are and what we want. It's not hard. It really isn't hard. Come and speak to the people if you're watching from the board. Come and hear what it is that we want, because we already saw one board member at a game being asked, Vivian, and she just walked off. Come down to the bars and come and hear what people have got to say and what they want. It's not difficult. It's doable, Rick.
You'd hope so. George, I haven't actually asked George for a rating yet on this. George, how many window shots have we all done together about what we have done, what we haven't done? What can we rate what we've seen here play out in front of our eyes? I don't know what to say.
I actually think this has probably been worse than when we didn't sign anyone, because at least we had a decent team then. The fact
really
that
hard, isn't it? A lot of people saying this has been our worst window since the last one. Yeah, I mean, where do you even rate this window in terms of what was? I mean, I'm trying to think. What was the Ange window of January? What was that window? I'm trying to think. Who did we bring in that window? The January one with
Dragic and Werner was the first one, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that. But last January, what did we do?
Tell
we had Kinski came in on the
Tell and Danzo the last couple of days.
Tell and Danzo. So we
the
bought
70 million bid for Gay. That was definitely, the money was definitely there to get him in. Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
I believe that one. No, I think for me, it's been an absolutely shocking window. And again, I agree with what the guy said. Like Gallagher, I think it's a decent signing. I think, especially if you get to play him further forward on the pitch, I think he's a good player. Sousa, we have no idea. And for me personally, that when you make that signing, a 19-year-old left back from Brazil signing, and the very next day we're supposedly buying Robertson, I think that goes to show you where they view Sousa in the pecking order of quality. So I think you can't even count that as a signing. He might as well play for the under 21s for now, because he's clearly not going to get any first team minutes unless there are more injuries that come our way. So when you think about it, and I'm not trying to I guess, rewrite what happened, because when we sold Johnson, I thought that was, especially early on in the window, I thought that was a sign of things changing, purely because we have been really, to be honest, quite useless at selling players for a decent amount of value and reinvesting.
Yeah.
As much as I absolutely adore Johnson for that moment in May, I just don't think he's the player we needed. So to be able to get 35 million for him, I thought, okay, right, this is a step in the right direction. We've realized that, and clearly Frank's realized that he's not the man that he wants. So we got decent money for him. Great. Okay, let's see where this gets reinvested. And unfortunately, all of it's gone into signing a player that had to replace another injury in bringing Gallagher to replace Bentancur. So when you look at what's happened throughout the window, I think I saw a tweet earlier from a journalist and summed up brilliantly. I think in January alone, we've had 8 injuries, I think it is, or 6 injuries. We've sold Johnson. We've already had 2 long-term players out in Kulusevski and Maddison. And with these new injuries, 4 of them are 3+ months out. So we've been left in a situation where we're far worse off than what we were on December 31st. So I simply, there is no positive rating I can give this window. And in fact, it probably goes down to -1 when I see a Raheem Sterling announcement tomorrow for free, because they realize that there's nothing else we could do. And he was the backup option. He was the backup to the backup of the backup.
Guys, have I got this time to ask you just one more final question each? Have I got time? Have I got time to ask
Yeah,
you one?
you got time.
Just the manager. I mean, the wide feeling is that Thomas Frank isn't going to be here next season. If what's rumours are reported to be true, and it's Pochettino and Cracks, I know your kids, and I think you met him a number of years ago at one of the away games, forgive me. Does Pochettino take this job regardless of the circumstance and who he's working with? Or do you think he will have a general real think about the fan mood right now, the culture that surrounded the football club since he's left? Because a lot has changed. And the most bizarre thing about if Pochettino does come back is that the final player, or one of the first that he signed in, Ben Davies, is walking out of the building and he will be coming into the building. So I just wonder for you, does Poch take this job at any given limit, given the fact that he loves the football club, he loves the fans, or do you think he will seriously think about if it is him? And the reason why I say it's him, because I feel like he's the only one that will get any semblance of time with the fans. Will it be very much dependent on what the Lewis family say to him and whether he actually does generally believe he's going to come back and not affect any kind of legacy he had before? Or do you think, no, he'll accept it under any conditions? What's your gauge for you on that?
I think he's got head and heart decisions to make. I think in his heart, he comes back. I think it's the itch that needs scratching for him. He always said that one day he would come back. It's no secret that he still has a love for the club. Even just recently when he was speaking about Tottenham, he's got an affinity with us. But he needs to, if it is the case that he's approached, he's got to go into it with his head and not his heart. And he has to go in and say to them, if they offer him the job, I'll take it, but here's the provisos. And I think one of those is that he gets the director of football that he wants, and the staff behind the scene that he wants. He needs somebody that he can work with to bring players in. And I think he needs absolute cast iron, guaranteed, almost money handed over to him in a suitcase for transfers and wages. And just be under no illusion that if that is not forthcoming, and if there isn't every effort made to sign the players that they want, then he gets to walk and gets his contract paid up. Because that's where I'd be with this. But I'd absolutely want cast iron guarantees on what I'm going to get as my roadmap to try and take this club forward. From the fans, not everybody. We don't speak for everybody on this show, Rick. We only speak from what
ourselves.
We see,
and
ourselves. If there's any manager out there that's going to get a big majority of time to get this right.
And match going fans is crucial. Match going fans, cracks. Match going fans.
Exactly. Yeah, the match going fans as well. He is the one that's going to get the most time afforded to him because of before. So yeah, if he comes back, he has to have those guarantees from this board. But that's what he's gonna be getting. Whether they give them or not, I don't know. If they won't, then I would urge him not to touch it with a barge pole. I really wouldn't. So we don't deserve these people that run this club, and him and his legacy that he left us with doesn't deserve it either. So I'd rather him not come back than come back and have that tarnished because these people have just not got behind him and not backed him.
George, do you share that feeling around Pochettino? I think we met during the Pochettino period where both of us were a lot more positive about the football club and the vibe around it. Do you have those similar concerns, George, if it was Pochettino? I know, again, I think you said to me, I think your first choice was Nagelsmann, wasn't it? When we were having this conversation a weeks ago. But if it was Pochettino in theory, how much would he have to really think about coming back in terms of how different the club is in comparison to the fan culture, the fan mood? I mean, look, let's be honest about it. When he came in that summer, fans were at a low because of the Sherwood end of that era, and you had a fan in the on the. I mean, where was he? It was when a gilet on the freaking on the coaching staff, wasn't he? I mean, even that was embarrassing itself, you know. So don't get me wrong, it wasn't like he was walking into a bed of roses when he first came to Tottenham. But when you think about that anger, then I mean, multiply what 20, 30 times over now, just how much. I mean, it's apathy, isn't it? I mean, I just think fans, we need something that's going to reconnect us to the club again. What do you think, George, about that? Would he really take a massive, massive think about whether this is right now to come to Tottenham? It does feel, don't you agree on this point? I think it's really important. If it's not now, George, for Pochettino, then surely it won't ever come around again, will it? Because how can you keep having this scenario around Pochettino? It's either now, as in terms of the summer, or it's never. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. And I think for me, it is just a massive head versus heart debate. I think Pochettino, he desperately wants to come back, right? I don't think. I think if he was offered the job, he won't second guess it at all. To be honest with you, I think he said it how many times now that he's got unfinished business with the club. And let's be real, he was in charge when we had to have the stadium changeover, and where he was shackled for 18 months without a signing. And the way he was able to navigate that, I thought, was really impressive, considering the fact that the board let him down, and we just ended up having an aging squad by the time that Champions League final came around, and that was apparent the next season in the league. And I think he wasn't given a fair chance to turn it around, because I don't think we really gave him the squad that could turn it around, to be honest with you. And I think he'll just see it as an opportunity, given the fact that whilst we do complain about the recruitment and who we bring in, the reality is we spend a lot of money every summer now. And I think he might look at that and think, okay, with the stadiums there and done now, it's making money. I get to come back. I get to hopefully change fortunes again. And I know that the club are probably going to spend 150 million in the summer. Whether that's on the right player is a completely different story. And I think that's why he sort of had a bit of falling out back then because of Paul Mitchell. I think he said something about going over his head towards Levy and this, that, and the other. But I think, so whether it's the right player or not, I don't know. But he'll see, oh no, this club spends money. I get to come back. I get to hopefully see if I can do it again. So I think he'll come back as quick as possible if given the opportunity. Where I'm really scared about is that, again, it's the head versus heart thing. Like, I think because things have just gone so wrong for so long now, you do just want that feeling back, and it is a bit of a lot of nostalgia.
It's emotional, George, isn't it? It's emotional.
It is
right?
emotional. Football is emotional.
Maybe it's more emotional rather than logic, and I see Cracks is nodding away there as well. But I don't know. There's this. You've said it, Cracks, as well. There's this kind of this itch that needs to be scratched, and like, I don't know if you agree, Cracks, as well. Like I said to George, if it's not now, then when is it ever going to be? When is it ever going to be? It feels like now or never, doesn't it? Now, because how much
maybe
lower
it is.
can it get? How much lower can it get?
Maybe it is never, Rick. Maybe that is the way it has to be, and we do have to go and look for the next Pochettino, for the next manager that gives us that feeling. But with it not being Pochettino, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the headspace that we're all in with the way the club currently is. That's the last, island that we clung on to, where we felt a little bit of something and a little bit of emotion. It's like our last anchor point almost. But I don't know, Rick. If he gets those guarantees, then why not? Give it another go. And then if it doesn't work out with him and he has had the backing, then okay. Not like we're not used to going through managers, is it? Every other season. So
no.
Let's see.
I agree. Cracks, I want to say a massive thank you. He's hosted it. He's been part of it in and out. You've been a diamond, mate. Thank you so much. And the poor man's got quite a few shows he's walking back into in both February and March. So thank you, mate. You've been a diamond. Jules, thank you so much. I say both of these guys have been part of this for the last 7-8 years. At some point, boys, it's got to get better, hasn't it? It's got to get better. I know we keep on joking saying can't get any worse than this. It can. But at some point, this giant of a football club is going to be reawoken. Is that the vibe? Generally, it's got to happen soon, isn't it?
What's the time when we're talking? 100 years or?
I've always said to you that with Tottenham Hotspur, they could fall in a barrel of tits and they'd come out sucking their thumb, wouldn't they? That just seems to be the Tottenham way. Honestly, I guarantee you that the day that one of these oil-rich states comes in and says, we're buying Tottenham Hotspur and we're throwing everything at it, that could be on the Monday morning. On the Tuesday, Ford and General Motors will turn around and go, we've developed an engine that runs on water, and the price of oil just becomes absolutely worthless. That's the Tottenham way. And in some ways, you wouldn't have it any other way, would you?
No. Well, listen, you boys, you're lucky. The show's over for you. We have got a roundup show coming up in the next 20, 25 minutes where Jason McGovern has formally got to shut it. Billy T, I'm sure, is going to have his say on the board, and Luke from Spot on Spurs is also going to be, I'm sure, very animated. But I want to say a massive thank you to, and we'll say it on the main show as well, thanks to everyone that's been involved in this show, around, 20, 25 guests that have appeared, 2 of the prominent features here on Last Word on Spurs in Cracks and George have given up so much time down the years for the show and continue to give up so much time for it. I know, again, they're dearly loved in the Spurs community for trying to keep faith, even though it's been testing times. Cracks, thank you so much. You're an absolute diamond. Jules, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Mate, it's a massive credit to yourself. It's a slog having to do this all day and not have anything come out of it. So well done, man. I've had it on in the background whilst working today, and it's just
been a diamond.
It's must have been tough. So.
Big up yourself, Ricky, as the youth say. Big up yourself.
I feel like I could blow up, let alone big up the way I feel.
That's my gaffer. Come on.
Cheers,
You've been diamonds. Thank you very, very much. We'll be back with you soon on Last One on Spurs. Keep an eye on the notifications. G, thank you so much. Guys, we'll be back with you next 20 minutes, half an hour. You've been stars. G, thank you so much.